Hey everybody, today we're going to show you how to find all 1000 Korok seeds here in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, starting with the 126 seeds in the Hyrule field. All the timestamps will be down in the comment section below, so without further ado, let's jump into it. Our first seed is going to be found northwest of Lookout Landing, over by the Castle Town Prison. It's going to be right next to the prison. You're going to find 3 statues with a cluster of leaves traveling around those statues. Interact with them and you'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is located just north of the Castle Town Prison at the very end of the path next to the water. When you get up here, you're going to find a dock and an acorn in the water at the end. Hit that acorn with an arrow and you'll get seed number 2. Numbers 3 and 4 are going to be found just northwest of the Castle Town Prison on the little hill right over here by the dock. And once you make your way over here, you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out on top of a rock. And once you interact with him, you'll see we need to take him across the water on top of the hill over there. So the easiest way to do this is to make yourself an airplane. You can make a boat, but there's not really a good area to land a boat on this little island. So it's easier to just fly an airplane up the side of the rocks and remove the Korok and place him with his buddy. But once you interact, you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 5 is going to be found on the Castle Town Prison Island on the far southwestern side, up on top of this hill near the tree. And once you make it up here, you're going to find a little piece of wood right next to the tree that you can walk on. And that's going to spawn a yellow circle down over all the trees. So all we need to do is fly over top all the trees over here to this little hill, jump through the yellow circle. And once we do, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be found on the far southwestern side of the Castle Town Prison Island. This one's going to be literally in the corner right next to the water. And once you get down here, you'll find a circle of rocks with one missing. The one missing is literally right over here to the side. Just go ahead and pick that up, drop it into place. And once you do, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is found on the far southeastern side of the Castle Town Prison, right near the bridge that gets you across. And once you make it over here to the bridge, all we need to do is look underneath over here on the side, and you're going to find a balloon that's floating underneath the bridge. Go ahead and hit that thing with an arrow, and once you do, you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found just northeast of the Moat Bridge. On your map, you'll actually be able to see the wall that kind of comes over here near the water. And you want to go to the section of the wall that's broken off, the smaller section. And once you get up here, you'll find a rock that you can pick up. And once you pick it up, you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found just south of the Moat Bridge, just to the west of this little pond that's down here. And once you get over here, you'll find a little puzzle that we need to solve. The piece is on top, and we just need to rotate this to look like the letter U, and then rotate it upwards so that it looks like it's laying down. And once you have the laying down U shape, you just need to fit this right in the middle. It could be a little difficult, but once you get it lined up, you'll fit it in, complete the cross, and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is just northwest of the quarry ruins up on top of this mountain. And once you make it up on top of this mountain, you're just going to find a little cluster of leaves traveling around in the grass. Just interact with those and you'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be found just north of Mount Gustav, right over here by the Mount Gustav well. And once you make your way over here, you're going to find this cool looking tunnel. All we need to do is go through that tunnel. And if you look up, you're going to find a piece of wood on the ceiling. We need to ascend through that piece of wood, and once you make it up top, you're going to get seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be found on the far eastern side of Mount Gustav, and on your map, you're going to see one single tree over here. Make your way to that tree, you'll find a hole in the side. All we need to do is shoot the acorn inside, and once we hit that acorn, we'll get seed number 12. Number 13 is on the mountaintop that's just west of Lookout Landing. You guys can see the exact location here, and we're going to play a pretty easy game of follow the flower. The first one's going to be found right in the middle of the mountain, and it's going to lead you over here to the ledge. And essentially what you want to do is jump down to the lower rocks, and it's going to lead you to this wall right here to our right. So the flowers will start spawning on this wall. We're going to travel all the way down this wall until we get inside. And you'll have to be careful here. It's a little tricky. You need to run and jump before you get to this ladder so that you can fly across. We're going to climb up the other ladder, make our way to the top. And once you do, you'll get seed number 13. For number 14, you want to head southwest of Lookout Landing. And on your map, you're going to see a huge cluster of trees. We want to be on the southern side of these trees. You're going to find a tree stump with a pinwheel on it. Just climb up on that tree stump, and we're going to have 5 balloons we need to hit. 2 on the right side, and then we're going to have 2 right over here on the left side. And once you hit those 4, just look straight up, and the 5th balloon is going to be right above you. And once you connect with all 5, the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is just west of Lookout Landing, and if you look on your map on this little mountainside here, we're going to have a single tree. Work your way to this tree, and once you get over here, you'll find a giant balloon hiding up in the leaves. hit that thing with an arrow, and we'll get seed number 15. Number 16 is west of Lookout Landing. You'll see on the top of this hill here on our map is going to be a Monster Forces base that we need to get inside of. The easiest way to do this is to throw a rocket on the back of your shield and fly your way up, and all we need to do is land on the rocky portion of this base, and you'll see on the top is going to be a small rock we can pick up that rock, and we'll get seed number 16. Number 17 is located just north of Giants Forest, and you'll see on your map we have a couple little smaller trees out here on the northern side. There's going to be a rock in between them, and if you climb to the top, there'll be a smaller rock that you can pick up, and once you pick that thing up, we'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is found on the southeastern side of the Giants Forest. You guys can see our exact location here. And once you make it over here, you'll find a giant tree stump with a dandelion on the top. Hit that dandelion, and all we need to do is catch it before it touches the ground. If you end up falling, just grab it down here before it touches the ground. And once you do, you'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is found on the northern side of the Sage Temple Ruins. You guys can see our location, and we're going to go into the building that's on this northern side. You guys are going to find a puzzle. This one is super easy. We just need to pick up the piece on the right and drop it over here on the left to create the staircase. And once you do, we'll get seed number 19. Number 20 is located just north of Mount Daphne's. You guys will see the ancient tree stump, and we want to work our way out to that stump. And if we go to the back side on the little ledge, is going to be a piece of wood. We can jump on that, and then we're going to just fly our way across to this target. And if we land on the target without touching the ground, we're going to get the Korok to pop up, and we'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is also north of Mount Daphne's. It's actually going to be right at the beginning of the bridge that leads out to the ancient tree stump. And all we need to do is look under the bridge here, and you're going to see an acorn hanging down. Go ahead and hit that acorn with an arrow, and we'll get seed number 21. Number 22 is going to be found on the peak of Mount Daphne. So work your way to the top of the mountain here. And once you get up top, you'll find a circle of rocks with one missing. The one missing rock is right over here on the ledge. You can pick that up and make sure that you drop this into place. If you don't get it right, the Korok won't pop up. But once you get it there, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 22. Number 23 is going to be found just north of the Gliok Bridge. You can see the location of that bridge here. And once you make it up here, you'll find a small rock with an even smaller rock behind it. Go ahead and pick up that smaller rock, and once you do, we'll get seed number 23. Number 24 is going to be found southwest of the Gliok Bridge. Again, we're going to be alongside the river here. And once you get over here, it'll be pretty easy to spot, especially at night. You're going to have a tree stump hanging off the side with a dandelion on the top. Hit that dandelion with a sword or an arrow and catch it before it hits the ground. And once you do, we'll get seed number 24. Numbers 25 and 26 are going to be found together just east of the Safula Hill across the river, right before you get to this unnamed bridge on my map. And you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out next to a tree, and once you interact with him, you'll see we need to take him pretty far down the river. Now, this one is a pretty good distance, so I definitely think it's worth making yourself a little airplane so that we don't have to waste too much time carrying him all the way down there. It is a pretty decently long flight, so definitely worth using the airplane. But once you fly over here, just go ahead and drop them off, interact, and we'll get our next two seeds. Number 27 is also found southeast of the Safula Hill. You guys will see this unnamed bridge on my map. I believe it's called the Manala Bridge. But once you make your way over here, you're going to find an acorn hanging from the bottom of it. Go ahead and hit that with an arrow, and you'll get seed number 27. Number 28 is found just southeast of the Delight Forest down by the river. And once you make your way down to the river over here, you're going to find a small rock right in the middle. All we need to do is swim our way to that rock, and once we pick it up, the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is going to be found over on the outskirt hill, and you guys can see on our map we have a couple little structures here. For this one, we just need to replace a roof. So the piece is going to be right here on the ground. We can go ahead and pick that up. And then we just need to rotate this thing around a couple times, and we'll drop this into place to complete the roof. The Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 29. Number 30 is found on the far southwestern side of the outskirt hill. And if you make your way over here on the water side, you'll find a puzzle on the ledge. All we need to do is pick up the piece, rotate it upside down, and then drop it into place. And once you do so, you'll get seed number 30. Number 31 is just east of the Dig Dog Suspension Bridge. You'll see on your map we have a couple trees over here. You want to climb the tree that doesn't have any leaves on it. And when you get to the top, you're going to find a small rock sitting up here. All we need to do is pick up this rock, and it can be a little tricky, so try to get the right angle so it allows you to pick it up. Once you pick that thing up, we'll get seed number 31. Number 32 is just northeast of the Dig Dog Suspension Bridge over here by the stable. And once you make it over to the stable, just south is going to be a pile of logs. Inside of one of those logs is an acorn. Hit that acorn with an arrow and we'll get seed number 32. Numbers 33 and 34 are going to be found in the same spot as our last seed, this time just east of the stable on this little hill. And once you get over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on the ledge. Interact with him and you'll see that we need to take him up on the cliffside behind us. Now what we're going to do is come right over here and climb up on these rocks. And we're going to have a couple of these. You can use either or, but we're going to take these square metal pieces. We're going to take one and put it next to the edge of the hill. And then what we need to do is spawn one of these little hot air balloons that we can attach to the middle. And when you do this, it can be challenging. Make sure you get this attached perfectly. And then we're going to put the flame emitter on the inside. And now all we need to do is throw our little Korok buddy on there. And we're just going to fly our way up to the top of the mountain. We'll go ahead and hop on. We'll get it as close to the mountain as we can, hop on, hit it, and we're just going to slowly float all the way up to the top. Now you'll see here I almost ran out of juice, so I needed to go into my inventory and use a couple Zonai charges so that we didn't run out. But the easiest way to do this is to just hold the Korok while you're flying up so you can drop them off the side. And once you drop them off, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 35 is going to be found on the far southwestern side of the Aquame Lake. You guys can see we'll be on the little ledge right down here. Once you get over here, you'll find 2 statues. One statue is going to have an apple in the plate. All we need to do is add another apple in the other plate. And once both are there, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 35. Number 36 is going to be found over by the Aquame Lake Bridge. We're going to start from the southern side of the bridge. And once you're here, just work your way to the middle and take a left where this little opening is. And if you look down, you'll see we have a circle of lily pads. We just need to dive through the middle of those and we'll get seed number 36. Number 37 is going to be just southeast of the Colosseum ruins. You guys will actually see a small pond here on your map. And once you make it over here, we just need to shoot the dandelion that's on top of the structure and just make sure that we catch this thing before it touches the ground. And if you do so correctly, we'll get seed number 37. Number 38 is going to be found just south of Lake Colomo and just north of the Great Plateau North Chasm. You'll see this little mountaintop here. And on the top is going to be a small piece of wood that we can walk over. It'll spawn a yellow circle on the other rock. We're just going to fly our way across, go through the yellow circle, and we'll get seed number 38. For number 39, you're going to head just west of Lake Colomo. You guys can see our exact location right here. And you're going to find a big rock with a small rock on the top. Pick up the small rock and we'll get seed number 39. Number 40 is going to be found right in the middle of Lake Colomo. You guys can see a small island as well as a dotted circle. We're going to swim out to that little island and you'll find a circle of rocks with one missing. That missing rock is going to be over here on the side behind some weeds. You guys will see it right alongside the water. Go ahead and pick that thing up and bring it right over here to the circle. And once you drop that thing into place, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 40. Number 41 is just north of Lake Colomo. You'll see a whole bunch of trees on your map, but one tree is going to be much bigger. Make your way to the bigger tree and we're going to climb up top where you'll find a small rock. Pick up the small rock when you get up here, if you can get up here. And once you do, you'll get seed number 41. Numbers 42 and 43 are going to be found together just east of Mount Daphne's. You guys will see we're just south of the shrine location. And once you get over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on the path. And we need to take him in the direction of the Skyview Tower. Now, the easiest way to do this is obviously to make yourself a little airplane and use Ascend to get it off the ground. Just make sure if you do this that you don't run into the columns here, as that can cause some major issues in your flight. You can also just follow the path and walk him there. It's just going to take you quite some time and you shouldn't run into too many enemies. But once you get here, just interact and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 44 is going to be found just northwest of the Wind Vane Meadow. You guys will see a cluster of trees up here. Once you're up here, we just need to climb to the top of the very short and fat tree. It'll be the biggest one out here, and pick up the small rock that's on top. And once you do, we'll get seed number 44. Number 45 is found over in the Hyrule Garrison ruins. We're going to be on the northern side. You can actually see a small circle on your map here, but we're just going to work our way to the little fountain and pick up the small rock that's on top of the rundown fountain. And once you pick that rock up, we'll get seed number 45. Number 46 is east of the Hyrule Garrison ruins. You'll see on your map we have one big tree surrounded by a couple small ones. Work your way over to the big tree, and on the side is going to be a hole with an acorn inside. Hit that acorn with an arrow and we'll get seed number 46. For For number 47, we're going to head just south of the Hyrule Field Chasm. You guys can see the shrine right here, and we're actually going to climb up on top of the tall rock right behind the shrine. You can climb it, or you can put a rocket on your shield, but either way, once you're up here, just pick up the small rock that's on top, and we'll get seed number 47. Number 48 is going to be found within the ranch ruins, and on your map you'll see we have a small square right over here next to the trees. That's going to be a little rundown tower. If we climb to the top of that rundown tower, we're going to find a pile of leaves. Hit those leaves with your sword and pick up the small rock that's underneath, and once you do, we'll get seed number 48. Number 49 is going to be found just east of the ranch ruins, right before you get to all the trees. You guys can see our exact location right off the path here. There's going to be a log sticking up out of the ground with an acorn inside. Hit that acorn with an arrow and we'll get seed 49. Number 50 is going to be found on the northwestern side of the bottomless pond. And once you make it right over here to this location, if you look over the pond, you'll see a small ledge with a rock. We're going to fly on over there and pick up the rock, and that's going to give us seed number 50. Number 51 is southeast of the bottomless pond, and you'll see on your map there's an even smaller pond over here. This is where we want to be, and once you get over here, you'll see a small rock right on the side of the water. Go ahead and pick that up, and we'll get seed number 51. Number 52 is found on the very top of Whistling Hill. You'll see on your map we have a couple trees up here on top of the hill, and there's going to be a cluster of leaves that's just traveling around those trees. Interact with those leaves and we'll get seed number 52. Number 53 is just west of Whistling Hill. You guys will see a small forest here on your map. And if you work your way to the southern side of the forest, you'll find a pretty big tree stump with a dandelion on the top. Go ahead and hit this thing with an arrow or with your sword, and as long as you catch it before it touches the ground, you'll get seed number 53. Numbers 54 and 55 are going to be found together just southwest of Whistling Hill. You guys can see we're actually right next to the Tenitin Shrine, and it'll be pretty easy to find. Our little Korok buddy's just going to be hanging out in the grass here. And once you interact with him, you'll see we need to take him all the way over to the woods, which is actually a pretty good distance from where we're at. The easiest way to do this, again, just use yourself an airplane if you have the materials to make one. But as you guys can see on the flight over there, it's a pretty basic path. There's not much in your way and you shouldn't encounter too many enemies. But once you get over here, drop them off and we'll get our next 2 Korok seeds. For number 56, we're going to head southeast of the Forest of Time. On your map, you're going to see a big hill with a tower. We need to climb to the top of that tower. So go ahead and climb up the ladder. You're going to find a pinwheel on the end. We're going to have to hit 3 balloons. One's on top and 2 are in the middle. These aren't too difficult to hit. If you want to wait, you guys can see they're just going to do a circle around the tower and then stop. But once you hit all 3 of those balloons, you'll get seed number 56. Numbers 57 and 58 are going to be found together just southwest of the Forest of Time, right along the main path here. You'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out near this broken down wall. We're going to need to take him on top of the ruins behind us. Now, the easiest way to do this is to pick him up and carry him closer. And we're going to use 2 rockets. We're going to put one facing straight up and one at an angle. That way he'll be able to not only get the height, but also be able to clear the wall here and make it up top without falling back down. And once you do that, we can just throw a rocket on our shield and fly our way up. And then you just have to look for him. It's pretty open up here, so you shouldn't have problems finding him. He's just right over here in the open for me. But pick him up and drop him off at the campsite, interact with his buddy, and we'll get the next 2 seeds. Number 59 is found just northeast of Scouts Hill. You guys can see again our exact location here on the screen. And once you get over here, you'll find our wooden stand as well as the boulder in the hole in the ground. Go ahead and pick up that boulder and put it in the wooden stand right above it. And once you do, you'll get seed number 59. Number 60 is located on the very top of Scouts Hill. On the top of this hill, there's going to be a little tower or a building. And when you get up here, we're just going to play a game of follow the flower that's going to slowly work its way up the side of the building here. There's a good chance you fall off. If you do, you just need to climb back up. But you'll see that we kind of just need to balance ourselves all the way around the top here, and eventually we'll get the white flower. And once you do, we'll get seed number 60. Number 61 is located just west of Scouts Hill. You're going to find a small unnamed hill right over here on the western side of the path. And up on top of this thing, when you get close, you'll see a little cluster of leaves traveling around the hill. Pick those up and we'll get seed number 61. Number 62 is just south of Scouts Hill, right down by the water. You can actually see 3 bigger rocks that are right out here in the lake. And in between those rocks is a circle of lily pads. We're just going to fly across and dive through the middle of those lily pads, and we'll get seed number 62. For number 63, we're going to head just east of Lake Hylia, and you guys will see just below the chasm here is a pond with a bunch of trees in the middle. We're going to play another game of Follow the Flower. The first one will be right in the middle of the pond, and then there's going to be a flower that spawns right in front of just about every tree that's in here. So just travel your way around collecting all of these yellow flowers. They'll just go back and forth around the trees. Just look around if you get lost, and eventually you'll get the white flower, and once you do, that'll give us seed number 63. Number 64 is pretty much in the same spot as our last seed, east of Lake Hylia, and just southeast of the chasm, you'll see this long thing on your map, which is a log. If you go inside, you're going to find a piece of wood that you can step on, and all we need to do is float all the way down through the bottom of all these logs. And once you get to the bottom, just land in the yellow circle, and that's going to give us seed number 64. Number 65 is going to be found over by the Dea Village ruins. On your map in the water here, you'll see this really weird circle emblem. That's going to be a giant half log sticking out of the water, and in the middle of that is a cluster of leaves traveling around. Interact with those to get seed number 65. Number 66 is up on the hill just west of the Dea Lake. On your map, you're going to see there's one giant tree up here. If you work your way to the tree, you'll find two statues underneath with two plates. One of the plates already going to have an apple in it. We just need to drop an apple into the second plate. And once you have two apples in the plates, a little poof will happen, the Korok will pop up, and we'll get seed number 66. Number 67 is on the northern side of the Dea Lake. You want to work your way over to this tree that we have marked on your map. And once you get over here, underneath the tree is a pile of leaves you can hit and pick up the small rock that's underneath, and that'll give us seed number 67. Number 68 is going to be found up on the hills of Balmer. You guys can see we'll be on this hill right here. And once you get up top, you're going to find a dandelion on the edge. Go ahead and hit that thing, and you can just jump off and catch it before it touches the ground. And if you do so correctly, you'll get seed number 68. Numbers 69 and 70 are going to be found together on the far northern side of Scouts Hill. You can see we'll be right over here on the edge. And once you get up here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out, and interact with him. And you'll see we need to go on the other side of the lake, which is actually a pretty good distance. So for this one, I highly recommend you only use an airplane. If you decide to go by foot and carry him across the bridge, it's going to take you quite some time to get over there. Not to mention you got to get across the water. So it's much easier to make yourself an airplane and just fly. But once you're over here, drop him off, interact with his buddy, and we'll get our next two seeds. Number 71 is found on the western side of the Proxim Bridge. You can see the bridge here. And once you get over here, we're just going to climb the stairs, and then we'll climb up the little pole on the right side. And we're going to pick up the small rock that's up top, and that's going to give us seed number 71. For number 72, we're going to head over to the eastern side of the Proxim Bridge. And once you work your way up onto the bridge, just run up a little and go to the left, and we're just going to jump off and fly over, and you'll see there's a little spot to land under the bridge. Once you're here, just look up. There'll be a piece of wood on the bottom of the bridge. We're just going to ascend through that piece of wood, and that's going to give you a seed number 72. Number 73 is found on the eastern side of the hills of Balmer. You guys can see our exact location here, and we're just going to play a game of Follow the Flower, starting from the top. Our first one's here. And we're just going to jump from log to log as a flower will spawn on top of each one of these. And when you get to the one that's split, we're just going to jump over here to the right side, and the white flower will be on the end, and that'll give you a seed number 73. Number 74 is just east of the hills of Balmer, where all the trees are here on your map. If you go to the northwestern side of all those trees, you're going to find a giant boulder in the ground, and the wooden stand, fortunately, is right here beside the boulder. So just place that in the stand. Rock will appear, and that'll give us seed number 74. Number 75 is found just northwest of South Nabi Lake. You'll see on your map there's one single tree out here by itself. All we need to do is shoot the acorn that's in the hole in the side of the tree, and that's going to give us seed number 75. Number 76 is really close to where we just got our last seed. This one's going to be up on the hilltop that's just above the Squabble River here. And once you get up top, you'll find that we have a wooden stand. The boulder is going to be all the way down here at the bottom of the hill. You work your way down to the bottom, pick up this boulder. Unfortunately, you don't have to drop it. You can just walk through the grass all the way up the hill here. We're just going to drop this thing into the wooden stand. And once you get it set in stone there, the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 76. For number 77, we're going to head just north of the Proxim Bridge, right to the corner of the land that's up here. And we're going to fix a roof. The little piece that we need is right on the edge next to the water. We're just going to pick that thing up and rotate it and drop it into place on this structure. And once it's in place, we'll get seed number 77. Numbers 78 and 79 are going to be found together on the hill that's just north of the Olin Bridge. And once you make it up on this hill, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out who we need to take all the way on the other side of the river. Again, this one's a little bit of a hassle if you're trying to do this on foot, so definitely recommend the airplane. Just make sure you take off from the top of the hill so you don't hit all these trees that are right here on the right-hand side. But we'll just fly our way all the way across the water to the campsite that's right over here next to the trees. And once we interact, we'll be able to get our next 2 seeds. Number 80 is going to be found underneath the Olin Bridge. We're going to start from the right side, and you guys will see from over here, there's a small little piece of land that we can land on if we jump across the river. And there's going to be a small rock right here. Pick up that rock and we'll get seed number 80. Number 81 is going to be found over in the Betrayal Lake, and you'll actually see there's a peninsula here. If you work your way out on that peninsula, there's a really tall tower. Now you can either climb this or just use a rocket on the back of your shield to get up there. But once you make it up top, you'll find a dandelion, and go ahead and hit that. And as long as you catch it before it touches the ground, the Korok will pop up and give you a seed number 81. Number 82 is also found over by the Betrayal Lake. This one's going to be in the middle where the giant log is sticking out of the water. All we need to do is fly inside that log, and you're going to find a puzzle that we need to solve. You want to pick up the piece that's on top and rotate it towards us twice. So once, twice, and once you do that, we're just going to stick it in the bottom right here. It'll fit in perfectly. The Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 82. Number 83 is going to be found on the far northern side of the Betrayal Lake. And if you work your way to the north side, you're going to find a giant log out here. In the back of that log is going to be an acorn. Just hit that thing with an arrow and that'll give us seed number 83. Number 84 is going to be on the hill just east of the Betrayal Lake. And to make this easier on yourself, just come to this exact location where the marker's at. You're going to find a small rock within the water droplet of this emblem on the ground. Pick up that small rock and you'll get seed 84. Number 85 is going to be on the far southern side of the Knobby Lake. You'll see that we have a small rock out here in the water. Make your way to that rock and just dive off the side into the circle of lily pads, and that'll give you seed number 85. Numbers 86 and 87 are going to be found together on the western side of the Horwell Bridge. You'll see a couple of trees over here. This is where our Korok buddy's going to be hanging out. And when you interact with him, you'll see we need to take him across the bridge all the way over by the mountain. Now, this is one you definitely don't need an airplane for. You can just pick him up, walk him over the bridge, and follow the path. You guys will see that when we get in the sky here, it's not too complicated. You can just follow that path all the way down to the water and drop them off. You shouldn't encounter any enemies, but to be a little bit quicker, we're taking the airplane. And once you drop them off, we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 88 is going to be found on the western side of the Knobby Lake. We're actually going to be near all these giant rocks you can see in the water. And the first thing you want to do is swim out to the big rock here in front of us, and we're going to get up top. So we'll climb up on this rock. And once we're up here, we're going to fly to the smaller rock that's behind it. When you get out here, you'll see a little piece of wood you can walk on. That's going to spawn a yellow circle back from where we came from. Easiest way is just to climb back over to this rock, jump, and fly across. And once you make your way through that yellow circle, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 88. Number 89 is going to be found underneath of the Aegis Bridge. So just make your way out on the bridge. And when you jump off the side here, you guys will see a rock underneath with a cork on it. We're just going to grab the cork that's in the water here and dunk it under. Let go, let it pop out, and that's going to give us seed number 89. For number 90, we're going to head just north of the Aegis Bridge, and up here on this hill, you're going to find one giant tree that's right over here pretty close to the shrine. Make your way to the tree, and we're just going to shoot the acorn that's hanging from the branch. And once you hit the acorn, we'll get seed number 90. Numbers 91 and 92 are going to be found together just east of the bottomless pond, right alongside the Hylia River. Once you make it out here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out by the edge of the trees. We don't need to take him far at all. We literally just need to take him on the other side of the river. You can make yourself a boat. I just don't trust myself with as fast as the water's going to get across. So I just decided to make an airplane, but again, not too far at all. Just get him over here, drop him off, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 93 is also found on the eastern side of the bottomless pond. You want to come out in the middle of these woods here, and we're going to end up climbing to the tree that's highest on the hill. It's a much bigger tree than the rest. We're just going to climb to the top of that tree. There's going to be a small rock up top. Now you need to position yourself correctly so that you can actually pick it up. And once you get this thing, we'll get seed number 93. Number 94 is going to be just south of the wetland stable. You'll see on your map all these woods. We're going to be on the southern side of the woods, and we're going to have some pretty massive rocks. If we climb up on the smaller one over here, we're going to pick up the really small rock, And we're going to drop this thing off on the bigger one over here. And if you line this thing up right into place to create the square, the Korok will then pop up and give us seed number 94. Number 95 is also found southwest of the wetland stable over by the river, and you'll find a bunch of red arrows pointing at these small little hills. We're just going to climb up on the middle hill that kind of stands up the highest here, and if you walk over to the ledge, there'll be a cluster of leaves that spawn. Interact with those, and we'll get seed number 95. Numbers 96 and 97 are going to be found together just southeast of the wetland stable, and right on the tree line here, you'll find our Korok friend hanging out on top of a rock. Interact with him, and you'll see that we need to take him all the way on the other side of the field. Again, not too difficult at all. You can just carry him over there. If you are going to take an airplane, be extremely careful right here. You can see we barely made it in between all the trees. But if you run into one of these trees, it's going to crash your plane and cause issues. If you do decide to go on foot, you'll probably encounter a couple enemies, so be prepared for that. But either way, once you get over here, bring the Korok to his buddy, interact, and we'll get the next 2 seeds. Number 98 is found just west of the wetland stable and the Rebene Bridge on this hilltop here. And once you make it up top, you'll find a dandelion on a rock. Go ahead and hit that thing, and as long as you catch it before it touches the ground, you'll end up getting the Korok to appear and giving you seed number 98. 99 is going to be found just northwest of the Rebene Bridge, where you see the little structures on your map. And once you get up here, we just need to fix a roof. We're going to grab the piece off this structure over here, and we'll rotate it around and drop it into place on this structure. And once it's locked into place, the Korok will appear and give us seed number 99. For number 100, we want to head to the western side of the Rebene Bridge, and we're going to work our way underneath. But on this western side, if you go underneath here, you will see we have a small piece of wood we can step on. That's going to spawn a yellow circle across the river. We'll climb up on the rock, go through the yellow circle. That will spawn the Korok and give us seed number 100. Number 101 is going to be found just southeast of Krenel Peak. You'll see we have a couple structures here on our screen. We're going to go inside the one structure here that's got the pile of leaves. Go ahead and smack those leaves, pick up the small rock underneath, and that'll give us seed in number 101. Number 102 is also east of Krenel Peak. We're going to be right on the edge of the water here. You can actually see a couple small circles in the water. There's going to be a tower in the sand, and we want to get on top of that. Now, you can either climb the tower or you can just fly across from the hill that's next to it. But we're going to have a pinwheel up here that spawns 3 balloons. One's going to be in the middle not moving, and the other 2 are going to be flying around the first one. But once you hit all 3 of those balloons, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 102. For number 103, we're going to head to the very top of Krenel Peak. And once you make it all the way up to the actual top, you'll find a pile of leaves we can smack and pick up the small rock that's underneath those leaves, and that'll give us seed number 103. Number 104 is going to be found just south of the Krenel Peak, where you see the cluster of trees on your map, and you'll find a really tall rock with a dandelion on the top in the middle of these trees. Go ahead and hit that dandelion. If you're lucky, you can jump off and catch it. If you fall, just make sure you catch it before it touches the ground. And if you do so correctly, you'll get seed in number 104. Number 105 is going to be found just northeast of the Appling Forest. We're going to come right over here by the water in front of this little island you see. And before we go to the island, we're going to pick up the small rock that's on this side, and we're going to take that thing to the other side and drop it off. Then we can swim across the water here, and all we need to do is fill in the square with this new rock. And once you get this thing lined up close enough, the Korok will pop up and give us seed number 105. Number 106 is going to be found just west of Krenel Peak. We're going to be on this mountainside over here, and if you come to this exact location, you're going to find this really cool looking skull rock. We're going to go inside and you'll find a piece of wood on the ceiling. We're just going to ascend through that piece of wood, and once we make it up top, the Korok will appear and give us seed number 106. Number 107 is found right in between Krenel Peak and Krenel Hills. You'll see we have a cluster of about 7 tree stumps right here. If you start on the northern side, we're just going to play a game of follow the flower on these tree stumps. The first one was obviously right there. The second one's over here. The third one's going to be on the stump right in front of us once again. Fourth one on the stump on the right. And then the fifth one will be on the tree stump right here in front of us, so we can get all of those. And once you collect them all, we'll get seed number 107. Number 108 is going to be found over on top of Krenel Hills. We're going to be just southeast of the whole mountain, and you'll see we have one black dot up here, which is a single tree stump. There's going to be a flower inside, and once again, we're going to play a game of follow the flower along the mountainside here. There's not too many, I believe only 5. Come up here, grab this one, and then we're just going to work our way down the hill. and you will see our last flower spawns right here in the middle. So we'll fly on down here, grab that, and that's going to give us seed number 108. Number 109 is going to be found just east of Crennel Hills down by the water. You can actually see this little circular island in the middle of the water. It's going to be another giant skull rock. We're going to fly down to it, and inside is a balloon. Hit that balloon with an arrow and we'll get seed number 109. Number 110 is going to be just northeast of Crennel Hills down by the water. You want to come to this exact location that we have marked, and you'll find a little opening by the water where we can get in. We're going to swim around the left side. There's going to be a small hidden cave that we can go inside of and a small rock in the back. Pick up that small rock and we'll get seed number 110. Number 111 is going to be found on the southwestern side of the Crennel Hills. If you come to this exact location, you're going to find what looks like a half tunnel, and inside of that tunnel is going to be a cluster of leaves just traveling around the ground. Interact with those to get seed number 111. Number 112 is located on the southern side of Crennel Hills. If you come over here to this exact location, it'll be hard to miss. There's going to be a giant half log. We're just going to fly across to that half log and hit the dandelion that's on the top, and then we just need to jump off and catch it before it touches the ground. And once you do that, you'll get seed number 112. For number 113, you want to head down to the Orsed Bridge, and we're going to be on the eastern side of this bridge. And once you make your way over here, we're going to jump off and go underneath, and you'll see a circle of lily pads. Now you're going to be too low to dive, so just come right over here to this rock and dive off the rock. And once you make it through the center, the Korok will appear and give us seed number 113. Numbers 114 and 115 are going to be found together on the western side of the Orsed Bridge. Once you make your way over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out by the building materials. Interact with him, and you'll see we need to take him across the river. Now, this is another one of those easy ones where you could just pick him up, go across the bridge, and walk over to the campsite. But to save a little bit of time, I decided to make an airplane to fly across. You can just crash land next to it or go in a circle so you can get a little bit closer. Either way, just get the Korok guy over here and put him with his buddy, interact, and you'll be able to get your next 2 seeds. Number 116 is found over in the Romani Plains, just north of the Yamago shrine that's out here. And when you get out here, you're going to find 3 towers. We're going to play a game of follow the flower on top of these towers. So climb up the first one, you'll get your first flower here. Second flower is on top of the second one, and then you want to look down. There's a really short one where the third flower will be. The fourth one's going to be at the top of the wall right here in front of us. We'll climb up, grab number 4, and number 5 is going to spawn right on the very top, and that's going to give you seed number 116. Numbers 117 and 118 are going to be found together just northwest of Crennel Hills on the edge of this island. And once you get out here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out by the apple tree, and we do not need to take him far at all, just on the other side of the river. Now, you can make yourself a boat, which is honestly probably the easiest way, but as always, I decided to make another airplane. But either way, just get yourself across the river, drop him off with his friends, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 119 is going to be found on the northern side of the Helm Head Bridge. And once you make your way out here, we're just going to go to the left side of the bridge here and come down the side of the rock. You'll see there's a little corridor with an acorn hanging on the inside. Now you can hit it from the rock. If you end up falling like me, you can just come inside the corridor. But either way, once you hit the acorn, you're going to get seed number 119. Number 120 is going to be found on the southern side of the Hyrule Forest Park. You can see our location here. There's going to be an old fountain with a cluster of leaves traveling around it. Interact with those leaves, and that'll give us seed number 120. Number 121 is going to be found on the southern side of the Boneyard Bridge. You can see where we're at here. And we're going to come right over here to the left side of the bridge, and if you look underneath, you'll see an acorn hanging from it. Go ahead and hit that acorn and we'll get seed number 121. Number 122 is going to be found just northeast of the East Castle town. You can see on your map here we have a small log. That's where we want to go, as there's going to be an acorn inside of that log. We're going to hit it with an arrow. The Korok will appear and give us seed number 122. Number 123 is going to be found inside of the East Castle town. And our exact marker on the screen is right beside this little structure on your map. That's going to be a little rundown building. Go ahead and go inside and look up. There's a piece of wood on the ceiling that we can ascend through. And once you ascend to the top, the Korok will appear and give us seed number 123. Number 124 is going to be found just north of Lookout Landing, right in front of the main gate that leads up to the Hyrule Castle town ruins. What we're going to do is either climb to the top of the gate or use a rocket on your shield if it's raining. There's going to be a small rock up here that we can pick up. Go ahead and pick that up and we'll get seed number 124. Number 125 is going to be found on the southwestern side of the Hyrule Castle town ruins. You'll see here in the path there's going to be a little structure. That's going to be another rundown building that we can go inside of. In this one, we're going to have a pile of leaves we can smack and just pick up the small rock underneath the leaves, and we'll get seed number 125. Our 126th and final seed in the region is going to be found right in the middle of Central Square in the Hyrule Castle town ruins. All we need to do is climb up on top of the statue here, and you guys will see in the middle of the statue is a small rock. Go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 126. Now that we're done in the Hyrule field, we're going to go get the 80 seeds in the Hyrule Ridge. Our first seed is going to be found over in the Drennan Highlands. You guys can see on the northern side of the map here. We're going to work our way to this little cliff and you're going to find a circle of rocks. The rock that's missing is just over the top. So you look over the ledge here, you'll see it. Go ahead and pick that thing up, drop it in the circle. And once you line it up correctly, we'll get seed number 1. Numbers 2 and 3 are also going to be found in the Drennan Highlands, right along the main path at this location. And once you make it over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on a rock. And once you interact with him, you'll see that we need to take him up the main path here right beside us. Now, the one thing about this is I would probably recommend doing this on foot and not actually making a plane. If you do take a plane, you want to put 2 rockets on, because you'll run into the issue that I did where you're not going to be able to get enough height and you end up just crashing into the path. And I even tried to do it again where I just kind of took off again and ended up crashing once again. So going on foot is probably the easiest way to go. However, if you are going to take a plane, make sure you put 2 rockets on, one facing upwards so you get some more height. But once you get them there, you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 4 is going to be found just west of the Typhlo ruins, right over here in this location. You're going to find 2 statues, one that's broken, one that isn't. You want to climb the one that isn't broken, and you're going to find a piece of wood that you can walk on that's going to spawn a target right here across from us. Land on this target without touching the ground, and if you do so correctly, you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be located west of the Korok Forest on top of Mount Drana. You'll see that we're on the peak here, and you're going to find a cork up here. If you look over here to the side, there's going to be a rocket next to this rock. We can grab that and attach it to the cork. And once it's attached, just hit it, let this thing take off, and it'll remove the cork, making the Korok pop up and giving us seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be found on the far northeastern side of the Forgotten Temple. We're going to start from the top of the mountain here, and then we're just going to drop down right over top of the Forgotten Temple, and you'll find down here we're going to have a puzzle. We're going to pick up this piece and start rotating this thing around. So rotate this thing a couple times until it looks just like this. And once you have it like this, you can then fit this in from the right side, sneak it in there. And once it connects, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be within the Forgotten Temple. You can actually take the fast travel to the shrine that's in here. And once you make it inside, behind the shrine over here is going to be a tree that's hanging from the side of the wall. We want to work our way up to that tree. Now you can climb the wall or you can just use a rocket. But once you get up here, fly to the middle, and on top of this tree is going to be a small rock that we can pick up. And once you pick that thing up, you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is also going to be found within the Forgotten Temple. Once again, you can take the shrine to get here quicker. But once you're in the main room, you can look in the back over here. Is going to be a crack in the floor that you can jump down in. If you go right down here in this little corridor, there's going to be a small rock in the back that you can pick up. Pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found right outside of the Forgotten Temple. In the front, you're going to have 4 pillars and you can actually see them all on your map here. We want to go to the one that's the tallest. So we're going to start from the side of the mountain and jump across. And once you make it up here, you'll find a little orange pinwheel that's going to spawn 5 balloons. They're all going to travel in the same direction around the pillar. So the easiest way to do this is just to kind of aim in one direction and wait for all 5 of them to kind of maneuver in the area that you're looking. But once you hit all 5 of those balloons, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 9. Numbers 10 and 11 are going to be found together on the far southern side of Mount Drana. We're going to be on the far southern peak. And once you make it down here, you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out. We're going to interact with him and you'll see that we need to take him all the way to the bottom of the mountain. Now, this is one that you can actually go by foot. The terrain's pretty simple. You just pick him up and carry him down the mountain. However, there are a couple enemies that are closer toward the campsite. So I'm going to take an airplane just to save a little bit of time and not have to fight those guys right here beside us. But once you get down here, drop them off, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 12 is going to be found over in the Outdoor Foothills. It's actually right in front of the entrance to the cave. And once you come down here, you're going to find 3 little statues that have 3 plates. All we need to do is put mighty bananas in each one of these plates. So we can go ahead and get those out, drop them in all 3 plates. And once you have all 3 bananas and all 3 plates, the little poof will happen, the Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 12. Number 13 is going to be found on top of Elma Knolls. And on the right side, you guys are going to see there's a little circle of about 7 or 8 trees. When you get over here, what you want to do is cut down one of the taller trees, and you want to pay attention because some of these are shorter and it won't work with a short one. But if you cut down one of the taller trees here and then you line this up on another tree, we're going to try to get this just right, and then you drop it. You'll actually be able to walk up this log, and you'll see we have a little cluster of leaves in the middle. You'll be able to interact with those and get seed number 13. Number 14 is located just southwest of the Korok Forest. We're going to be right here on this little edge that sticks out into the water. And once you make it down here, you'll find the rock that you can climb up on here. And we're just going to dive into the circle of lily pads that are in the water here. And once you do, you'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is located on top of Solori Hill, and if you zoom all the way in, you'll see we have 2 really small ponds here. If you go to the one that's further north, you're going to see these rocks that are right here on the edge. All we need to do is climb up to the top of these rocks, interact with the cluster of leaves that spawn, and we'll get seed number 15. Number 16 and 17 are going to be found together on the very top of Solari Hill. You guys can see we're pretty much at the peak here. And once you make it up top, you'll find our little Korok buddy on top of the rock who we can interact with, and you'll see that we need to take him all the way over toward the castle. Now, this is a really, really long distance, so I highly recommend taking an airplane or a car for this one. If you go by foot, it's going to take you an hour to get there, as this is a really long flight. And I had to speed up the video 450 times just to make it a little bit quicker. But it is a really long flight, but once you get them over here, just drop them off, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 18 is located over in the Urch Plain. You guys can see on your map just south of this pond, we're going to have 1 single tree. And if we go up to this tree, we'll have 2 statues with 2 plates in front of it. Now, one of the plates already has an apple, so all we need to do is drop an apple in the plate next to it. And if you miss, like I do a couple times here, you can see you can use Ultra Hand to pick up the apple and drop it into the plate. But once you have it in the plate, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is also going to be found in the Urch Plain. This is going to be down closer by the water. And you guys, again, can see on your map, we have 1 single tree down here. This time we don't have any plates. We just need to run around the back side of the tree. You'll see a hole. We're going to shoot the acorn that's in that hole. And once you do, you'll get seed number 19. Number 20 is down in the North Hyrule Plain, and we're going to be on the ledge that's just off the side of the mountain like you're going towards the water. And once you make it down here, you'll find that we have this ledge with a piece of wood on top. Walk over that, and then we just need to fly over here to this target. This one's pretty far away, so take your time on this because, again, if you don't land on the target without touching the ground, then it's going to reset. So make sure that you land on it the first time so you don't have to go back up. But once you do, you'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is also in the North Hyrule Plain. You essentially want to work your way to this exact location or get as close as you can. And once you make it out here, you'll find a small rock right out here in the middle of this design in the field. And once you pick up the small rock, you'll get seed number 21. Number 22 is found on the southeastern side of the North Hyrule Plain, down by the cave entrance and the water. And once you get down here, you'll find a giant boulder in a hole down here. Pick that up and turn around, and right here on the side of the rocks is going to be our stand. We can drop the boulder in the stand, the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 22. Number 23 is found over by the Breach of Demise, and on our map here you can see we have 2 giant rocks that kind of go over top one another. Underneath the highest rock is going to be an acorn hanging from a chain. Go ahead and hit that with an arrow, and we'll get seed number 23. Number 24 is going to be found just west of Mount Gustav, and you'll see on your map we have a pretty large bridge that goes across the river. Underneath that bridge, you'll see another acorn hanging from a chain. We just need to hit that thing with an arrow, and once you line it up, we'll get seed number 24. Number 25 is found over by the West Hyrule Plains. We're actually going to be on the ledge that's down by the river here, and you're going to find another cork. Now, there's several rocks that are up here that we can use to attach to it and drop it off the side. However, I think it's a little quicker and easier to just spawn a rocket, attach it to the cork, and let that thing take off. But either way, once you do it, you'll get seed number 25. Number 26 is right in the middle of the West Hyrule Plains. If you come to this exact location, you're going to find 3 giant rocks that are in essentially a triangle, and you'll have a cluster of leaves that spawn up top. Easiest way to get these is to take one of the pieces of wood right here and lift it up right underneath, and then use recall so that it goes up. You can jump on top of it, and once you're up here, you can interact with them, and you'll get seed number 26. Number 27 is found on the southern side of the West Hyrule Plains. You can actually see this weird little structure here on your map. If you make your way over here, we just need to climb to the top of this structure. We're going to have a pinwheel at the top that we can stand next to. and we're going to have one balloon spawn. So you'll see through the circle here, we have one balloon. It's not moving, pretty easy to hit. And once you do, you'll get seed number 27. Number 28 is located on the northern side of the Jetto Bridge, pretty close to where we just got our last seed. And all we need to do is go to the edge of the bridge and look down. You're going to see a small little rock down here on the ledge. Go ahead and pick that thing up and we'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is found just west of the Jetto Bridge where we just got our last seed. And once you come over here, you're going to find this giant rock structure. We just need to climb to the very top and we're going to have a cluster of leaves that spawn. You guys can see them up here. We'll just climb to the top, interact, and once we do, we'll get seed number 29. Number 30 is found over in the West Hyrule Plain, and if you zoom in right here on the map, you'll see we have a really small little pond. There's going to be a tree next to it. If we walk up to that tree, you'll have a cluster of leaves that spawns that's just traveling around the tree. Interact with those leaves and we'll get seed number 30. Number 31 is found in the Ceres Scablands. We're going to be on the eastern side just north of the little pond here. We want to come to this exact little mushroom tower and we're going to climb to the top. So we can put a rocket on our shield, fly up top, and once you land up here, you'll have a little cluster of leaves you can interact with to get seed number 31. Number 32 is on the northwestern side of the Ceres Scablands. You guys want to come to this giant circle right here, and we want to get on top of this thing. So I would recommend putting a rocket on 2 shields because we're not going to be able to get high enough to get to the tall one. So we can land on the small one here first and then pull out another shield with a rocket, and then we'll be able to get all the way to the top. But once you're up here, there's a pile of leaves you need to hit with your sword and then pick up the small rock that's under those leaves and we'll get seed number 32. Numbers 33 and 34 are going to be found together just east of the Ceres Scablands over by the bog. And once you get over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out by the water. And once you interact with him, you'll see that we need to take him up on top of this giant mushroom looking tower. The first thing we want to do is come over here and grab one of these metal squares, and we're going to take the hot air balloon and put that on the middle. We could take the little fire thing and drop that inside the hot air balloon so that we can go up. Then we're going to get the Korok, attach him to the side, and we'll get on one side and hit it so that we can fly up. The important part here is to separate the Korok and drop him off up top so that he doesn't just fall straight down. And then you can fly across, put him at the campsite, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 35 is found inside of Ludfo's Bog. You want to come to this giant circle right here. And once you make it here, if you look on the ground, traveling around it is going to be a little cluster of leaves. Interact with those, and once you do, you'll get seed number 35. Number 36 is located on the northwestern side of the Thundra Plateau. And once you make your way over here, you'll find a pile of leaves over here in the rocks. Just hit those leaves and pick up the small rock underneath, and you'll get seed 36. Number 37 is just north of the Thundra Plateau. You can actually see on your map, we have a little triangle of logs here. And that's where you want to go. When you get over here, you're going to have some boulders next to it. All we need to do is pick up one of the boulders, drop it in the middle of the logs, and then climb up on top and interact with the leaves that spawn. And once you do that, you'll get seed number 37. Number 38 is found over by Lindor's Brow, just southeast of the Skyview Tower. And once you make it over here, you're going to find a little opening in the ground where you can kind of go through a tunnel. Go all the way to the bottom of this tunnel, and if you look up, there's a piece of wood up on the rock. All we need to do is ascend through that wood, and once we make it up top, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 38. Number 39 is also up on Lindor's Brow. This is just northwest of the Skyview Tower where all these little trees are. And once you get up here and see all the trees, you want to go to the middle and climb the tree that doesn't have any leaves on it. And if you climb to the top, you can interact with a little cluster of leaves. And once you do that, you'll get seed number 39. Number 40 is located just northwest of Lindor's Brow over by the Tanagar Canyon. And if you come right over here to this ledge, all we need to do is jump off the side. And there's a small ledge down here with a little small rock on the end that we can pick up. And once you pick it up, we'll get seed number 40. Number 41 will be found just northwest of Thundra Plateau. We're going to be on the side of the mountain right here. We're going to have a puzzle we need to solve. The piece is going to be up on this rock here in front of us. You can climb up and drop it off the ledge if you want, or if you're lazy, you can just try to grab it without having to climb up there. But once you grab this thing, you want to rotate it around to where it almost looks like the letter T. And then we're going to turn and put it right here on this back corner. So you'll be able to fit it right here into the corner. And once it locks on, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 41. Number 42 can be found in Upland Lindor. You guys can see we're going to be right here on top of this giant rock. And once we get up here, we'll just walk over the piece of wood that's on the rock. It'll spawn the yellow circle across from us. And all we need to do is fly across, go through the circle. The Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 42. Number 43 is on top of Mount Rome. Here is the location. You can see we have a small pond. You just want to go up on the rocks and we're going to jump over into the pond and right through the circle of lily pads. And once you make it through, we'll get seed 43. For number 44, you want to head over to the southwestern side of Mount Rome. You'll actually see 2 dotted circles right here on your map. It's going to be a little rock puzzle, super simple. All we need to do is take the one rock that's in the middle and we're going to move it right over here to the left side to complete the circle. And once you've got that thing lined up perfectly, you'll get seed number 44. For number 45, we're going to head over to the eastern side of the Tabantha Great Bridge. And once you make it over here, all we need to do is go under the side of the bridge here. So we'll jump off and we're going to land on this little ledge. And we're just going to pick up the small rock that's down here, which will then pop up the Korok and give us seed number 45. Number 46 is a little bit further east of the Tabantha Great Bridge. We want to get on top of this giant circle right here next to the stable. So we can put a rocket on our shield and fly up. There's going to be a flower that's right in the middle, and we're just going to play a game of follow the flower. The second one will be on the ledge, and then we're going to jump down to this structure over here to grab the third one, and then our final couple flowers, we just walk all the way down to the bottom. And once you do, we'll get seed 46. Numbers 47 and 48 are going to be found together, again, southeast of the Tabantha Great Bridge, also just southeast of the stable. And once you make it down here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on the ledge here. Interact with him, and you'll see we just need to take him down the path behind us. Now, this is another one of those that's actually super easy to just take on foot. So if you don't have the materials to make an airplane, you can just carry him along the main path. You're not going to really encounter any enemies, and it's pretty easy to get over here, not too far. But if you have the materials, make yourself an airplane, drop them off, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. For number 49, you want to head just north of the Illumini Plateau. You can see we're going to be on this plateau over here. And once you make it up top, we're just going to climb up on this pillar, walk over the piece of wood. That's going to spawn the yellow circle on the pillar across from us. We'll fly across and get seed number 49. Number 50 is found within the Tanagar Canyon. If you come to this exact location where we have these giant rocks on your map, we want to be on ground level. There's actually a little secret path you can go behind all these rocks. We're going to step on the piece of wood and then we're just going to ascend up top through the rock here. And once we get up to the top, if you turn around, there's just going to be a yellow circle we can walk through, and that's going to give us seed number 50. Seeds 51 and 52 are going to be found together just northeast of the Illumini Plateau. And if you come right over here, you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out by these rocks. Once you interact with him, you'll see that we need to take him up on top of the mountain right here beside us, which is a little bit of a challenge. What I found to be the easiest way to do this is obviously using a rocket to launch him up there, but I decided to sit him up on this ledge. That way he wouldn't roll around when I put the rocket on him. And I actually used 2. So you can see when I put the first rocket, it leaned sideways. So I just decided to spawn another rocket and put it on the other side of him. Go ahead and angle it like this. And then when I hit it, it was able to just launch him up there. And then all I had to do was use a rocket on my shield to fly up top and then find him. And he was actually hidden behind this little rock that's up here. So you just look around for him. Once you find him, you come over here and drop him off at the campsite, interact with his buddy. And once you do, you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 53 is going to be found on the southern side of the Illumini Plateau. This one will be pretty simple. Once you get up here, you're going to find a really small rock up here all by itself. Go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 53. For number 54, you want to make your way to the southern side of the Tanagar Canyon. And if you come down to this location, you'll see there's a little overpass here. Underneath in the little tunnel, if you look up, there's going to be a piece of wood that we can ascend through. Go ahead and hit ascend through that piece of wood. And once we make it up top on the rocks, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 54. Numbers 55 and 56 are going to be found together just north of Lake Illumini. And you guys will see on this ledge up here is going to be our little Korok buddy. And we're going to need to help take him all the way down the side of the mountain. Now, I recommend making an airplane for this one. It is a good distance and you are going to encounter a couple enemies if you decide to go on foot, which we'll show you along the flight path here. But once we take off, you'll see there's not too much going on here at first. But once you get over the side, there's going to be a couple enemies down here on your right. So taking an airplane is definitely the safer and quickest way. But once you get down here, interact and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 57 is right here over next to Lake Illumini. This is going to be on the eastern side in this giant cluster of trees. And once you make your way over here, you're going to see a wooden structure with a roof missing. We're going to go ahead and take this piece here so we can complete the roof. All we need to do is turn this thing around, and then what you need to do is flip it around the other way. You can see me realizing it won't go in, so rotate it the other side, and once you do, we'll get seed number 57. Number 58 is just south of Washa's Bluff. You'll see that we're going to be on this little ledge that sticks out over the river, and once you get down here, you'll find a piece of wood to step on that's going to spawn our target on the rock in the middle of the river. Fly your way across and land on it without touching the ground, and if done so correctly, you'll get seed number 58. Number 59 is going to be on the little mountainside just southeast of Washa's Bluff. You guys can see a couple trees on your map. But once you get down here, it'll be a pretty massive puzzle, pretty hard to miss, and it's easy. All we need to do is take the piece that's here on the side, rotate it sideways, and fit it right here in the middle. And once that thing's in place, you'll get seed number 59. Number 60 is going to be found on the top of Satori Mountain, and once you make your way to the peak, on top of the rocks, you guys will find a really small rock. All we need to do is pick that thing up and we'll get seed number 60. Number 61 is going to be found just west of Satori Mountain down by the river. You guys can see on your map we have a dotted line, which is going to be our rock puzzle. Our one rock we're missing is up at the top right over here in this corner. So we can grab that, place it in line. And once you line that up correctly, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 61. Number 62 is just north of Rutile Lake. You can actually see on your map the little rock here just north of all the trees. Once you get up here, we just step over the piece of wood, which will spawn a target on the rock across from us, land on that target without touching the ground, and we'll get seed number 62. Number 63 is going to be found in the middle of Rutile Lake. So work your way out to this lake and you'll find it'll be pretty obvious in the middle where this little rock is. We're going to have a yellow flower. We're just going to play a game of follow the flower around the lake. The second one is there on that little rock. Then we're going to go to shore. The next is going to be on the log here. The next one after that is going to be on the tree stump in the middle of the lake. Then we can jump off to this smaller tree stump here. Then we're going to run over here to these slanted rocks, grab one here, the next one on the tree stump in front of us, the next one inside of the tree stump across from us, so we can climb up here. And then our last flower is going to be right over here in this little opening of this wall that we can climb up. So come over here, climb this wall, and you'll see the white flower right up top. And you get seed number 63. Number 64 is located just west of Rutile Lake, right over here in this little cluster of trees. You're going to find a open tree stump with a small rock inside. Walk up to it and pick up that rock. The Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 64. For number 65, you want to head pretty far southeast of Rutile Lake down here to this exact location on your map. And once you get down here in the open, you're going to find a giant boulder in a hole in the ground. Go ahead and pick that up, and then we're just going to take that all the way up the side of the mountain here. Continue to go straight up these rocks right here in front of us. And then once you get up on top, you'll see the wooden stand that we need to drop it in. Drop that thing off. The Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 65. Number 66 is also southeast of Rutile Lake. If you see here on your map, we're going to have a really giant tree down here by the entrance to the cave. All we need to do is climb up on top of this fat tree, pick up the small rock that's up here on the top, and once you pick up the rock, we'll get seed number 66. Number 67 is going to be found just south of Satori Mountain. You guys will be able to see on your map, there's a small little pond up here. And once you make it over here, we just need to work underneath the rocks and you'll see a piece of wood on the ceiling. We're going to go ahead and ascend through that piece of wood. And once we make it up on top of the rocks here, little Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 67. Number 68 is going to be found just southeast of Satori Mountain. You guys will be able to see on your map is a pretty giant rock down here. And once you make your way up on top of this rock, we're just going to pick up the small rock that's up here and we'll get seed number 68. Number 69 is found on the eastern side of Satori Mountain, just south of the shrine. You guys will see there's a small pond on your map. And we need to work our way to the log that's laying here in the pond. And we're just going to shoot the acorn that's inside that log, and that'll give us seed number 69. Numbers 70 and 71 are going to be found together just east of Satori Mountain. And if you come over here right at the bottom of the mountain, you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out on a rock here. Interact with him, and you'll see that we need to take him directly up the mountain right here behind us. Now, there's a couple different ways you could do this. The way we're going to do it in the video is just carry it up the mountain because it seemed to be a little bit easier. With using the rocket on this one and attaching a rocket to the Korok, it's really difficult to get them up top just because we're pretty much going straight up. So the angle is very complicated, but there's multiple places where you can sit the Korok as you work your way up the hill here and climb yourself. But once you get them up here, you'll get your next two seeds. Number 72 is also found just east of Satori Mountain, and you'll see on your map here we have one single massive tree out here. All we need to do is climb to the top of this tree. And once we get up here, you'll find a small little rock up top. Go ahead and pick up that small rock and you'll get seed number 72. Number 73 is going to be found on the eastern side of the Nema Plain. You guys will see again on the map, there's one giant tree down here. And all we need to do is run up to the tree and you're going to find a little cluster of leaves traveling around it. Interact with those and we'll get seed 73. For number 74, we're going to head over to the Sanidin Park Ruins. And once you get over here, we're going to end up interacting with the fountain, as when we walk up to it, we'll have a cluster of leaves that spawn right here above it. Interact with those and we'll get seed number 74. Number 75 is just northeast of the Safula Hill. You guys can see we're going to be on the ledge that kind of is right here next to the water. And once you make it down to this ledge, you're going to find a little cluster of leaves traveling around the grass. Interact with those and we'll get seed number 75. Number 76 is going to be found just southwest of the Safula Hill. And you guys can see on your map, there's one giant tree over here. And for this one, we're going to need a golden apple. We already have one golden apple in one of the plates. We're going to drop another one in the second plate. And once you do, we're going to get seed number 76. Number 77 is located on the eastern side of the Delight Forest, right off the main path. And you're going to find two statues with a yellow flower next to them. We're just going to play a game of follow the flower around these two statues. So you don't really have to go anywhere. It's just going to keep spawning right here around them. And once you get the white flower, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed 77. For number 78, we're going to head to the small pond that's just west of the Delight Forest. And we're going to go to the far northwestern side of that pond. And right back over here, you're going to find a little tunnel you can go in. All we need to do is ascend through the piece of wood that's on the ceiling. And once you do, you'll get seed number 78. Number 79 is also going to be at that pond that's just west of the Delight Forest, except this time we're going to be on the southern side of the pond, and you'll see the massive tree that's on the southern side. We're going to climb all the way to the top of this thing, and at the top is going to be a small rock that we can pick up, and that's going to give us seed number 79. Our 80th and final seed of the region is found just north of Illumini Plateau, over here in this cluster of trees. There's going to be a small yellow flower next to the dead tree right here, and we're just going to play a game of follow the flower. Now, if you get confused, they're just going to keep spawning in front of different trees, so just look around and you'll eventually find them all. But once you get the white flower to spawn right here at the big tree, you'll get seed number 80. Now that we're done with the Hyrule Ridge, we're going to go get the 22 seeds in the Hyrule Castle. So the first seed is going to be located on the highest point of the castle itself. Now you can start from the bottom and climb all the way up to the very top, or you can take one of the Skyview towers and just fly your way over here. But once you make it over here, just climb all the way to the very tip top of this castle. And once you get up here, you'll find a cluster of leaves that you can interact with. And once you interact with those, you'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is also going to be found at the top of the castle, up inside of the bell tower. You can grab this after you grab the first one by just jumping off the top and floating your way in. But once you get in here, just use Ultra Hand to grab onto this bell and swing it back and forth a couple times. It'll only move in 2 directions here, so if it's not moving for you, just move to the other side up here, and you'll be able to get this thing moving. But once you ring the bell a couple times, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be found on the southeastern side of the castle here on level 1F. You can see we're going to be on the little bridge here, and all we need to do is work our way up to the top of this tower. There's going to be a balloon behind the flag we can hit with an arrow, and once you do, you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 is going to be found on level B2 on the southeastern side of the map. You want to come right over here to this walkway, and once you make it back here, you'll find a puzzle. All we need to do is rotate this around to look like a cross with the block sticking out on the back on the left side. And once you get it like that, you'll be able to stick it into the little pyramid here. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be on level 1F on the far western side of the map. You want to come right over here to this little walkway where the tower is. If you go inside of this tower out of the back window, you'll be able to see a balloon. You hit that balloon with an arrow and you'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be in the same location as our last seed on 1F on the western side of the castle. And this time, instead of going in the tower, we're going to go up on top. So you can put a rocket on your shield to get up here. And we're going to climb all the way to the top of the needle here. And you'll get a little cluster of leaves that spawn at the top that we can interact with. And that'll give us seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found on level B1 on the southwestern side of the map right here. And And once you make it over here, you just want to work down the staircase to this pinwheel, and there's going to be one balloon that spawns that just constantly disappears. You want to wait for it to come right up in front of you, and as soon as it spawns in front of you in front of these stairs, you can hit it really quick and get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found on level 1F at the front of the castle. This is just going to be the bridge that leads right up to the entrance to the castle. And from the bridge, just jump off to the right side, and you'll see on this little ledge down here, we have a small rock. Go ahead and pick that up, and we'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found on the far northwestern side of the island itself, right over here by the water. And once you make it over here, all you need to do is jump off and pull your glider, and you'll see in the side of the island here is going to be a crack with a pinwheel. Land on that little opening with the pinwheel, and you're going to have 3 balloons spawn behind you. Hit all 3, the Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is also going to be found on the northwestern side of the island. This location is going to be underneath the castle, so you pretty much want to go down to where the water is at this exact location. You can see we're standing on the rocks underneath the main castle, and all we're going to do is jump down toward the water, and at this location you're going to find there's a little tunnel down here that has a circle of lily pads in the water. We just want to float over top of that and then dive right through the middle. The Korok will pop up, and we'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is on the northwestern side of the island as well. This one's going to be on the main path right here that goes around the castle. And once you make it over here, just follow this path up to the top where it ends. You'll find a piece of wood that you can walk on, and that's going to spawn a target below you. Land on that target without touching the ground, and you'll get seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be found on the northern side of the island, just behind the shrine that's over here, down by the rocks. And once you come to this exact location, you'll see there's a little spot where you can drop off in between the rocks. Go all the way down into this little hole, and right down here by the water, you're going to find an acorn hanging from a chain. Go ahead and hit that with an arrow, and you'll get seed number 12. Number 13 is going to be found on the southeastern side of the island, right down here where this walkway is, and you can see our cursor is actually on top of the little tower that's over here. All we need to do is climb up to the top of this tower and move the one rock that's outside of the triangle into the triangle. And once we complete the shape, the Korok will pop up, and we'll get seed number 13. Number 14 is also on the southeastern side of the castle. If you follow the walkway all the way down to this exact location, once you get down here, you're going to find a small little bridge. If we go behind it and drop down, you guys will see down here there's going to be a small little rock that we can pick up. Once you pick that thing up, you'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is going to be found at the front of the castle down near the first gatehouse. If you head to this location here and looking at the first gatehouse, right over here to the right is going to be a little walkway or a ramp. If you drop down under it, there's going to be a small rock behind the gate. You can use Ultra Hand to lift that rock up. The Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 15. Number 16 is found around the same area as our last seed, down by the wall at the front of the castle. You can see where I drag my cursor here. You want to come to this small little tower. It'll be the one that has the bird with its wings completely spread, but all you need to do is climb up on top of the bird next to this pinwheel. It's going to spawn 3 balloons. One's going to be moving around the bird's head, and then one is going to be on each side by the wings. And all you need to do is hit all 3 of those balloons. Once you do, you'll get seed number 16. Number 17 is going to be on the southwestern side of the island. This one's going to be on the very top of the first gatehouse. So once you make it over here, just climb up to the very top. We're going to go up to the top of the needle here. And once again, we'll have a little cluster of leaves that spawn, and we can interact with those. And we'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be located on the wall just west of the first gatehouse. If you come right over here and get up on top of the wall facing the small little tower and jump off the left side, you're going to find a flower. And we're just going to follow this flower inside of the tower, continue to follow it up the ladder. And once you get to the top, just run to the edge of the wall here, grab the final flower, and you'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is also going to be found west of the first gatehouse, except this one's going to be on the right side of the wall. And you're going to find a little walkway that kind of leads downward into this big circle area. Once you walk out here, you'll have a cluster of leaves that spawn in, and just start traveling around this area. Catch up with those, interact with them, the Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 19. Number 20 is on the main walkway on the southwestern side of the island. When you make it down here to this exact location, you'll find the door leading into the side of the island. Just go to the left of that door, and you can drop off the side here and find a puzzle. This one's pretty simple. Just pick up the piece on the top. We're going to rotate it upwards twice and then to the left twice. And once you do that, you'll be able to fit it right here into place and get seed number 20. Number 21 is going to be found just north of Central Square down here by the main bridge to get to the castle. Once you get down here facing the main door, you just want to use a rocket, or you can climb to fly up to the right side of this gate. And at the very top, you'll see there's a small rock up here where it's broken that you can pick up, and this will give you seed number 21. Our 22nd and final seed is in the same location as our last one, right at the main gate to the island. And looking at the main gate, if you just look to your left and run to the edge, you can jump off and dive right in this circle of lily pads in the water, and that'll give you seed number 22. Now that we're done at the Hyrule Castle, we're going to go get the 36 seeds that are in the Akala Highlands. So to get your first 2 seeds, we're going to head just southeast of Death Mountain. You guys can see the exact location here. We also have a shrine nearby that you can use to fast travel. And on this hill, you'll notice we have a little Korok guy hanging out who needs help finding his buddy. Now, once you interact with him, you'll see that his buddy is on the other side of the field, just past the chasm. Now, you can pick him up and carry him all the way across, or if you want to save time, you can go into your inventory and make yourself a little airplane, attach him to the top and fly him across. And once you get over there, just drop him off next to his friend, speak with him, and you will be rewarded with 2 Korok seeds. The next seed is going to be found in the Shadow Pass. So we'll show you the location here. It'll be in the middle of all these trees. And once you make it over here, you'll notice a giant rock that has an arrow pointing next to it. That is going to be for the red tree that's right beside it. So we're going to climb up on top of that tree. When you get to the top, the little leaves will appear. We can interact with them, and the Korok will pop up and give us another seed. Seeds number 4 and 5 are going to be found just southwest of the Canalit Ridge. Again, the location is here on your screen, and it'll be on a little ledge on the side of this mountain. You also have a shrine nearby that you can use to fast travel. Once you get over here, you'll notice another little Korok guy hanging out looking for his buddy. We're going to interact with him. It'll show us the location all the way down at the bottom of the hill. And again, you can either run him down, which I did in this video, or you can create yourself a little airplane or car with what's in your inventory and take him all the way down. Once you get there, drop him off, interact, and you'll be rewarded with 2 more Korok seeds. The next seed is going to be found on top of the Canalit Ridge. If you look on the map here, you'll notice there's one little tree all by itself on the very top. Once you make it up here, all you need to do is climb to the top of that tree. And once you get up top, you'll notice a rock. We're going to go ahead and pick up that rock that's sitting here. Once you do, the little Korok eye will pop up and you'll get your next seed here. Our next seed is going to be found on the northern side of the Torn Wetland here on your screen. And you can see on the map, we have a little C-shaped object. That's going to be kind of a little rundown ruin here. And all we need to do is go to the very top. So you can go to the other side and run to the top, or you can come underneath the little overhang and ascend your way up. But once you get up here, you'll see a rock on the ledge. Just go ahead and pick up that rock. The Korok will appear and you'll get your next seed. The next location is found in the Wrist Peninsula on the far eastern side of the map. You can see where we're standing right here. And there's going to be a little stone walkway that leads out into the water with a small rock at the end. Go ahead and pick up that rock. The Korok will appear and you'll get your next seed. The next seed is going to be found on the southern side of the Wrist Peninsula, right over here next to the bay on the edge of this mountain. And once you get over here, you'll find some ruins. We're going to run up to the ruins and destroy the leaves that are in the middle. Once you destroy those leaves, a rock will appear. We'll be able to pick up that rock. That'll reveal the Korok in our next seed. For seeds number 10 and 11, we're going to head just east of Terrytown alongside the main path here. And once you come to this location, you'll notice another little Korok guy that's hanging out near the cliff. We're going to interact with him. We'll get the little dialogue and the cutscene that'll show where we need to go, which is down by the beach. Pretty easy to find. And you can run him all the way around if you want to spend a lot of time, or once again, we can make a little airplane, attach him to it, and fly him down to the beach, drop him off with his buddy, interact, and we'll get our next 2 Korok seeds. The next seed is also going to be found on the far eastern side of the map over here on the northern side of Tyngel Island. And if you're standing on the northern side and facing the middle, you want to go to the tallest tree on the left side. You also have some arrows that are pointing towards it, but it'll be the tallest one on the left side facing the giant rock. And all you need to do is climb up to the very top. So we'll work our way up. And once you get to the very top, the leaves will spawn in. You can press A to examine. And once you do, the little Korok will appear and you'll be able to get your next seed. Now, your next seed is also going to be near the islands. It's going to be on this little ledge over here. So make your way to this ledge and you'll notice the little wooden platform. When you step on it, it'll start the trial. All we need to do is jump off and fly to the left. And we need to get into this gust and fly it all the way up as high as we can go. And once you get high enough, you'll see the little yellow circles. We can just fly our way across, run over to the circles, and you should make it in time to get the little Korok guy to appear. And you'll be able to get your next seed right here. The next seed is found on Davdi or Davdi Island. It's the most southern island, and you want to go to the southern part of that island up top. You'll notice there's another wooden platform on top of the giant rock. When you step on it, all you need to do is jump off and fly across and land on this target without touching the ground. It's pretty simple. Fly across, land on the target. Once you do, the Korok will appear and you get your next seed here. Our next location is going to be just west of the island, and you guys can actually see there's a bridge that goes across. We're going to be on the other side of the bridge on the main island. And once you get over here, you're going to notice there are 3 pieces of wood. What we want to do is connect 2 of them like this, and we're going to take the third one and make a little ramp leading upwards so that we can walk up at the end. So we'll rotate it like this, attach it to the end, and then we're just going to carry that straight. And around the corner here, you'll see we have a ledge. Be careful, you can fall. So be careful bringing this thing down here. And all you need to do is extend it out on these 3 little spears coming out of the wall, climb up at the end, and you guys will see the little leaves popping up. The Korok will appear and you'll get your next seed. The next location is also going to be pretty close by. We just need to go a little bit more to the west. And once we're over here, you're going to notice that we have some trees, and down by the trees are 2 rows of rocks. However, one of the rows is missing 2 rocks. So we're going to pick up the one that's right here beside it, throw that in line, and there's going to be another one off next to the hill here that you can pick up. So go ahead and grab that one, throw that one in the line. Now you've got 2 full lines of rocks. They'll pop, the Korok will appear. You found them. You'll be able to get your next seed. Our next location is a little bit further west. Again, here's the location on your map, just south of the grotto. Once you make it over here, you'll find a giant rock, and on top a weird looking device. We're going to come over here to the side and pick up this boulder. And if you attach it to the little thing that's hanging down, it's going to pull the other side, and the Korok will appear out of the hole, and you'll be able to get your next seed. Our next seed is going to be found on the western side of the grotto, and you can see here we're going to be on ground level. So go all the way to the bottom, and once you're at the bottom, you'll see the little wind thing going up to the top. We're going to go ahead and pull out our chute and fly up, and about halfway up, you'll notice an opening in the rocks. We want to go into that opening, so just keep cutting your chute until you can get down there, and all you need to do is ascend through the little wooden platform that's above your head. And as you ascend through that wood, you'll make it on top of the mountain. And once you get up here, you'll get a little cutscene with the Korok appearing and giving you your next seed. Our next 2 seeds are going to be found just northwest of the grotto. So you can head over to this location on your map. It'll be just northwest of all these little trees. Once you get over here, you'll have another little Korok guy that's looking for his buddy. We'll go ahead and interact with him, and it'll show you that if you turn around, it's going to be on the hill or mountain on the other side. This one's a little bit more tricky to get to. I would recommend making an airplane out of your inventory. We'll carry it over here to the edge. We're just going to lift it up once we have them on there, put it down, and use recall to give us some height. Once we're up, we'll hit the fans and the recall, and we'll be able to fly across. This one's a little bit more tricky. It may take you a time or 2, but once you get over here, just jump off. Pick up your little Korok buddy, put him next to his friend, speak to him once again, and you'll get your next 2 Korok seeds. Our next location is going to be found on the southern side of the plains. You guys can see here, and it'll actually look like a little triangle on your map on this ridge. Once you get up on top of the ridge, you'll see a triangle of rocks with 2 in the middle. We just need to take the 2 rocks in the middle and add them to the outside to fill in the triangle. So we'll put one there. We'll take the other one right over here where we have another empty space, and once you complete the triangle, the Korok will appear. We'll say you found me, and you'll be able to get your next seed. Your next one's going to be found just underneath the East Sakala Bridge. We'll show you the location here. So work your way over to the bridge, and once you go down underneath, you're going to see we have this little item here. What we want to do is pick it up, and we want to dunk it under the water and let go. It'll launch up, remove from the hole. A little Korok will pop out and give us our next one. Seed number 23 is going to be found just south of Terrytown. You guys can see we'll come right over here on this cliff side. And once you make it up here, you're going to have 3 statues with a flower in the front. All you need to do is walk up to that flower, and it's just going to continuously respawn around the statues. Follow it around until it goes down to the ledge. And once it does, it'll cue the cutscene with the Korok, and you'll get your next seed here. The next seed is going to be found pretty close by, just south of Terrytown. And what you want to do is go to this little cluster of trees. You're going to find a path. And if you go all the way to the back right tree and climb to the top, that's where our location is going to be. If you get a little lost, there's arrows that are everywhere pointing at this tree. But again, the back right, climb to the top, the leaves will appear, and you'll be able to get your next seed right here. Now, seed number 25 is going to be found just northeast of the trees that we were just in. You want to come right over here to this little pond. And in the middle of the pond, you'll see some leaves that are just kind of moving around. All we're going to do is chase those down. And once you get close enough, you can interact. The Korok will appear, and this will be your next location. The next location is just going to be a little further northeast in another cluster of trees. You can see the location here on your screen. And in the middle of all these trees is going to be a little overhang with one plank that's hanging down. All we need to do is use Ultra Hand to lift this thing up and rotate it around and drop it in place. You may need to move it a little bit further back, but once it locks in, the Korok will appear. You'll be able to get your next seed right here. The next one is going to be found right at the entrance to Terrytown. So if you come right over here to where you first enter the town, you're going to see the little sign. We want to climb up on the right side of the sign where the little rocks are, and there's going to be one rock that's out of place. Go ahead and pick that up. The Korok will appear, and this is where you'll be able to get your next one. Now, your next seed is also going to be found in Terrytown. This one's going to be found directly in the middle where the statue is. So head over to the middle of the town. You'll see this bell at the top. All you want to do is use Ultra Hand to grab that bell and start swinging it. And once it starts ringing, the Korok will appear. You'll be given your next Korok seed. The next location is going to be on the southern side of the Torn wetland down here by this pond. You can see the location. You're actually going to have some ruins down here. And you want to climb up on top of the L-shaped one where the flower is. And once you grab it, you're just going to follow the flower all the way around this little area. So it'll continue to spawn. We'll grab it here. We'll go on top of this rock, and it'll finish on top of the tallest rock. So you can go ahead and climb to the top. When the flower is white, the Korok will appear, and this will be your next seed. Seed number 30 is going to be found just east of the South Akala Plains chasm up on this ledge right here. And once you make it up to the ledge, you're going to find this block. All we need to do is pick this thing up and rotate it around, fit it in place so it matches the other rectangles. So we'll turn this thing around, fit it in its place, and once it connects, the Korok will appear. And seed number 30 has been gotten. The next location is going to be the Akala Citadel ruins. You guys can see here. You want to work your way up into the actual ruins where the stairs are. And once you climb up to the top of the blood-stained stairs, we're going to climb up on the wall and go over to the little overhang here that almost looks like the shape of a candy cane. And once you get to the top, you'll see the little leaves appear, interact with those leaves, and you'll get your next seed. Now, the next seed is also at the Citadel ruins. However, we want to go to the southern side and jump off the top level. So you guys can see I'm currently standing here on the southern side. If we jump down, you'll see on the main rocks, we're going to have a small gray rock about halfway down. Once you land, go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll be able to get your next seed. The next location is going to be just southwest of the Citadel ruins by the broken bridge. So you guys can see the bridge here on the map, and you want to go to the middle piece. So right down here in the middle, we're going to have some leaves. We just need to hit those with a sword, pick up the rock that reveals itself, and we'll find the Korok in the next seed. The next seed is going to be found just west of the South Akala Plains chasm on top of the mountain here. You guys can see on the map there are some trees, and in the middle of those trees will be some leaves that are moving around. Chase those down. When you get close enough to examine them, you'll be able to get the next seed. The 35th seed is going to be found over by the Akala Span, which is this giant bridge here next to Cephala Lake. You'll notice that there is a pillar that is broken under the bridge. You want to land inside of that pillar, and what we're going to do is take this little piece, connect it to the rock, and we're going to drop the rock off the ledge, and that's going to open up the hole. The Korok will appear, and you'll get your next seed. Now, your 36th and final seed in the region is going to be found just southeast of the Akala Span, so really close by. And you'll notice over here that we have some ruins. You want to climb the structure that's right in the middle. When you climb up top, the leaves will appear. You can interact with them to get the Korok, and you'll get your final seed in the area. Now that we're done in the Akala Highlands, we're going to go get the 31 seeds in Deep Akala. So your first seed is going to be found at the labyrinth on the far northeastern side of the map, and you want to work your way to the top right corner. And once you get on the top of this thing, you'll notice in this corner that we have a little pinwheel. Now, as soon as you get close to this thing, 5 balloons will spawn, and they're just going to fly back and forth. All you need to do is get yourself a bow and arrow and hit all 5 of these balloons. It doesn't matter the order. And once you hit all 5 of them, the Korok will appear and you'll get your first seed. The second seed is going to be found at the Ancient Tech Lab on the northeastern side. You guys can see the location here. And essentially what we want to do is work our way up on top of this claw that's hanging off the ledge. So if we go underneath it, we can actually use ascend on this wooden platform here if you line it up correctly. We'll go ahead and ascend through the platform. And then we're just going to climb up to where the arm is. We'll be able to work our way out close to the claw. And once you make your way to the top, you'll see the little leaves that spawn, and you'll be able to get your next Korok seed. Now, seed number 3 is going to be found in the same location. However, this one will be in the front of the Ancient Tech Lab. And you guys can see over here at the front, we have 3 little statues. What we want to do is put 3 mighty bananas in each one of these plates. So you can stand in front of them, pull them out of your inventory, hold them, and then drop them into the plate. If you happen to miss, like you guys saw that I just missed on the second one, you can just use Ultra Hand and pick up the bananas and drop them onto the plate. But once you get all 3 onto each plate, they'll disappear or they'll pop up with a little poof. The Korok will appear and you'll get your next seed. Now seed number 4 is going to be found just to the west of the ancient tech lab, pretty close. You guys can see the location here, and you're going to notice a giant crater in the ground with a small hill in the middle. On top of that hill, there's going to be a yellow flower, and all you're going to do is follow that flower around the circle. And then once you get to the end, the white flower will spawn at the top of the hill, and you'll get your next Korok seed. Seeds number 5 and 6 are also west of the tech lab on the northern side of this little oval looking river on your screen. And once you make it on top of this mountain, you'll see we have another little Korok guy that needs help finding his friend, which is up on top of the mountain across from us. So essentially what we'll do is we'll just make ourselves a little airplane, throw him on. We can lift this thing up and we're just going to fly our way across. This one can be a little bit tricky. You guys can see here that it ends up shooting me to the left initially, but you'll just need to fly your way up and turn around and you can just fly back down to where the smoke is. Go ahead and remove the little buddy from the airplane, and once you drop him with his boys, you can talk to him and you'll get 2 more Korok seeds. Seed number 7 is going to be found on the top of Tumlea Heights. You guys can see, we'll show you the location here. Once you make your way to the top, there's going to be this giant rock formation and you just want to climb to the top. So we'll come right over here. If it's raining, it can be a little tricky. But once you get up here, there's a rock. Just lift that rock up and you'll get the next seed. Now, number 8 is also in the heights. However, this one's a little bit further north. You guys can see the location here in the trees. And once you make it back here, you'll find a small little broken down shack with an acorn hanging from a chain. You just want to shoot that acorn with an arrow. And once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get the next seed. The next seed is a little bit further north. You want to go right where it says Akala Wilds. And we're going to have a little cluster of trees here. Once you make it up here, we're just going to pick up the boulder that's in the ground. We're going to put it inside of this little wooden post behind the tree. And once you drop it in there, the Korok will appear and you'll be able to get your next seed. The next seed is a little bit further northwest over here in this pond. You guys can again see the location here. And all you want to do is work your way to the middle of the pond in between these rocks. And you're going to have another little pinwheel. This time we're only going to have 3 balloons we need to take out. They're just going to go back and forth in a little arch formation. Once you take them all out, you'll be able to get the next seed. Seed number 11 is again a little bit further northwest. You guys can see on the map we have a little cluster of trees over here. And once you make it over here, you want to climb to the top of the middle tree. It'll be the biggest one. And you're going to have another pinwheel on the top that's going to spawn some balloons. Now this one's a little more tricky. There's 3 balloons and they're going to be behind all the other trees that are on the map here. So we took out the first one. You guys can see the second one is over behind that tree. And then right here to our left is the third one that's just going to be moving up and down. Once you get all 3 of them, the Korok will appear and you'll get your next seed. The next 2 seeds are going to be found together just north of Skull Lake by this bigger pond. Once you make it over here, we're going to have another little Korok guy that needs help finding his friend, and it'll show you the location. It's just on the other side of this giant rock formation. So what we'll do is we'll make a little airplane, go ahead and attach him to it, and we can lift this thing up for a few seconds so we can use recall. We'll get up in the sky here and we'll take off. And all we need to do is fly your way all the way down. Now, again, you can pick him up and just walk if you want to. It's just going to take you a lot longer. But if you have the materials, go ahead and make yourself an airplane. You can drop them off and get your next 2 seeds. Number 14 is going to be found just west of Skull Lake. You want to get up on top of the cliff here as we're going to jump off over top of the lake. And you'll see that we have a giant rock formation sticking straight out of the ground. You just want to fly to this little skinny rock. And there's going to be a small rock sitting on the top. We're just going to go ahead and pick that guy up. And we'll be able to get our next seed here. Seed number 15 is also found on the western side of Skull Lake. We want to head back up to the cliff. And once you're up here, you'll find a small little wooden platform. We're going to walk on that. And then we need to jump off and land on the target without touching the ground. And if you do so, you'll be able to get your next seed here. Number 16 is going to be found just west of the rock woods on this little ledge or cliff up here. You guys can see our location. And on this cliff, there's going to be a puzzle. We're just going to pick up the piece and we're going to rotate it to the left twice. And once we do, we'll be able to fit it in. And once again, we'll get our next seed once you complete the puzzle. The next seed is going to be found inside of the rock woods. We're going to be pretty much right in the middle. You guys can see the location. And once you make it over here, there's going to be a tree that's got 2 small statues in the front. One will already have an apple in the plate. All we need to do is pick up an apple out of our inventory and drop it in the plate that's empty. Once you do, you'll get the little poof, the Korok will appear, and you'll get your next seed. Number 18 is going to be found just east of the rock woods. You guys can see up on this giant rock cliff formation thing on your map. And we're going to have, once again, another wooden platform that we're just going to walk on top of and land on the target without touching the ground. And once you do, you'll be able to get your next seed. Number 19 and 20 are going to be found together by rescuing another little Korok guy. He'll be found just west of Tumlea Heights. You guys can see the location here. But once you make it up on the hill, we're just going to interact with him. He'll show you where to go, which is going to be all the way at the bottom of the hill across the rocks. I've already made an airplane to make this easier. I would highly recommend using an airplane for this one, as if you want to just pick him up using Ultra Hand, it's going to take you a really long time to get across. Just make yourself a little airplane, pop yourself up in the air, and you can fly. You'll see all the rock formations, why it's so difficult to get across with the little dude. But once you fly across, we'll go ahead and crash land into the campsite, pick him up, drop him, and we'll be able to get our next 2 seeds. Number 21 is going to be found on the southern side of the Bloodleaf Lake. You want to look out for a rock that has a cool looking stone formation on the top. And you just want to climb on top of those stones, and you'll see in the water we have a circle of lily pads. You just need to dive in between all of them, and once you land in the middle, you'll get the next seed. Now, number 22 is also going to be found just south of Bloodleaf Lake. This one's just a little bit further south up on this ledge. You'll see on the map there's a tree by itself. And once you get up here to this tree, there's going to be a bunch of leaves on the ground. Go ahead and use your sword to wipe away those leaves. There'll be a rock that reveals itself, and once you pick that rock up, you'll be able to get your next Korok seed. For number 23, we're going to head just west of the Spring of Power. We want to go up on this ledge on the side of the mountain here. And once you work your way up to the ledge, you'll find a puzzle. We just need to pick up the piece and rotate it upwards twice. And once it looks like this, you'll be able to squeeze it in there, and you'll get the Korok to appear, and you'll get your next seed. For number 24, we want to head over to the Spring of Power. This one's going to be found in the Spring of Power. You notice that there's a little circular area that goes all the way around. You want to look for a leaf trail that's traveling all the way around the circle. You guys can see what it looks like here. All you need to do is catch up to it, interact with it, and once you do, you'll get the next seed. Number 25 and 26 are going to be found together by rescuing a little Korok guy. He's going to be found at the East Akala stable. He's going to be sitting on a box that's right next to the stable. So we can come right over here and interact with him, and he'll show you where he needs to go, which is literally just at the bottom of the hill. This one's not too bad if you just want to pick him up and carry him down there. It's pretty much a straightaway, but for the sake of the video, I've already made a little airplane. We'll go ahead and put him on there and hop on, and you can see there's pretty much nothing. You just work your way down the hill. You may encounter an enemy or two, but yeah, pretty much just a straightaway. Bring him on down, go ahead and take him off. You'll be able to get 2 more seeds. Number 27 is going to be found just east of the East Akala stable, pretty much on the edge of the map here. You can see the location. It's going to be another puzzle. This one's a little trickier. We're going to pick up the piece and turn this thing all the way around and then rotate it upwards twice. And once you do, you'll be able to squeeze it into the frame. It'll fit in there, and you'll be able to get the next seed. Number 28 and 29 are also from saving a little Korok. We want to head pretty much southeast of the East Akala stable on the edge of the map here, and you'll find him hanging out up here. We're just going to interact, and this is, again, another pretty easy one that's pretty much a straightaway. You guys can see there's really no obstacles in the way or enemies. But again, for the sake of the video, we've built an airplane, we'll hop on, but it's pretty much just a direct path down the side of the mountain and onto the beach. You do have some pirate ships out there that you can go explore, which are pretty cool. But we'll just fly our way down here to the smoke on the beach. We can crash the plane, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 30 is going to be found in the same spot we just found the little Korok guy hanging out, except this one's going to be over in the trees. And once you make it into the trees, there's going to be a cluster of rocks on the ground. You just want to walk on top of those rocks. Some leaves will appear, and once you interact with them, you'll be able to get the 30th seed. Now, our 31st and final Korok seed in this region is going to be found in the middle of Octorok Lake, and it's pretty easy to spot. Once you make your way over here, you'll see a bunch of leaves in the middle. Just go and hit the leaves with your sword, pick up the rock, and once you do, you will get the final seed in the region. Now that we're done with Deep Akala, we're going to show you the 18 seeds in Central Necluda. So the first seed is going to be found just outside the entrance to the Rob Red drop-off cave. You guys can see the location here. And once you make it over here, all you need to do is go over here against the rock wall where the 2 little statues are, and you'll see a piece of wood on the ceiling. We're just going to ascend through that wood, go all the way up to the top, and once you pop up, the Korok will appear. You'll get your first seed. The second seed can be found on top of the rocks next to Lake Sila. You guys can see the exact location right here. And from here on the mountain, you guys will be able to find a small patch of grass with a tree. Once you're down here, you want to pick up the boulder that's in the hole, and you're going to put it in this little stand that's up next to the mountain. And once you do, the Korok will then appear. and you'll get your second seed. The third seed is going to be found just west of the Cliffs of Quincy. You guys will see on your map here, you have a little cluster of trees just off the path. Once you make it into these trees, there's a little cabin in the woods. You just want to climb on top of this cabin. And once you're on top, climb up the chimney. And once you're up on top of this thing, the leaves will appear, and this will be your next location. Now, the fourth seed is going to be found in pretty much the exact location. You just want to go a little bit further west down the path, and you guys will find a giant gate. All we're going to do is climb on top of this gate. And once we get to the top, you guys will find a random rock. We're just going to pick up that rock. And once you do, the Korok will reveal himself, and this will be your next seed. Now, seeds 5 and 6 are going to be found together. You guys can see the location here on the path, just west of the Ash Swamp. This is going to be helping a little Korok guy find his friend. We'll go ahead and interact with him. Again, I would recommend making an airplane with the items that you have in your inventory if you can. If not, you can carry him the distance. We've already made the plane. All we need to do now is throw him on top, and we'll show you where you need to go. As we'll lift this thing up, jump on it, use recall, and we'll be able to get flight. So we'll go ahead and fly all the way across the swamp area. And once you get closer to the mountain, you'll notice the smoke coming up so you can know where to crash land. Go ahead and crash this plane down, pick him up off of it and drop him off. And once you do, all we need to do is interact, and we'll get 2 more seeds. Seed number 7 is going to be found in the swamp that's just nearby. We'll be on the far southeastern side of the swamp. And once you get over here, you'll notice we have a tree trunk in the middle. All you need to do is walk into it. The leaves will appear. You can interact and get your next seed. Seed number 8 is going to be found in the Babinga Forest. You guys can see the location. Once you get over here, we're going to have a giant rock with a dandelion on top. And all you need to do is hit the dandelion. We're going to use an arrow. And once you do, just go stand underneath it, catch it before it hits the ground. And you'll be able to get your next seed here. Seed number 9 is also going to be found in the Babinga Forest on the far southern side. You guys can see the giant rock formation on the map. Climb to the top of the rock and go to the edge, and you just need to jump off into the circle of flowers in the river. And once you do, the Korok will appear, and you'll get your next one right here. Seed number 10 is also going to be found on the southern side of the Babinga Forest, just a little bit further down the river. And once you make your way down here, you'll find this log. You just need to swing your sword at the little thing inside of the log on the edge. And once you do, the Korok will appear. Now, seed 11 is going to be found on the far southern side of the Hickory Woods. You guys can see where we're standing, and you want to go out to the end of the river. You'll see we have a rock that's in the middle of the river here. We have this little item on the side. We're going to use Ultra Hand to pick that thing up, and we're going to dunk it underwater. We'll let go once we do, and it'll fly back up, releasing the Korok. For seed number 12, we're going to stay in the same area. We're just going to head to the northwestern side of the Hickory Woods, right on the edge of the river. You'll find a tree trunk with a flower. We're going to walk into that flower, and it's just going to respawn 4 or 5 times, and we're going to follow it all the way over here to this little cluster of rocks. And the final flower is going to spawn in the middle of them. We'll walk up to it, and the Korok will appear. Seed number 13 is going to be found just west of the Ash Swamp over here in this little pond, as you guys can see on the map. And once you make your way over here, you'll see the little cork-looking thing in the middle. We're just going to run out into the pond and grab it. We're going to dunk it under the water closer to the waterfall, drop it, it'll pop back up, and the Korok will appear out of the hole. Seed number 14 is going to be found underneath the Kakariko Bridge. You guys can see the location here. And once you make it to the bridge, all you need to do is jump off the ledge here, and you'll see underneath we're going to have some leaves. When you swing your sword at the leaves, a rock will appear. We'll go ahead and pick that up, and the Korok will reveal himself. Seed number 15 is going to be found just to the east of the Kakariko Bridge. You guys can see it'll be on top of this giant rock, and it most likely will be raining over here, so you want to be careful. You might slip down a lot if you don't have the right armor set, but you can hop up on a few rocks there and jump up without slipping all the way down. But essentially, you just want to work your way all the way to the top of this rock, and you'll find a little small rock at the top. Go ahead and pick that up, and you'll find the Korok Seed. Seed number 16 is going to be around the same area, just a little bit further northeast of the Kakariko Bridge, and it'll be on top of the waterfall. When you go up on top, you'll notice that at the back where the water's coming out, you're going to have a little balloon. We're just going to shoot that with an arrow, and once you do, you'll get the next seed. Now, seed number 17 is going to be found right next to the waterfall that we were just at. You guys can see on the map, we have a ledge right here next to the waterfall, and there's some trees over here, so it'll be pretty easy to find. You're going to have some leaves that are just going back and forth. You just want to interact with those, and you'll find the Korok. Now, the 18th and final Korok seed in the region is going to be found just northeast of the Pillars of Levia along the path. If you start from up top on the side of the mountain, you'll see we have a little ledge hanging off the side with a single rock on it. We're just going to fly down to that ledge, pick up the rock, you'll get the last Korok seed in this region. Now that we're done with Central Necluda, we're going to show you the 50 seeds in East Necluda. Our first 2 seeds are going to be found together on the far southeastern side of the map by Cape Kales. You'll see we're on the cliff side here where our little Korok buddy's going to be hanging out. And we're going to need to take him to the island that's way out into the ocean there, which obviously we're going to need an airplane to do so. You can drop him off the ledge and make a boat, but I don't think it's worth it. It's much easier to just make an airplane up here and take off. You will need a couple extra batteries on your wing so that you can make it. It is a good distance, but once you get over here, you can just crash land into the campsite. You'll see we'll drop down right here. Go ahead and take our little Korok buddy off. Drop him off with his friends. We'll be able to communicate and we'll get our first 2 seeds. Number 3 is pretty much going to be in the same area as our first 2 over on Cape Kales. You want to work your way over to this exact location, and once you're over here, just jump off the side and pull your glider. There's going to be a little ledge down here with a small rock. You can go ahead and pick up that rock. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 is also going to be found over by Cape Kales. This one's a little bit further inland. You can see on the map we have a bunch of trees. There's going to be a big tree with a hole in the side with an acorn in there. So go ahead and hit that acorn with an arrow. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be found down near Rimba Beach. You can see our exact location here on the screen, and it'll be pretty obvious when you get down here. You just want to look for the cluster of leaves that's hanging out on the beach. And once you take out those leaves, there'll be a rock that you can pick up. Once you pick up that rock, you'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be found down at Soka Point, which is on the far eastern side of Cape Cresia. When you get down here, there's going to be a palm tree at the very end of this peninsula. Climb to the top of that palm tree, interact with the leaves that appear, and you'll get seed number 6. Seeds number 7 and 8 are going to be found together down on the eastern side of Palmyray Beach. You'll see that we have our little Korok buddy's going to be hanging out next to a palm tree. Go ahead and interact with him, and you'll see that we need to take him over to the peninsula by Soka Point. So you can actually carry him all the way around if you'd like. It's just going to take you a little bit of time. I recommend making an airplane and taking off from the beach here, as you can just fly over a little bit of water and make it to Soka Point. Go ahead and crash land into the campsite and interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 9 is going to be found over by the Palmyray ruins. You can see our exact location here on the screen. There's going to be 2 pillars in the back. You want to climb on top of the pillar on the left side. And once you climb up to the top, the little leaves will appear. You can interact and we'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is going to be located on the southern side of Mount Dunzel. You can see we have a small pond down here, and you want to go up on the ledge that's just above the pond. You'll see we have a wooden stump. You can walk over that. The little yellow ring will spawn in the water and we can just drop down into it. Once you do, we'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be on the peak of Tuft Mountain, just east of Yamby Lake. When you make it up here to the peak, you're going to find a pinwheel. When you walk near it, you'll have 3 balloons that spawn. The one in the middle will stand still, and the one on the edges are going to move back and forth. But once you hit all 3 of those, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 11. Number 12 and 13 are going to be found together down near the Clarinet Coast. You'll see we have 2 trees right on the shoreline here, and we're going to have a little Korok buddy hanging out near them. Once we interact with him, you'll see we need to take him all the way down the beach. Now, you can go on foot just by picking him up. However, you will encounter a monster base down there along the beach. So I recommend taking an airplane just so you don't have to stop and fight all those guys. And if you hop on your little airplane here, you can just fly right past them over to the campsite. Go ahead and crash land into it, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Numbers 14 and 15 are also going to be found together just west of Timto Hill. When you make it over here up on the ledge is going to be our little Korok friend who we need to help take to the other side of the beach. Now this time you're not going to encounter an enemy base, so you can just pick him up and walk him down the beach if you like. However, I never really enjoy doing that because it generally takes a little bit of time, even though this one's not that far away. So we're going to use an airplane to get down here. But we can go ahead and use recall to lift this thing up and take off. And once we fly over here, we can interact and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 16 is going to be found around the same area as our last one, just west of Timto Hill. You just want to get on top of the giant rock that's over here. You'll find a wooden stump that we can walk over on the ledge. And all we need to do is fly to the mountain across from us and walk up to the little yellow circle. And we'll be able to get seed number 16. Number 17 is going to be found on top of Timto Hill. You can see our exact location here on the screen. And once you make it up here, you'll see our little design of rocks on the ground with one missing. If we turn around and go up the hill here, you'll see a little rock that we can pick up. Go ahead and grab that, bring it back down, and drop it into the empty slot right here. A little poof will happen, our Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be found over by the Atun Valley. You can see where we're at. We're up on this little cliff side here. And once you're up here, you'll find another tree stump that we can walk on. Once you're on it, you need to jump and pull your glider. And we need to land on this target over here without touching the ground. And once you land on the target, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is going to be found just east of the Kia Pond up on this little mountain here. You'll see on the map, you actually have a little design of rocks. We need to move 2. The first one's going to be in the middle, pretty easy. Just pick this thing up, move it over a couple inches. And then right over here in the flowers is going to be our second rock. Go ahead and pick that up and turn around. As soon as you turn around, you'll see that our empty spot's going to be right here beside it. Once both of those are in place, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 19. Numbers 20 and 21 are going to be found together just south of the Rebella wetlands. You'll see we're on this little mountainside here. And once you come up here on the rocks, you'll find our little Korok buddy who needs help making it all the way on the bottom side of the mountain. Now again, you can pick him up and run him down here. I don't think there's any enemies on this path. However, this is a pretty good distance, so it will take you a little bit of time. So as always, I recommend using an airplane so that we can fly our way all the way down here. You can also use a vehicle and get down here pretty easily if you want to take a car. But airplane, always the best way to go. Hit the crash landing, drop off the Korok, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 22 is also going to be just south of the Rebella wetlands. You'll see we have a little pond down here, and there's a tree in the middle of that pond. If you go across to the rock, you'll see we have a cluster of leaves that's just traveling around the tree. Interact with those, and you'll get seed number 22. Number 23 is going to be found over at the Uten Marsh, and you want to come to this exact location on the eastern side. There's going to be a claw that's got this little rock formation next to it. If you climb the claw that has the rocks next to it, once you get to the very end of the claw, you guys will see that our little leaves appear. We can interact with them, and we'll get Korok seed number 23. Number 24 can be found just north of the Uten Marsh up on this mountainside here. And once you get up here, you're going to find there's a tree with absolutely no leaves on it. If you climb all the way to the top of this tree, our little cluster of leaves will spawn. We can interact with them and get seed number 24. Number 25 is going to be found on the Mount Terran Peak that's just north of the Skyview Tower. You can see our location. We're going to have another tree stump, and when you step on this thing, our yellow circle is going to spawn on the other peak that's all the way across. You are on a timer, but you should make it over here in time as long as you keep moving. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 25. Number 26 is going to be found just northwest of the Rebella wetlands. You guys will see a giant tree on your map here. When you work your way over to this tree, walk toward the pinwheel in the corner and then turn around. There'll be a balloon that spawns behind the tree on the other side. Go ahead and hit that thing with an arrow and you'll get seed number 26. Number 27 is going to be found on the peak of Maida Mountain, which is just northeast of the Rebella wetlands. Once you make it up here, there's going to be a puzzle we need to solve. Go ahead and pick up the piece here, and this is actually just going to attach to the corner. So rotate this thing to fit as a corner piece, lock it into place, the Korok will appear, and you will get seed number 27. Number 28 is going to be found over by the Stinger Cliffs. You'll see up on the mountainside, there's a really small pond up top. When you make it to that pond, you'll see a cork in the middle. Just use Ultra Hand and dunk that cork underwater. It'll shoot up into the sky, and we'll get seed number 28. For number 29, you want to head just northeast of the Stinger Cliffs. You're going to see a really small pond on your map here. And if you go up on the rocks that's right next to that pond, you can then jump off and dive down in the middle of the lily pads. And once you do, you'll get seed number 29. Number 30 is going to be found over by the Marbled Plain. You'll see that we actually have an enemy base up here on the hill. The easiest way to do this is to throw a rocket on your shield and fly all the way up and land on top of the rock part of this base. And on top of this thing is going to be a small rock that you can pick up. Pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 30. Number 31 is going to be found over by the giant tree on the hill that's right next to Lake Jara. You can see our location. And when you walk up to this tree in this little courtyard area, you're going to see a cluster of leaves just moving around the ground. Go ahead and interact with those, and you'll get seed number 31. Number 32 is going to be found right over where we got our last seed, right next to Lake Jara. And when you get over here, there'll be a cabin that's pretty easy to spot. All you need to do is climb up on top of that cabin and go to the edge. So a little cluster of leaves will spawn in. And when you interact with those, you'll get seed number 32. Number 33 is going to be found over here right next to the Camphor Pond. There's actually a giant rock formation right next to the pond. If you climb up on top of that, you'll find a tree stump. When you walk over it, it'll spawn a target. Land on that target without touching the ground, and you'll get seed number 33. Number 34 and 35 are going to be found together right alongside the Fur River here up on the cliffside. You're going to find our little Korok buddy who needs help making it to the small village all the way on top of the mountain. Now, this is an extremely long distance away, so I would pretty much guarantee that you need to use an airplane. If you try to do this on foot, it's going to take you an insane amount of time. So definitely take the time to make an airplane so that you can fly your way over. As you can see, there is a path that you can follow to get there. So if you don't have any other option but to go on foot, you can. But again, it'll take you forever. But once you get over here, just interact and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 36 is also going to be found along the Fur River over by this little rock bridge on our map. Once you make it over here, if you look down, you'll see a circle of lily pads. All you need to do is jump off and dive through the middle of them, and you'll get seed number 36. Number 37 and 38 are going to be found together along the river on the northwestern side of the cliffs of Quincy. You'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out by the river. Now this one is pretty easy. You really just need to take him across the river. If you want to do it on foot, you just extend him out, but there are a bunch of enemies on the other side. So I decided to use an airplane just so I don't have to fight them all and I can just fly over top. But again, you can see it's not too far, not too difficult at all. But once you land, drop them off and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 39 is going to be found in the exact same spot that we just helped the Korok buddy get across the river, except if this time you look up, you're going to see a little balloon in the archway here. Go ahead and hit that with an arrow. Once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 39. Number 40 is going to be found over by the cliffs of Quincy. You want to work your way all the way to the top of the mountain here, and once you make it up top, you're going to find a cork. Now what you need to do is take this giant stone slab here and bring it over to the cork, and we're going to attach it. We'll use Ultra Hand to grab the end that's hanging, attach it to the slab, and then extend the slab as far out as you can, and then just drop it. It'll pull the other side out, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 40. Number 41 is going to be found on the little cliff that's just south of Oakley's navel. If you go up on top of the cliff overlooking the water and look down, you'll see there's a little ledge that has a small rock on it. Drop down to that ledge, pick up the rock, and you'll get seed number 41. Numbers 42 and 43 are going to be found together just east of Oakley's navel up on this mountainside. You're going to find our little Korok buddy, and he's going to need help getting all the way down directly below us. Now you can make an airplane for this one if you want. I decided not to since it's super close. I kind of regret it. But if you don't make any vehicle, all you need to do is just keep dropping him over the ledges, and you'll see we'll eventually make it down to the bottom where the water is. You can then pick him up, bring him over to the campsite, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 44 is going to be found on the same mountain that we just found our last little Korok buddy on. We just need to go a little bit further up the mountain. And once you're up here, you'll find 2 statues. One plate already has an apple, so we just need to drop an apple in the second plate next to it. If you miss, you can use Ultra Hand to pick it back up and drop it in. But once it's there, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 44. Number 45 is going to be found in the cluster of trees just south of Mount Rizzuto. And we're going to have some patterns of rocks down here. Our first rock is going to be up on the little cliff next to the tree. You can go ahead and bring that down and place it in the middle of the rocks on the right. And then if we go right here behind it up on this cliff, we're going to have another rock up top. Go ahead and grab this and turn around. And you don't even need to jump down. You can just extend this out with Ultra Hand. Put this on the very end in the middle. Once you do, the little poof will happen, our Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 45. Number 46 is going to be found just southwest of Mount Rizzuto. You'll see a tree on your map right next to the shrine indicator, and up in this tree is going to be a hidden balloon. Once you hit that balloon with an arrow, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 46. Number 47 is going to be found up by Bremen Peak. You'll actually see on your map we have a small pond up here. That's where you want to be. We're going to fly into the little cubby that's on the back side of the pond, and you'll find 3 statues with 3 plates. Now the plate in the middle is already going to have an apple in it. All we need to do is throw an apple in the other 2 plates. So we'll put one on the left side and one on the right side. And once all 3 plates have an apple, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 47. Number 48 is going to be found on top of the hill in between Bremen Peak and Mount Floria. Here is the location, and you'll find a little small rock up here on the top that you can pick up. Once you pick up that rock, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 48. Number 49 is going to be found just north of Mount Floria. You can see on your map you have a pretty big tree on the ledge. Make your way to this tree and you'll see that we have an acorn that's hanging down from one of the branches. If you hit that acorn with an arrow, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 49. Our 50th and final seed for this region is going to be found at the peak of Mount Floria. All you need to do is make your way all the way up to the top. You'll find a pinwheel that's going to spawn 3 balloons behind you, and these are just going to keep disappearing and reappearing. So if you miss or it disappears, just wait. It'll pop back up. You can hit it, and once you connect with all 3, the Korok will appear, and you'll get your 50th and final seed. Now that we're done in East Necluda, we're going to show you the 22 seeds in West Necluda. Our first seed in this region is going to be found just west of Kakariko Village by the main path. When you get over here, you guys are going to find this fancy little archway with a dandelion on the top. Go ahead and shoot that dandelion with an arrow and wait for it to float down. And if you can grab it before it touches the ground, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is going to be around the same area. You just want to head a little bit further west up the path by the Sahasra slope. You'll see on the map there's a tree in this little area. All you need to do is climb to the top of this tree and you're going to find a little rock. Once you pick that rock up, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be found just northwest of the Sahasra slope on this mountaintop here on your map. Once you make it to the peak, you'll find a yellow flower. Go ahead and walk over that thing, and if you turn around, you're just going to follow this yellow flower down to this platform below us. You'll see another one right here on the corner. Another one spawns right here in front of you, and then if you climb to the top of the rock, your final flower will appear. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 is going to be found just south of Kakariko Village down by Lake Sila. And right here in the middle of the lake, we're going to have a rock that has a flower on it. You run over that flower and turn around. And on this giant triangular rock, we're just going to follow the flowers all the way up to the top. So our next one's going to be behind this tree down by the water. So if you work your way around the tree, you'll see it down here by the bottom. The next one's going to be in the opening a little bit further up. So we can grab this one. And then we only have 1 flower remaining, which is going to be at the very top in the back corner. So we can go up here and grab this thing. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be on the northwestern side of Lake Sila. If you work your way up the cliff right here around this location, when you get up here, you can look over the ledge and see a little spot where we can land. If you jump down here, all you got to do is pick up the little rock. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 5. For number 6, you want to head over to Maple Ridge, which is just west of Lake Sila. You can see on the map here, we have a pretty giant tree that's by itself. Right here in the side of the tree is a hole with an acorn. Hit that acorn with an arrow and you'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found on the northwestern side of Dueling Peaks. You'll see that we have a little cluster of trees on the side of the mountain here. If you run up to this small tree on the ledge, you'll see a balloon hiding in the leaves. Go ahead and hit that balloon and you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found on the northern side of the Dueling Peaks. Down at the bottom of the mountain, you'll see another little cluster of trees here. When you make it to the trees, you'll see a rock with a dandelion on the top. Go ahead and shoot that dandelion and just go stand next to the rock and catch it before it touches the ground, and you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is also going to be found on the northern side of Dueling Peaks. This one will be up on the top of the mountain. You'll see we have 2 trees on your map. If you come up to these 2 trees on the right, you'll find a pinwheel. Go ahead and walk up to that, and 3 balloons are going to spawn in the tree that's next to you, 2 of which will be rotating around the tree here, and the third one's just going to be hiding up at the top. Hit all 3, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is on the northern side of Dueling Peaks as well. This one is on the actual peak. You want to go all the way up to the top here, and you'll find another pinwheel sitting on the rock that'll spawn 3 balloons. Now, they'll most likely disappear because you won't hit them all in time, but they're just going to spawn a little bit higher. Hit all 3 and you'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be found pretty much in the same spot as number 10. You just want to jump down to this little ledge below the peak and you'll find a puzzle with a piece that looks like the letter T. Now, I initially picked this thing up and try to just stick it in here like this. What you want to do is turn this thing around completely. So we'll just flip it backwards. We'll be able to stick it in now. It'll fit right in the middle here, and once it's in, you'll get seed number 11. 12 and 13 are going to be found together in the middle of Dueling Peaks down by the river. You'll see our location here on the screen, and once you get down here, you just want to speak with our little Korok buddy who needs help getting on the other side of the river. Now, it's not worth making a vehicle for this one. You just want to pick him up and extend him as far out as you can and walk into the water, and then you can just swim your way across, turn around, pick him back up, and drop him off at the campsite, and you'll be able to get your next 2 seeds. Number 14 is going to be on the southern side of the Dueling Peaks, and this is actually going to be on the cliff side. So you're going to want to jump down over the ledge from the top. you'll see 2 boulders and a cork on the back corner. Go ahead and attach one of the boulders to the cork, and then you can drop it off the ledge and pull the other side up, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 14. Number 15 is also on the southern side of Dueling Peaks, and this one's on the actual peak itself at the top of the mountain. When you're up here, there's 2 statues and a wooden platform. Walk over the wooden platform, and all you need to do is land on the target without touching the ground. And once you do, you'll get seed number 15. Number 16 is going to be found just south of the Dueling Peaks. You'll see on your map here, there's a pretty big cluster of trees. And if you start from the northern side, you want to go to the fat tree that's in the back right. There'll be arrows pointing at this tree regardless if you get stuck. But all you need to do is climb to the top. The little leaves will spawn, interact with them, and you'll get seed number 16. Number 17 and 18 are going to be found together over by the Poplar foothills. You can see our exact location here on the screen. But you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out up on the rocks, and we need to take him all the way over here to these mountains. Pretty good distance, so you're going to need an airplane for this one. It's definitely worth it. You can go on foot. It's just going to take you a really long time. So I've already made myself an airplane here, so we'll just attach him to it, use recall so we can get up in the sky, and we're going to fly across. So it's kind of hard to see it at first, but as you fly over here toward the mountains, you'll start to see the smoke at the top, and you can just fly up here and drop them off. Now, unfortunately, for some reason, I cut the airplane short and fell, so I had to pick him up and carry him up there. But as you can see, it's really not too difficult. You're not going to encounter any enemies. You can do this on foot if you like. It'll just take you a really long time. But once you get him up here, you'll be able to get your next 2 seeds. Number 19 is also found in the Poplar foothills. You can see the location here once again. And once you make it up here, you'll find a giant hole in the ground that's got a boulder in it. If you pick up that boulder, right over here behind these rocks is going to be your wooden stand. You just lift this thing up and drop this into the wooden stand. And once it's there, your little Korok buddy will appear and you'll get seed number 19. Number 20 can be found down in the Kile Plain. You guys can see our location. We've got a bunch of trees here. And this location is actually a little tunnel that goes under the rocks. If you go down into that tunnel, around the middle is going to be a wooden stump on the ceiling. All you need to do is ascend through that piece of wood. And when you get to the top of the mountain, a Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is going to be found just east of the Kile Plain, up on top of the mountainside here. When you make it up here, what you want to do is jump over the side and pull your chute, and you'll see on all these little cliffs below you are going to be small rocks. Now on the right side, if you're facing the mountain, you're going to see all these rocks are on the right side except for one. One is on the left. You want to land on that little cliff where that rock is, and you want to move it from the left side to the right side. So we'll go ahead and use Ultra Hand. We'll pick it up. We're just going to move this right around the corner here to the other side, and once you move it, it'll do the little poof. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 21. Our 22nd and final seed here in West Necluda is going to be just west of Mount Floria. You'll see on your map there's just one little tree by itself over here, and all you need to do is climb to the top of this tree and interact with the little leaves that are up there, and you'll get seed number 22. Now that we're done with West Necluda, we're going to show you the 3 seeds in the Necluda Sea. So our first seed is going to be located over in the Katano Bay. You'll see that we have a little cluster of rocks here in the ocean, and there's going to be a giant pillar in the middle. Now you can fly over here or you can climb from the bottom, but once you get up top, there's going to be a small rock that you can pick up, and once you do, you'll get your first seed. The second seed is going to be found over by Tonoko Island. You guys can actually see on the map, there's going to be a small rock that I'm standing on just east of the main island. And on this rock is going to be a cork that we can use Ultra Hand to pick up. We're going to dunk this thing in the water and let go, so it'll launch away. The Korok will be revealed and we'll get seed number 2. Our third and final seed out here in the sea is going to be located on Tonoko Island itself. There's going to be one tree. If you just try to run up it, it's not going to grab onto it. So make sure that you jump from the bottom so that you grab on. And then you just need to climb all the way to the top. You'll have a little cluster of leaves you can interact with, and you will get seed number 3. Now that we're done with the Necluda Sea, we're going to show you the 21 seeds in the Great Plateau. Our first seed is going to be found just northwest of Lake Hylia over by the Great Plateau East Chasm. If you come to this exact location, you'll find a little puzzle in the back corridor here. And essentially what we need to do is rotate this piece around to look like the letter T. And once it looks like the letter T like this, we're just going to rotate down one. We'll be able to squeeze this into the puzzle. The Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is going to be found just northeast of the Temple of Time ruins. You guys can see we're right here on the mountainside. And once you make it over here, you'll find a little block of wood that we can step on. That's going to spawn a target. All we need to do is fly down here and land on the target without touching the ground first. And once you do, you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be found in the middle of the pond that's just west of the Temple of Time ruins. You guys can see we're right in the middle here. And once you make it over here, you'll see a giant rock. Just fly your way to it and pick up the small rock on top. That'll spawn the Korok and give you seed number 3. Number 4 is going to be found on the very top of the Temple of Time ruins. So once you get over here, make your way to the roof. And then the easiest way to do this is to throw a rocket on your shield and just rocket up so that you can land at the very tip top of the tower. And once you climb up to the top, all you need to do is interact with the cluster of leaves that spawns. That'll give you the Korok and give you seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be found inside of the Temple of Time ruins. You want to work your way to the first floor and then turn around facing the main door. And all you need to do is go into the back left corner facing the main door. We're going to ascend up to the second level. And once you're up here, just come over in this back corner room. And if you look up, you'll find a balloon floating near the ceiling. Go ahead and pop that thing and you'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be found just northwest of Lake Hylia. You can see on your map there's going to be an outline of a little base that's up here. At the top side of that base on the outside is going to be 3 little statues with 3 plates. All we need to do is put 3 mighty bananas in each one of the plates. Go ahead and drop them in, and once you have all 3 bananas on the plates, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found on the eastern side of Mount Hylia. However, you don't want to actually be up on the mountain. You want to be down on the ground level right where we're standing. You're going to find a little opening where you can go inside, and there's a piece of wood on the ceiling. All you need to do is ascend through that piece of wood up on top of the rock. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found on the eastern side of River of the Dead. You can see in the middle of the water here, there's a small little dock or bridge, whatever you want to call this thing. And this one is extremely difficult. So I would recommend doing what I'm doing and flying over to it, because you want to land at the very end where these little sticks are sticking out of the water. And if you land in the water, you're going to die super quickly. So it's easier to just fly in instead of trying to jump from the actual dock. But once you get on this far one and interact with the leaves, you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found on the very top of Mount Hylia. You guys can see on the map here, we're literally standing on the peak right here in the middle. And once you make it up here, all you need to do is pick up the little small rock that's on the edge, and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is going to be found on the northern side of Mount Hylia. You can see there's a small pond up here, and on the ledge just to the west of that, if you come over here and jump off the side of the mountain, you can actually land on all these rocks down here, and in the back is going to be one small little rock on the very edge. Pick that up and you'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is also going to be on the northern side of Mount Hylia. This one's going to be in the middle of the pond that I was just showing you guys. This pond is going to be surrounded by ice fruit. If you don't already have some, you can collect it here. But what you want to do is make a little walkway with the ice fruit, creating little blocks of ice to the middle of this pond. And once you go out to the middle of the pond, you have a little cluster of leaves spawn that you can interact with. Interact with those and you'll get seed number 11. Numbers 12 and 13 are going to be found together again on the southern side of the River of the Dead over here. You can see where all these trees are. Our little Korok buddy is going to be hanging out by those trees. Interact with him and you'll see that all we need to do is take them to the other side of the river. Now you can make a boat, but this current is so insane that I felt like it was a little easier to just make an airplane and fly across instead of risk taking a boat and ending up all the way downstream. But once you get him over here, just interact with his buddy and you'll get the next 2 Korok seeds. Number 14 is going to be found on the mountain that's just south of the Hopper Pond. You can actually see on your map there's one little tree that's secluded from the rest. If you come to this tree, you'll find a little cluster of leaves going in a circle around it. Interact with those and you'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is going to be found right in the middle of the Hopper Pond. You're going to find a tree stump that's out here in the middle, and there's going to be a flower inside of that tree stump. Interact with that. Your next couple flowers are going to spawn on the log that's right beside it. And then we're going to have 2 more flowers that spawn on the log in the middle of the pond. We're then going to move over to these rocks. We'll get one here, jump up, grab another, and then a third one. And then your final 2 flowers will be on the log that's right in front of you. So you can grab those 2. And once you get all the flowers, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 15. Number 16 is going to be found on the northern side of the Forest of Spirits. You guys can see our location right over here. And it'll be pretty hard to miss. There's going to be an absolutely massive tree stump out here, and you want to climb to the top of that. And once you get up here, you'll find a pinwheel in the middle that's going to spawn 3 balloons that travel around the tree stump. Now, they'll disappear if you don't stay in the middle. So you have to stay in the middle and just kind of rotate your camera angle. and try to get all 3 of these balloons. And once you get all 3 of them, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 16. Number 17 is also going to be found in the Forest of Spirits. This one's closer toward the middle. You'll see there's kind of a little circular opening in between the trees. And there's going to be this really cool rock structure that you can climb up to the top of and find a cork. There's 2 ways you could do this. You can do what I do and just use a rocket, just spawn a rocket, attach it. If you look on the bottom right of your screen, there's also a log at the bottom that you can go get and attach and drop off the side. But either way, once you send that thing flying and get the Korok to pop up, you'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be on the southern side of the Forest of Spirits. You'll actually see on your map here, there's one pretty big tree that's secluded from the rest. Come down to this tree and you're going to find a little opening in the side of the mountain here. Go into that opening and the piece of wood on the ceiling, all we need to do is ascend through that. Once we're up on top of the rock, we'll get seed number 18. Numbers 19 and 20 are going to be found northeast of the Forest of Spirits over by the Great Plateau North Chasm. And once you make it over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out around the middle. And we need to take him up on the mountainside over here in front of us. The easiest way to do this is obviously going to be with an airplane. You just want to be really careful when you're doing this, and I'll show you why. When you take off on your plane here, you want to try to stay to the left so that you don't crash into these trees, and then continue to stay on the left without running into other trees here in front of you, because we're barely going to make it on top of this mountain. If you think you're going to run into the side, just go to the left and you can run up the hill a little bit. But once you're up here, interact and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Our 21st and final seed in this region is going to be found over again by the Great Plateau North Chasm. And on the eastern side, you'll see there's one giant tree right over here next to the ruins. All we need to do is shoot the acorn that's hanging from the back of that tree and you'll get seed number 21. Now that we're done with the Great Plateau, we're going to show you the 60 seeds in the Laneru Great Spring. So our first 2 seeds are going to be found together along the Zora River. You guys can see our location here. And once you make it over here, we're going to find one of our little Korok buddies that needs help finding his friend, which is going to be up on top of the mountain on the other side of the river. So I would recommend making yourself an airplane so you can get across really easily. We'll go ahead and attach him. I've already made one, and we'll lift this thing up so we can use recall to fly up on the side of the mountain here. Go ahead and lift up, fly across, and once you get up here, just speak with them and we'll get our first 2 seeds. Seed number 3 is going to be found roughly in the same area, just a little bit further up the river near the bridge. You guys can see we're on the northern side of the bridge here. And you want to climb the structure on the left side. When you make it to the top, you're going to see a little pinwheel here. When you see the pinwheel, just turn around and you're going to have 3 targets you need to hit with an arrow. So we've got one on the bottom, one in the middle, and one on the top. And once you hit all 3, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 is going to be found a little bit further east, just west of the Tabal Woods. You guys can see the location here, and it'll be pretty obvious. There's a giant rock formation here that we want to get on top of. You can put a rocket on your shield to get up here a little bit easier. But once you're up here, you're going to find this little rock sitting up here by itself. Go ahead and pick that up, and you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be found on the northern side of the Rudala River. You can see, again, the location here. When you make it to this cliff side, you're going to find a circle of rocks with one missing. Our missing rock is going to be up on the hill behind us. So just run up here. You can pick it up off the ground, throw this thing into the empty spot. A little poof will happen. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 5. Our next 2 seeds are going to be found together. These are 6 and 7, and they'll be just north of the Bank of Wishes. You guys can see this cliffside that we're standing on. Our little Korok buddy is going to be hanging out up here, and we're going to need to take him to the mountain across from us. So I highly recommend making an airplane for this one as well. I've already made one. We'll go ahead and throw our little guy on here, lift it up, and use recall, and we'll be able to fly across with no issues. Again, recommend the airplane for this one as it's a pretty good distance. But once you crash land over here, just speak with the Koroks and you'll get your next 2 seeds. For number 8, we're pretty much in the same spot. This time we're going to be across the river, again, just north of the Bank of Wishes. And once you make it over here, behind the rock is going to be one of those little cork things stuck in the ground. We're going to pick up the other side and dunk this thing into the water, let go, it'll fly up and pop the other side out, and we'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found on the other side of the river west of the Rallis Pond. You guys can see the exact location here. When you make it over here, you're going to find this cool little rock formation, and there's going to be a flower under it. We're going to grab that and turn around, and you're going to have a lot of flowers to follow here. Essentially, they're going to lead you up the hill on top of this giant rock. So just turn around, they'll continue to spawn up the hill. We'll go over here on this rock, go around the back side, follow a couple more. And again, this thing is just going to lead us on top of the rock here. Our last one will appear on the top. We'll go ahead and grab that, and you'll get Korok Seed number 9. For number 10, you want to head just southwest of the Bank of Wishes. You guys are going to see a small little pond here on your map. we want to go in the pond. There's going to be a wooden stump on the ceiling that we need to ascend to. So what we're going to do is cut down one of the tall trees so that we have a really long log, and then you just want to extend this out as far as you can so that it's directly under that wooden stump in the ceiling. Go ahead and line this up so it's about even. Once it's there, we can then jump in the water and swim to the log. And all you need to do is climb up on the log and ascend through that tree stump on the ceiling. So go ahead and ascend through that. It'll take us to the little top of this mountain here. And once you get up top, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be found southeast of the Bank of Wishes on the Oren Bridge. You guys can see the bridge location here. And once you make it here, if you look off in the water, there's going to be a bunch of rocks. You want to jump across to those rocks and lift the small one on the top. And once you do, you'll get Korok seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be found on the southern side of the Rallis Pond. You guys can see the location here. When you make it over here, there's going to be a bunch of rocks as well as a log next to them. Inside of that log is an acorn. Just hit that thing. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 12. Number 13 is going to be found just southeast of the Rallis Pond. You want to come up on this giant cliffside here. When you make it to the top, you're going to find a little tree stump. This is going to start a timer. So we'll go ahead and walk across, run to the edge of the rocks, and we'll fly across. Again, there is a timer on this, so you want to try to be as quick as possible. However, you can see I didn't really do anything spectacular. I just kind of floated across and made it. But once you make it to the yellow circle, you'll get Korok seed number 13. Number 14 is going to be found on the cliffside above the Oren Bridge, just southeast of the Bank of Wishes. When you make it up here to this ledge, you're going to find a pinwheel. When you run up to it, you're going to have 5 balloons that spawn over the edge of the cliff here. All we need to do is hit all 5 balloons with these arrows. It's okay if you miss a shot or two, but once you hit all 5 of them, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 14. Now, number 15 is going to be in the exact same spot, except this time you want to go underneath the giant cliffside. So if you jump off and float underneath, you're going to find a bunch of trees as well as a pretty big rock. Go ahead and climb up on top of that rock. You'll have the little leaves appear, interact with them, and you'll get seed number 15. For number 16, we're going to head a little bit further south. You guys can see the giant circular mountain thing on your map. We want to head to the southwestern side. And over here on the cliff side, we're going to have a tree with a yellow flower behind it. When you walk over that flower, the next one will spawn. And essentially all we need to do is run around the outside of this mountain until we get over here where the rocks are, and our final flowers will be on top of the rocks. Once you grab the white one, you'll get seed number 16. For number 17, we're going to head over to the Rudo Mountain. You guys can see the location. We want to head up on top of this peak over here. And once you make it up here, you'll find a little wooden stump. All we need to do is jump off and land on the target without touching anything else. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 17. The next location is going to be just south of Zora's domain on the little island connected to the Great Zora Bridge. Now, when you make it out here, there's going to be a tall tree on your left. All you need to do is climb to the top of that tree. There's going to be some little leaves. You can interact with those. You'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is going to be found on the same little island that's connected to the Great Zora Bridge, except this time we want to jump off the island and go underneath the bridge. So we can come over here to the ledge, drop all the way down onto this little platform and pick up the small rock. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 19. Seed number 20 is going to be found south of Zora's domain up here on this cliffside. You can see the location here. And once you make it up, you want to go all the way to the top of the rocks, and behind one of the rocks is going to be a hidden pinwheel. Now this one's a little challenging. You're going to have 5 or 6 targets that just constantly drop, and when they get too low, they'll pop and respawn back up at the top. So you guys can kind of see me struggling with this one. But again, don't worry. It doesn't matter how many shots you miss. You just need to take out all of these balloons. And once you get all of them, the Korok will appear. We've got one here. There we go. The Korok appears and we'll get seed number 20. Seed number 21 is going to be just west of Zora's domain over by the falls. Now you're going to need the Zora armor to climb the waterfall for this one, but you're going to see a rock with a tree stump on it. You just want to walk over that arrow and we want to climb to the top of the waterfall. So if you put on the Zora armor and swim out here, it'll give you the option to actually swim up the waterfall. And our little yellow circle is going to be at the very top. You guys can see it here and we're just going to jump through that. Once we do, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 21. Number 22 is right in the heart of Zora's domain, and it's going to take you a few minutes to get to, as you're going to need to climb to the highest point here in the middle. Once you climb all the way to the top, you guys will see that we have a little cluster of leaves floating down here in this little triangle. We can float right on in and interact with these leaves. And once you do, you will get seed number 22. Number 23 is going to be found in the same spot in the heart of the Zora's domain. However, you want to go all the way to the bottom this time. So if you jump off the main level, down here by the water is going to be a small rock that you can pick up. and you'll get seed number 23. Number 24 is going to be on the far western side of Zora's domain, and this is also going to be on ground level, so you don't need to climb any mountains. When you come over here, you'll find a little circle of rocks with one missing. Our missing rock is going to be over here in the corner down by the water, so we can use Ultra Hand to pick that up, bring it back over, drop this thing in place. And what you do, it'll poof, and we'll get the Korok to appear and get seed number 24. For number 25, we're going to head north of Zora's domain on top of the giant waterfall that's just south of Toto Lake. And once you're on the top, all you want to do is dive off, and we're going to dive down into a circle of lily pads. You can see it here in the water. Once you get close, I recommend pulling your chute just to make sure that you don't miss, and just dive through the lily pads and you'll get seed number 25. Our next location is going to be found just to the west of Upland Zorana. You guys can see our location here on the screen, and you'll see a cliff on the edge of the mountain here that we can jump down to, and back in the corner is going to be a small rock that we can lift to get seed number 26. For number 27, you want to head all the way to the northern side of the Toto Lake, and if you go right up to where the water in the lake ends, guys will see by the rocks, it goes down a little bit. We have a circle of rocks with one missing. Our hidden rock is going to be mixed in with these bigger rocks. Go ahead and pick that thing up, drop it in the circle. Once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 27. Number 28 is going to be on the northern side of Ploymus Mountain. You can actually see that we're going to drop down on this little ledge on the side of the mountain. So once you get over here, you can jump down. You'll see that there's a little puzzle. All we need to do is lift the piece up and turn it around completely and drop it back in. Once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 28. Our next two seeds are going to be found together over by Shatterback Point. You guys can see when you make it to the top of the ramp here, if you turn around facing the ramp, if you go on the right, our little Korok buddy is going to be hanging out on the rocks. And you can see that all we need to do is take him to the little bottom of the hill here. So we don't have to go too far. I highly recommend just picking him up and carrying him down the hill, as it's going to take you more time, most likely, to build a craft to get down here. But all you need to do, bring him over here, speak with the Koroks, and you'll get your next two seeds. Seed number 31 is going to be found just west of Shatterback Point up on the mountainside. You guys can see our location here. And once you make it over here, you're going to find a small cave in the side of the mountain here that you can climb up to. And there's going to be a flower inside. So we just need to walk over this thing. It's going to come back to the outside and we're going to climb all the way up on this ledge. So just continue to climb up until you see the white flower. Once you grab the white one, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 31. Our next location is going to be found on the northern side of the East Reservoir Lake over by the dock. You guys can see our location. Once you make it over here, you're going to find a set of stairs. You just want to jump over the ledge next to the stairs and pull your chute, and then pull your arrow out and you can hit the balloon that's hiding right here underneath and get seed number 32. Our next location is going to be found over by the Tau Tau Peak just north. You guys can see we're on the mountainside here, and we want to jump down to this little ledge. When you make it over here, you'll see there's a pinwheel on the rock on the side of the mountain. And once you walk up to it, you're going to have 3 balloons spawn that you need to take out. So we'll shoot all 3 of those. The ones on the left and the right can be a little bit difficult as they move in a triangular pattern. But once you get all 3, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 33. Our next location is also going to be right next to the Tau Tau Peak. You can see on your map here, we have a small pond. If you come over to this pond, there's going to be a waterfall. And if you go behind the waterfall, there's a secret little area with a small rock. Pick up the rock and you'll get seed number 34. Number 35 is going to be in the same exact location by that pond, except this time we want to head up on top of the waterfall. And once you make it up top, you're going to find this giant boulder sitting on the ground, and pick it up, and right over here on the edge is going to be a spot where you can place the boulder. Be careful to get this on your first try, because if you miss, it may roll down the mountain and cause a lot of problems. But once you get it in there, you'll get seed number 35. The next location is going to be on the very top of Tau Tau Peak. So work your way up to the top of that mountain. And once you get to the very top, you'll find a small little rock sitting up here. Go ahead and pick it up and you'll get seed number 36. Number 37 and 38 are going to be found together on the southern side of the East Reservoir Lake, right over here by the dam. And once you make it to the dam, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out by the water, and you'll see that we need to take him to the other side. There's a couple ways you can go about doing this. One is to create yourself an airplane per usual. You can also use a boat, but personally, I think the airplane is the easier way to go, as you can pretty much just fly in a straight line. The only thing you need to be careful for are these giant rocks that are sticking out of the water. If you're flying too low, you'll run directly into them and fall into the water. It'll be pretty difficult to get out. So make sure that you have enough height, but once you get over here, drop them off and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 39 is going to be found on the dock that's on the far eastern side of the East Reservoir Lake. You can see the location here. Once you make it to the dock, you'll see the pinwheel on the end. You're going to have 3 balloons to shoot. Now I'm going to speed this up because I missed a lot. You guys can see they're a little difficult to hit, so make sure that you're aiming way up above them so that you can actually connect. But once you hit all 3 of these balloons, the Korok will then pop up and you'll get seed number 39. Our next location is on the far eastern side of the map, right where it says Spool Bite. And we're going to be on the cliff side here. When you make it over here, you'll find a puzzle. The piece is going to be on the very top. We're going to take it down and we're going to turn it around, and then we'll rotate it once to the left. Once it's backwards, just like this, you can stick it right through the middle here, and once you do, you'll get the Korok and seed number 40. Number 41 is going to be found in essentially the same exact spot. We're just going to head over to where the trees are here on your map, and you'll find another puzzle once you get over here. This one's pretty easy as well. We're just going to pick up the piece and rotate it upside down, and it'll fit perfectly here on top. The Korok will then appear after the puzzle is complete, and you'll get seed number 41. The next location is also going to be in the same area, except this time we're going to head up on the mountain where the Monster Forces camp is. And you want to go all the way up on top of their little half cave that's on the back side. You guys can see where we're standing. There's going to be a small rock on the top. You can just go ahead and pick that up and get Korok seed number 42. Our next location is going to be found on the northern side of the Talus Plateau. You can see our exact location here. There's going to be a pretty big rock in the middle that has a dandelion on the top. Go ahead and hit that dandelion, and if you wait at the bottom, it's going to float down. Just make sure that you grab it before it touches the ground, and you'll be able to get seed number 43. Our next location is going to be found just west of the Talus Plateau in the little islands down here. And if you head to this location, you'll find a tree stump on the top of the rock. All you need to do is jump off and fly toward the yellow circle. You are going to have a wind gust if you fly straight. That'll help you out, so don't worry about falling down in the water. And once you make it, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 44. Number 45 is also going to be found west of the Talus Plateau, except this one's going to be found on the southernmost island. And once you get down here, you're going to see a whole bunch of rocks. You want to make your way to the very middle rock here. It's pretty small, but when you climb up to the top, the little leaves will spawn. You can interact with them, and you'll get seed number 45. Our next location is going to be found right in the heart of the Talus Plateau. You can see our exact location here in the middle of all the trees, and you're going to find a small rock that's right in the center of the emblem. It'll be super hard to miss. Go ahead and lift that rock up and you'll get seed number 46. Number 47 is also on the Talus Plateau. This one's just a little bit further south on the other side of the mountain. And you guys will see that we have a little cave here, a little walkway to go through. All you want to do is ascend through the wooden stump that's on the ceiling. And once you make it to the top of the mountain, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 47. Seed number 48 is also going to be here on the Talus Plateau. You guys can see here on the map that there's a small pond down here. If you work your way over to the pond, you'll find a puzzle. The piece is going to be right here in the water, and all you need to do is rotate this thing around. You'll be able to fit it into the square on the rock here. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 48. Number 49 is going to be found all the way on the far eastern side of the map down by Winter Island. And this one will be pretty easy to spot. You're going to have a cluster of leaves that's just traveling around the island. All you need to do is work your way up to them, interact with them. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 49. Seed number 50 is going to be found down by the Lauderum headland. You guys can see our exact location here on the screen, and it'll be pretty obvious once you get out here. There's going to be a tall column that you can climb that has a flower on the top. Once you grab that flower, you're going to basically just keep flying your way across to all of these columns and grabbing a flower on top of each. When you get to the third one here, if you turn around, we're going to have a small one behind us we can float to. Go ahead and grab this one, fly all the way across, and we just need to get up on top of these ruins over here. So we'll climb up top, grab the last flower, and we'll get seed number 50. Number 51 and 52 are going to be found together right over here by the Ja-Abu Ridge. You guys can see we're kind of standing on the cliff side here. And once you make it over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy, and he needs to go a pretty good distance over to the island at the bottom of this mountain. Now, the only way to get over here is to make an airplane, so make sure that you have materials to make a plane, and we're going to go ahead and fly all the way across. Now, this one is a little bit further than usual, so make sure that if you are making an airplane to get him over here, that you add a couple batteries so that your wing can make it all the way down here, because this is probably one of the furthest ones that I've had so far. But once you make it over here, just interact with them and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 53 is going to be found over on the Bryna Plain. We'll show you the location here, and it'll be pretty easy to spot. We're going to have a circle of rocks with 2 that are missing, and fortunately, they're both right here in the middle. Just go ahead and pick both of these up and put them next to each other to complete the circle. Once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 53. 54 is going to be found on the far southwestern side of the Ja-Abu Ridge, down by all these trees that are here on your map. And there's going to be a giant puzzle here. The piece is going to be in the shape of a letter T. You want to rotate it just like so, and then you're going to be able to fit it in on the bottom left. You can see I'm trying to squeeze it in the middle. If you put it right down here in the bottom left, it'll fit right into place and you'll get seed number 54. Number 55 is going to be found on the Samasa Plain. You guys again can see the location here. There's going to be a giant tree surrounded by some ruins. All you need to do is climb to the top of that tree, pick up the rock that's up here, and you'll get seed number 55. Number 56 is going to be on the far northern side of the Samasa Plain. You guys can actually see on your map here, there's a small dock that leads out into the river. If you go to this dock and go to the edge, you can jump off and dive straight down into a circle of lily pads, and you'll be able to get seed number 56. For number 57, you want to head down to the southwestern side of the Samasa Plain. Again, here is the exact location. When you get down here, there's going to be two statues with plates. One's going to have a roasted porgy. If you don't have any porgy in your inventory, if you come right over here behind you where the water is, you'll be able to catch a few that are swimming around. And then you can come right back over here and build a fire right next to where the statues are. I've already done so. So we're going to take our raw porgy out and we're going to cook this thing over the fire. So you can just drop this thing using Ultra Hand into the fire. You can hold on to it if you want to. Once it's done, it'll pop up and say roasted porgy. Go ahead and throw that in the second plate. It'll go poof. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 57. Number 58 and 59 are going to be found together down by the Lanayru Bay. Again, you can see the location here on your screen. And once you make it over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out looking for his friend. And we need to take him a little bit further down the beach and on the other side of the bay. So you can do this two ways. You can make a boat or an airplane. As always, I think an airplane is the easiest way to go. We'll go ahead and use recoil on this thing so we can get in the sky and we'll fly our way across to the campsite. Again, you can kind of see it's on the land right across on the other side of the bay, but we'll drop them off and get our next two seeds. Our 60th and final seed in this region is also going to be found in the same spot down by the Lanayru Bay. And you'll see there's a little island of rocks in the water with a flower on one of them. All we need to do is run into that flower and follow it around the rocks. It's eventually going to lead you up here to the tallest rock in the water. You'll just be able to climb to the top. Once you grab that one, we're going to fly back to the start and you'll get the Korok to appear and you'll get seed number 60. Now that we're done with the Lanayru Great Spring, we're going to get the 13 seeds in the Lanayru Wetlands. All right, so the first two seeds are going to be together by rescuing a Korok. This is going to be found right next to the Zelo Pond along the main path here. You guys will find our little Korok friend hanging out by the water, and you'll see that we need to take him over toward the island. So the best way to approach this is to create yourself a little airplane. You can also make a little boat if you can put a fan on the back of a plank or a log and just work your way over there. But we're using an airplane. Just attach him to the front of this thing and fly it right into the campsite. And once you get there, you'll be able to get two Korok seeds. Seed number 3 is going to be in the same spot, just on the other side of the river this time. And there's going to be a walkway that actually goes out into the water that leads to a little island. You just want to follow that walkway and eventually you'll come across a hole in the ground. And there's going to be an acorn that's floating right above that. So just hit that acorn with an arrow. And once you do, you'll get seed number 3. Seeds number 4 and 5 are also going to be found together from rescuing a little Korok guy. This will be found on the northwestern side of the Kapanga Island. Once you get over here, it'll be pretty easy to find. He'll just be chilling on a little hill, and we'll need to take him on the other side of the wetlands here. Now, fortunately, I've already made myself a little airplane. I always recommend this with the helping the Korok find his friend. But we'll go ahead and lift this thing up, fly across the wetlands. Again, it's the best way. I don't even know if you can carry him across. I believe you do have to make some sort of vehicle. But once you make it over there, you'll get your next 2 seeds. For seed number 6, we're going to head over to the western side of the wetlands, just west of the Zow's Island. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. But in between all the trees here, there's going to be a circle of lily pads. We're just going to dive into the middle of those and we will get the next seed. For number 7, we're going to be on the southern side of the wetlands. You guys can see just east of the sandbar. You just want to make it to this area. You're going to find a rock with a dandelion on the top. Just shoot that dandelion with an arrow and catch it before it hits the ground. And be able to get the next seed. For seed number 8, we're going to head south down to the Telltale Lake, and you guys can see we're currently on the ledge on the western side of the lake. There's going to be a giant tree up here. You want to climb to the top of this tree And once you make it up, you're eventually going to find a rock that's sitting on a branch. Go ahead and pick that rock up, and the Korok will appear, and you'll be able to get the next seed. For seed number 9, we're going to head just east of the Shrine Island. You guys can see we have a little miniature island on the map. And there's going to be a rock on the top of that. So we'll go over and pick that rock up, and the Korok will appear, and we'll be able to get seed number 9. The next seed is going to be found over by the Kinsian Island. You guys can see our exact location here, and there's going to be a bridge that connects these two islands together. We want to go underneath this bridge here, and once you do, you'll find another rock just floating in the water. Go ahead and pick that rock up, and you'll be able to get seed number 10. Seed number 11 is going to be found just east of the Bone Pond on the mountainside here. When you make it up here, you guys will notice there's a puzzle in the ground that looks like an H, and the piece for it's going to be up on this rock. Now, essentially what you want to do is rotate this to be long ways horizontal, just like so, and slap it down in there so it looks like a cross. And once you do, the Korok will appear, and you'll get the next seed. For the next seed, we're going to head just a little bit further east. You guys will see on the map that we have a little pond / river area over here. And there's going to be a giant rock that leads up above that pond. You want to climb to the top of the rock. And once you're up here, you're just going to dive off in between the circle of lily pads. And once you do, you'll get the next seed. Now, our 13th and final seed is going to be found just east of the Bone East Cave. You guys can see on the top of the mountain here on our screen. You're going to see a little rundown shack. Inside the shack is an acorn hanging from the ceiling. Just take out the acorn and you'll get your 13th seed. Now that we're done in the Lineru wetlands, we're going to show you the 33 seeds on Mount Lineru. Seed number 1 is going to be found on the northwestern side of the mountain, right over here by this little cluster of trees. When you make it over here, you'll find there's one tree that doesn't have any leaves on it. It's basically just a giant stick. All you need to do is climb to the top. The cluster of leaves will appear, and you'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is also going to be on the northwestern side of the map in this location, right around here. When you make it over here, you'll find a giant block of ice with a glowing dandelion on the top. Just hit that dandelion with an arrow and just wait for it to float down. All you need to do is catch it before it touches the ground. And if you do so correctly, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be found on the far northeastern side of the mountain over by the water. And you can actually see we have some rocks on the map here. When you get over here, you want to climb to the biggest rock. And when you get to the top, you'll see a circle of seaweed in the water. Just dive through the middle. Once you do, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 is also on the northeastern side of the mountain. You guys can see our location right here in this little cluster of trees. And once you make it up here, you'll find a cork. There's also going to be a log that's laying on the ground. Go ahead and pick that up and attach it to the cork, and then you can pick it up and throw it off the ledge, and this will be just heavy enough to open the other side and have the Korok pop out, and we'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is on the far eastern side of the map by the water. You guys can actually see we have some small rocks on your map that you can use for reference when finding the location. But the first thing you want to do is fly over to the bigger rock on the left side and grab the flower on the top. And then you're just going to drop down and follow this flower around the rocks until you get to the final white flower, which you can grab. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 5. Our next location is pretty much in the exact same spot. We're just going to head inland a little bit further northwest. When you make it up here, you're going to find a hole in the ground with a giant boulder. Go ahead and use Ultra Hand to pick that up. And we're just going to carry it all the way up this dirt path up the hill until we get to the little stand that we can drop it in. You drop this thing into place. The Korok will appear, and you'll be rewarded with seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found on the eastern side of Walnut Mountain. Here is the location on your screen. And once you make it over here, you'll find a little circle of rocks with one missing. The missing rock is going to be all the way over here on the ledge. You can come pick this thing up and bring it back. And again, just a basic circle. You can just drop this thing into place. It should stay. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found down by Mapla Point. You actually can see on the map, we've got some rocks that are out in the ocean here. And once you make it over here, one of the rocks is going to have a cork. All you need to do is pick up that cork, dunk it in the water, and let go, and it'll pop up, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 8. Number 9 is also going to be found down by Mapla Point. This is going to be right in the middle on the peak of the mountain that's down here. And once you make it up top, you'll find a small little rock. Just go ahead and pick that thing up, and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is going to be found on the far western side of the Mapla Point, down by the beach. And once you make it over here, you'll find the puzzle. The piece is going to be on the top, and you want to rotate this thing to where you have the row of 3 blocks on the far left. So not like how I just did it here. We want to rotate it one more time, 3 on the left, 2 on the middle, and 1 on the right, and it should fit in there just perfectly, and you'll be rewarded with seed number 10. Our next location is going to be just south of the Mount Lanero Skyview Tower. On this little peak right here, you can see we have a tree on the map. We want to climb to the top of this tree. So go ahead and grab on, climb your way to the top. And when you get up here, a little cluster of leaves will spawn. You can interact with them and get seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be really close by. We're just going to head to the peak that's a little bit further west. So you can see here at Madorna Mountain, this time we're going to be on the western peak. And there's going to be another tree up here that we can climb. So go ahead and climb to the top of this. Once you make it up top, interact with the little cluster of leaves and you'll get seed number 12. For number 13, we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to go to the next peak in line. So just a little bit further west, another peak with a tree on the top. Up here, again, just climb to the very top of this tree. Once you get up to the top, the leaves will appear. You can interact and you'll be rewarded with seed number 13. Number 14 and 15 are going to be found together down in the Nidra snowfield, just northwest of the shrine location. Once you make it out here, you'll find our little Korok buddy who needs help making it to the top of the mountain. Now, across from where the Korok is located, we're going to have materials to put together a vehicle. So go ahead and build yourself a little car, and then we can throw our Korok buddy on the front, and we'll drive up the mountain. Now, I made a couple mistakes that I'm going to show you so you don't mess up. But when you go up the mountain, you want to initially go to the right. You guys can see that I went to the left because I thought I could make it up right here. You're not going to be able to make it up right here. As you can see, we just fell back down, got stuck in between trees. So you want to work your way to the right side when you start going up the mountain. So we'll move this thing around. We'll head up to the right, and you want to stay right. There's actually a path you can follow. I tried to take a shortcut and go up the mountain right here. But if you stay to the right, you'll see that there's a very easy path that you can just drive along all the way up to the top. You shouldn't encounter any enemies as you drive by that will attack you while you're on the vehicle. And once you make it up here, you'll see the campsite. We can go ahead and speak with the Korok and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Our next location is going to be found on the eastern side of the Nervado Lake. You can actually see on your map we have rocks in the shape of a moon. There's going to be one rock that's missing here, which will be right over here by the water. You can go ahead and pick that thing up, fill in the moon here, and once you drop it into place, our Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 16. Number 17 is going to be found over by the Purifier Lake that's west of Mount Lanero. You guys can see the lake here, and you'll find a puzzle when you get over here. The piece is going to be attached to the front. You want to bring it over here to the left side, and we're going to rotate it to stick out to the left like it does on the front. So we can rotate it like so, attach it to the back, and once you do, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be found on top of the Peak of Awakening. You guys can just climb all the way to the top of this mountain. When you make it up here, we're going to have a cork as well as some slabs. Go ahead and attach one of the slabs to the cork and drop it off the back side of the mountain. And once you do, it's going to pull the cork out. Our Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is going to be found on the Lanero Promenade. You can see our location is actually right next to the staircase. And what you want to do is jump over the edge and go under the stairs right here. And you'll find a little rock. Go ahead and pick that thing up and we'll get seed number 19. Number 20 is going to be found just south of the Lanero Promenade. It's actually going to be on the cliff side up here. There's going to be a tree that's hanging over the ledge with a flower next to it. When you walk over that flower, we're just going to follow this thing around the edge of the mountain. We'll have our next one up top here. Our fourth one's going to be up by the tree, so we can climb up, grab this one. Our next one's right here behind us, and then we're going to drop down to this rock. We'll then drop down even further. Now, once you're here, what you want to do is grab onto the wall and climb up, and then we're just going to fly across to this little archway, and our flower is going to be on top of this pillar. Once we grab this, we're going to jump all the way down to this platform in the corner, and our final flower is going to be down in this little hexagon or octagon area, and that'll be your white flower, and that's going to give you seed number 20. Number 21 is going to be found on the far western side of the Lanero Promenade. We're going to have another tree that's on the edge here. In this tree, we don't actually need to climb. We just need to shoot the acorn that's hanging from the branch. So go ahead and hit that acorn. Our Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 21. Number 22 is going to be on the land just northwest of the Lanero Promenade. You can see our location here. And once you make it up here, you'll find a giant hole with a boulder in the ground. Go ahead and pick up that boulder and turn around and carry this all the way up the hillside. You'll have a little path that you can follow here. And at the top is going to be a rock with our wooden stand on the top. Go ahead and line this thing up right so you can put it in place. And once you drop this thing into the stand, a little poof will happen. Our Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 22. Number 23 is going to be found over by Trotter's Downfall. You'll actually be able to see the little formation of rocks on your map. There's 2 squares here. And we need one rock, and it's going to be found on the giant rock behind it. So if you run over to this giant rock here, we can climb up on the side. We're going to run up to the top, and there's going to be a really small rock on the top. You can go ahead and pick that up and just drop it over the ledge. You don't have to carry it all the way back down. You can then jump down and pick this thing up, and we're going to just drop it into place here at this square. Once you get this thing lined up, it'll poof. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 23. Number 24 and 25 are going to be found together over by the Arabia Plain. You can see we have a small pond here, and right next to the pond is going to be our little Korok buddy that needs help making it up on top of the mountain. Now, you can actually carry him around the back side of that mountain and get him up there pretty easily, but if you're lazy and don't feel like taking the time to carry him all the way over there, you can make a little airplane, and I recommend taking off on the left so that you don't run directly into the mountain, but you can then just turn around and fly back over, drop them off, and get your next 2 Korok seeds. Number 26 is going to be found just north of the Arabia Plain. You'll actually see this giant tree on your map at the top of the hill. You want to work your way up to that tree, and you'll find a hidden acorn hiding in the leaves here. Go ahead and hit that with an arrow. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 26. Number 27 is going to be found right in the middle of the Arabia Plain. You can actually see there's one single tree here where we're standing on the map, and all we need to do is climb up to the top of this tree. So go ahead and climb up. There'll be one little rock up here. Go ahead and pick that thing up, and you'll get seed number 27. Number 28 is going to be found on the southern side of Quada's shelf. You can actually see there's a small little peak down here. You want to climb all the way up to the top where there's 3 statues and a plate. There's going to be 1 apple in the plate, and to get the seed, we need to add 2 more apples. So there's a total of 3. And once there's 3 apples in the plate, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is going to be found on the northwestern side of Quada's shelf. We're going to head over to the cliffs. There's going to be one big tree down here that we want to interact with. If you run up to the tree, you're going to find a hidden balloon hiding in the leaves. Go ahead and hit that balloon with an arrow, and you'll get seed number 29. Number 30 and 31 are going to be found together on top of East Hill. And once you make it up here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out who's going to need help making it all the way over to the other side of these mountains. This is a really good distance, so you're absolutely going to need an airplane to get him over there. However, you do want to be careful as you're flying over there, as it's a pretty small hill and it's easy to accidentally fly over the location and have to go all the way back up the mountain. So you can see that we're just going to use an airplane. We're going to fly all the way across, and once we make it over here, crash land right into the campsite or at the bottom of the hill so that you don't go over, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 32 is going to be just southeast of East Hill, down by the little pond that's surrounded by trees. And if you come down to the pond, there's going to be a bridge. Underneath that bridge is an acorn that's hanging from a chain. Go ahead and shoot that acorn, and you'll get seed number 32. Our 33rd and final seed for the region is going to be found on the very top of the Pierre Plateau. You guys can see our peak here. And once you make it up top, there'll be a circle of rocks. We're just going to take the small one outside of the circle and complete the circle. And once you do, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 33. Now that we're done with Mount Lineru, we're going to show you the 11 seeds on Death Mountain. So our first seed is going to be found on the southeastern portion of the mountain down here by the ruins. You guys can actually see the little structures here on your map. But once you make it over here, you want to come over to this small shack, and you're going to have a plank inside. We're going to use Ultra Hand to pick that thing up, rotate it around, and it'll fit right here on this rooftop. Once it connects, the Korok will appear. You'll be able to get your first seed here on the mountain. Now our next seed is also going to be on the southeastern portion of the mountain. This one's a little closer towards the middle, but you want to come to this exact location that we have marked on the map. And once you get over here, there'll be a little spot where you can drop off. You want to jump, pull your glider, and turn around. And in that little triangular opening, there's going to be a floating balloon. If you hit it with your bow and arrow, you'll get your next Korok seed. Seed number 3 is also on the southeastern side. You guys can see here on the map, if you head right to this location, there's kind of a big opening on this corner. And on this opening, you'll see some leaves that are just traveling around. We're just going to chase those down, interact with them, and we'll get our 3rd seed. For seed number 4, we're going to head over to the southwestern side of the mountain. You guys can see the exact location again here on your screen. Once you get over here, you'll find a small puzzle piece of cubes. We're going to pick this thing up and rotate it around, and we're going to fit it into the puzzle on top of the rock over here. And once you get this thing in place, the Korok will appear, and you'll get your next seed. Now, seed number 5 is also going to be on the southwestern side. It's going to be under the bridge. So if you guys zoom in on your map, you'll see this giant bridge here on your screen. And we're going to go underneath where there's a small flower, and we're just going to follow that flower all the way up to the top of the bridge. So So we can just climb the rocks here. You guys will see the next one on this side, and the final flower will appear on the other side. And once you grab it, you'll get your next Korok seed. Now, our next two seeds are going to be found together on the northwestern side of the mountain. You guys can see the exact location here once again. And we're going to help a little Korok guy find his friend, which we'll be able to get two seeds for. So go ahead and interact with him. You guys will see that the little smoke is going to be all the way down at the other side of the rails. You can pick him up and try to run across. You may encounter some enemies. However, I just decided to build an airplane with what I had in my inventory. Use recall for the time to get this thing to take off in the sky and fly your way across. And once you make it over here, you can just pick up your little guy. Go ahead and throw him next to his buddy, and once you interact, you'll be rewarded with the 2 Korok seeds. Our next seed is going to be found around the same exact area, I think a little bit more further to the west this time. But if you head to this exact location, it's actually right in between the mountain and this giant rock. We're going to have another puzzle. So we'll go ahead and pick up the little puzzle piece. And you want to rotate this thing around to look like a lowercase h. And once you have it in place, all you need to do is fit this thing into the main puzzle. It will connect and the Korok will appear and you'll get your next seed. Now, seed number 9 is also going to be found on the northwestern side. You want to head over to this long rock on your map. And once you get over here, it'll be pretty obvious as it extends out from the mountain. And we're just going to jump on this wooden platform. And once you do, we're just going to glide our way down to the yellow circle. And once you land in the yellow circle, you'll get your next seed. Seed number 10 is going to be found in the exact location over by that little long rock that sticks out from the mountain. However, we want to go underneath it this time. And if you go underneath, you're going to see this little dandelion that's just sitting on a rock. We're going to hit it with an arrow, and then we'll jump all the way down to the bottom, wait for it to float down, and then we can press A to catch it. And once we catch it, the Korok will appear and you'll get your 10th seed. Now, the 11th and final seed here in Death Mountain is going to be right next to where we just shot that dandelion. You guys will see on your map, there's a small little bridge. If you come over to that bridge, underneath it, there's going to be an acorn that's hanging. We want to hit that with an arrow. And once you hit that acorn, the Korok will appear. And you'll be able to get your final Korok seed here on the mountain. Now that we're done with Death Mountain, we're going to show you the 60 seeds in the Elden Canyon. So our first 2 seeds are going to be found together just southwest of the Isle of Arbuckle. You guys can see our location here. And right on the edge of the mountain is going to be a little Korok buddy that needs help getting to the bottom of the mountain to find his friend. I would highly recommend making some sort of vehicle, whether it be an airplane or a car, to get down this mountain. If you try to just carry him on your own, it's going to take you a really long time, and you're going to encounter some enemies along the way, which can get frustrating. So you guys can see here that we've already made a little airplane. We're just going to fly this thing down into the canyon. You'll be able to see the smoke where his buddies are located. And we'll just do a little crash landing here, take him off, and we'll be able to get our first 2 Korok seeds. For number 3, we're going to head over to Darunia Lake, I believe is how it's pronounced. And once you make it over here, you're going to see an interesting pattern of rocks on the ground that we need to place 2 to complete this thing. The first one's going to be up here in the back. We'll go ahead and drop that in line here. And then if you turn around, in between these 2 rocks on our right is going to be our second one. So we'll go ahead and grab that one and place this one here to complete the pattern. Now, if it doesn't go off, you need to make sure that it's perfectly straight. You can see I was a little off here. Go ahead and center that. Once you do, the little poof will happen and the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 3. For number 4, we're going to head over to the HQ that's found just east of Darunia Lake. You guys can see here. And once you make it over here to this area, there's going to be a giant rock tower looking thing that we need to climb to the very top of. So if you go around the back, there's going to be a ladder that you can climb to save a little bit of time. And once you're up, we want to use ascend to get to the top of the tower. Now just be careful not to fall down into the hole. But you should be okay. And once you get to the very top, the little leaves will spawn that you can interact with. And we'll be able to get our next Korok seed. For our next location, we're going to head just a little bit north of the HQ, just south of the Isle of Arbuckle. You guys will see a little bridge here on your map. And if we go underneath that bridge, there's going to be an acorn. We're just going to hit that acorn with an arrow, and we'll be able to get seed number 5. Seeds 6 and 7 are going to be acquired together. This is going to be found just on the northern side of Goron City. You can see our exact location. We're going to have a little Korok buddy hanging out on the side of the mountain that we can speak with, and you'll see that we need to take him across the canyon. Now, normally I would tell you guys to make an airplane to fly him across, but fortunately we have minecarts over here. So go ahead and throw a fan on a minecart. Make sure you get on the far right track, and we're just going to ride him all the way over. This will take us right to where we need to go. I would recommend using Ultra Hand to pick him up and hold him as you're riding the minecart so that you can just drop him off when you go over the campsite. And then you could just jump out of the minecart and throw them in there. This is how you get your next 2 seeds. Now seeds 8 and 9 are also going to be together. This will be northeast of Goron City. Just under the rails here on this rock, you're going to find another little Korok guy. And we just need to take him on top of the hill beside us. Now it's not too difficult to get up there, so we're not going to build a vehicle. We're just going to grab him and walk up the cliff here. You just want to be careful as there's going to be planks sliding down really quickly. So stand on either the far left or the far right as you work your way up the hill. And when you make it to the top, you'll find the campsite, drop them off, and you'll get number 8 and 9. Seed number 10 is also going to be found just north of Goron City. You can see the location. You essentially just want to get up on top of these giant rocks. And when you get to the very top, you'll see a small rock on the end. Just go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 10. For seed number 11, we're going to head just northwest of the Goro Cove. You guys can see the location here. It's right on the edge of the mountain. You guys will notice that under the rocks, we have 2 little statues with 2 plates. All we need to do is pick up this little thing here and drop it in the second plate. And once you do, a little poof will happen, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 11. For number 12, we're going to head over to the northwestern side of Goron City. We're going to go just northwest of the bridge on top of these rocks. You guys can see the bridge on my left. What you want to do is jump off, pull your glider, and turn around where you see the face on the rock. And we're going to pull out our bow and arrow when we drop down to where the mouth is. Now, I pulled it a little bit early, so we'll fall for just a few seconds here, but you'll see inside of the mouth is going to be a balloon. We just want to hit that balloon with an arrow, and we'll be able to get seed number 12. Seed number 13 is going to be found on the far southeastern side of Goron City. You want to work your way to the top of the waterfall, and we're actually going to stand on the rock up here and jump off into the circle of lily pads. Just pull your glider and then dive straight down, and once you do, you'll be able to get seed number 13. For number 14, we're also going to be on the southern side of Goron City, right where the giant bridge is that goes through the town. If we jump off and pull our glider underneath the bridge, you guys will see a balloon. Just hit that thing with an arrow and you'll get seed number 14. For number 15, we're going to head a little bit further south of Goron City. You guys can see the exact location here on your screen. There's essentially a little gap in between the mountain here. And in this gap, there's going to be a puzzle, and it's a super simple one. We literally just have a square. We're just going to rotate this thing to make it flat, and then you can fit it in place. Once you do, the Korok will appear, and you'll be able to get seed number 15. Seed number 16 is going to be found just south of the Goron Hot Springs. Again, here is the location. And you want to go under this giant rock bridge. You guys can see here, we want to go over to the right side. And there's another little rock that's kind of sticking out that we're going to climb up on top of. And we're going to have a little wooden platform that we can walk on. And all we need to do is jump and fly to the target without touching the ground, land on the target, and we'll be able to get seed number 16. Our next location is going to be found west of Goron City in the mountains. On your map, you can actually see 2 dotted line squares. This is going to be a rock formation, and we need to place 2 rocks in this pattern. So it's a little confusing looking from the ground, but from above, it's literally just 2 overlapping squares. So we can place 1 rock there, and if we go to the other side, you'll see the second rock sitting over here. Go ahead and put this in line. And again, you want to be careful. This thing might roll on you. But if you get it in place, the little poof will happen, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 17. For number 18, we're going to head just southwest of Goron City. You guys are going to see we have a little river here. If you go to the middle, we actually have a little mountain area that we can jump off of to find a circle of lily pads. If you go to the small rock right next to it, you can just sprint and jump, and it'll dive right through them, and you'll get seed number 18. The next location is over at the southern mine. If you don't have this on your map, we'll show you the exact location here along this path. But once you get over here, it'll be pretty noticeable. There's a giant rock pickaxe statue, and you just need to climb up on top of that pickaxe, and you'll find a small little rock on the top that you can pick up, and you'll be able to get seed number 19. For the next location, we're going to head just west of the southern mine. You guys can see we're on the edge of a mountain here, and you want to climb up on the little ledge that's on the side. You can see where we're at here. You're going to find this small little cave. If you climb up the rocks, it's got one of those wooden platforms that we can ascend through. So we'll go ahead and ascend through the wood. We'll end up on the side of the mountain, and once you pop up, the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 20. For seed number 21, we're going to head just west of the Grambi River. You guys will see on your map, there's a really small looking pond out here. So come right over here to this pond, and inside is going to be a boulder that we're going to use Ultra Hand to pick up. And we're going to turn around and take that right up the hill and drop it in the wooden post that's above the pond. Once it sits there for a second, it'll pop, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 21. Seeds number 22 and 23 are going to be found together alongside the Grambi River. You guys can see our location here. We're just going to have another little Korok guy that needs help finding his friend, which is going to be on top of the mountain above him. Now, there's a couple different ways to do this. However, I think the easiest is to grab the rocket that's on the ground right next to him, and you're going to angle it to where it's pointing up and attach it to him so we can send him up there. If you mess this up the first time, there's another rocket that's over there that you can pick up, but we're just going to bring him back far enough away so that when it angles, it actually makes it above the rock and he'll drop off. And all we need to do now is climb the mountain and find him. Now, he shouldn't be too far for me. He just went right on the other side of the rocks here, so you can just pick him up using Ultra Hand, bring him right back over to where his friends are, talk to them, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Our next location is going to be a little further south along the same river. You guys can see we'll be on the right side on this mountain. And once you get up here, you'll find this giant boulder just sitting here. We're going to pick that up and turn around and place it on the wooden post a little bit further up the mountain. Once you lock that thing into place, the little poof will happen, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 24. Seeds number 25 and 26 are also going to be obtained at the same time. These will be found right over here at the Korok tunnel. And you'll be able to see at the top of the hill is going to be our little Korok guy that needs help finding his friend, which is literally just at the bottom of this hill. You can pick him up and walk him down there. It's not that far at all. However, there are a couple enemies that you'll encounter, which is the only reason that I made an airplane. But you'll see here during the flight that it does not take long to get down here at all. So if you want to just pick him up and carry him down, fight the few enemies that you run into, you'll be able to drop them off and get your next 2 Korok seeds. For number 27, we're going to head just to the western side of the Korok Lake. You guys can see we're pretty much up on the hill here, and this one's a little tricky to find. There's a hole in the ground up here. It's got a boulder in it. We're going to go ahead and use Ultra Hand to pick up that boulder. And if you turn around, there's a hidden post in between all the rocks up here that you can drop it in. Just be careful. You can see I tried to let it go and it fell out. If that happens, just pick it back up, throw it in there, and the Korok will appear, and you'll be able to get seed at number 27. The next location will be found over by the Medingo pool. You guys will be able to see we have a little rock structure right next to it on your map. What you want to do is go inside that structure, and on the rock in the middle is going to be a flower, and you're going to follow this flower all the way to the top of this rock structure. So you'll see to go around the outside, just keep climbing to the top, and once you get the white flower, the Korok will appear, and you'll get the next seed. For seed number 29, we're going to head back down to the Gromby Lake, and you'll see that we have a pretty big structure on the map right here next to the tracks. We want to get on top of that. So to do it, we're going to attach a rocket to our shield, lift off, and when you land on the top, you'll find the little leaves that you can interact with. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 29. Seeds number 30 and 31 are going to be found together just west of the Gromby Lake. You can see our exact location here on the screen. And once you make it over here, you're going to find another one of our little Korok buddies who needs help finding his friend. And we're going to need to get him through the canyon on the hill on the other side. Now, this one is a little far away. You don't necessarily need an airplane. It's not like there's obstacles in the way. You will see here during the little flight path that it is way easier to get an airplane. But if you don't have the materials to make one, you can just carry him across. There really isn't going to be too much in your way. But we'll go ahead and fly him over here, crash land into the tent, drop them off, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. This next seed is pretty random. It's going to be found just west of the Gromby Lake on top of this mountain here on your screen. And what you want to do is climb on top of the small rock before you get to the end right here. And once you do, the little leaves are going to appear, the Korok will pop up, and you'll be able to get the next seed. For seed number 33, we're going to head southwest of the Gromby Lake. You guys can see down here we have a little cluster of trees on the map, and you want to go to the biggest tree in the middle and go to the back side. There's going to be a little hole with an acorn inside. Go ahead and shoot that. You're going to get your next Korok seed. For seed number 34, you want to head over to the entrance to the Korok Forest over here in the Minshi Woods. You guys can see our exact location here. Once you make it up here, you won't be able to miss it. There's a giant rock with a pinwheel next to it. As soon as you interact with that pinwheel by walking by it, you'll have 3 balloons spawn behind you. Just hit all 3 of those with arrows. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 34. Seed number 35 is going to be found just west of the Minshi Woods. You guys can see the location here. And once you make it over here, you're going to see this giant bridge looking thing that goes off the cliff. On the back of the bridge is going to be a little acorn that's hanging down. Just hit that thing with an arrow and you'll get your next seed. For seed number 36, we're going to head even further southwest of the Minshi Woods, just before you get to the other pond down here. You're going to see this little tower. We want to get on top of this tower so we can fly across, and then we can ascend to the roof. We'll go all the way up here to the top. And once you make it to the top, you're going to see this little wooden platform. We're going to walk over it, and we're going to need to go all the way over here and ascend onto this little tower. So this is going to be timed. However, you guys can see that I'm not really doing anything special. I just kind of jumped off and ran, used ascend, took me a couple extra seconds, and I was still able to make it in time. So So once you pop up, just walk in the yellow circle and you'll get yourself your next Korok seed. Our next location is pretty much in the same spot, except this time we want to go out into the middle of this little pond area. There's going to be a giant rock formation in the middle with a small rock sitting on top. Go ahead and pick up that small rock, and once you do, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 37. For seed number 38, we're going to head a little bit further southwest of the military training camp down by the other pond. And if you work your way down to the edge where our marker is, you'll see there's a little shack with an acorn hanging down from it. Just hit that acorn with an arrow. The Korok will appear and you'll get the next seed. Our next location is going to be on the bridge. It's located just southwest of the Trilby Plain. You guys can see we're on the eastern side of the bridge, and we're going to go underneath, and on the rocks down here, there's going to be a small rock that we can pick up. The Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 39. For this next one, we're going to head just south of the Trilby Plain. You guys can see we're pretty close to the bridge that we just got our last seed. When you come over here, you're going to see one giant tree by itself. There's going to be a hole in it with an acorn. Just hit that acorn with an arrow and you'll get seed number 40. For seed number 41, we're going to head just southeast of the Trilby Plain. You guys can see right up here on this hill, we're going to have a pretty big tree. And under that tree are going to be two statues with plates. One of them is going to have an apple. All we need to do is go into our inventory, grab an apple and throw it in the empty plate. Once we do, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 41. For seed number 42, we're going to head just west of the Trilby Valley. You guys can see the location here. It's pretty much just a big cluster of trees. And if you come right over here to the backside, in between this little triangle of trees, we're going to have a rock. Go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 42. Our next location is going to be on top of the giant rock that's on the far western side of Lake Verona. You can see the location here. And as we fly across this giant rock, you'll notice that we have a smaller rock on the top. Go ahead and pick that thing up. Rock will appear and we'll get seed number 43. Seeds number 44 and 45 are going to be together. You want to head over to the walkway that's in between Lake Verona and Lake Intenok. When you make it over here to this walkway, you guys will find that we have a little Korok friend hanging out, and we need to take him on the other side of the lake. Now, there's two ways to go about doing this. You can either make yourself an airplane or a boat. There's also materials here that you can use if you run out in your own inventory. I would recommend using an airplane. It's always a lot easier to just fly across, but again, a boat will work just fine as there's not too many obstacles in the way, but you're not going to be able to run them on foot. But once you make it over here, just speak with them and you'll get your next two seeds. Number 46 is going to be found inside of the Garrow Pond, just south of Death Mountain. You guys can see the location here. And in the middle of this pond, you're going to have a little cork. Go ahead and use Ultra Hand to pick up that cork and then dunk it into the water. And once you let go, it'll pop up, pull the other side out. Our Korok will appear. We'll get the next seed. For our next location, we're going to head over to Broca Island, which is again just south of Death Mountain. You can see the location here. And once you make it over here, you're going to have a little line of rocks. We need to put one in the line, and it's going to be found on this bigger rock over in the water. So go ahead and grab this thing, bring it over, put it in the empty space here. And once you do, the Korok will appear and we'll be able to get seed number 47. For seed number 48, we're going to head over to Cephala Lake, and we want to go to the western side where this little piece of land is sticking out. You're going to find a wooden stump. Go ahead and walk on that, and you'll see the little yellow circle out in the lake. Fortunately, we have a little piece of land that we can just walk on all the way across, and it can be pretty slow. So even if you're sprinting, it's not going to make too much of a difference, but you should be able to make it out in here in time. Grab the circle, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 48. Our next location is going to be just south of the Maw of Death Mountain. You guys can see we're going to be right next to this giant rock bridge. And underneath that bridge is going to be a dandelion on a rock. We're going to go and hit that thing with an arrow, or you can climb up and hit it with your sword and then drop down to the bottom, wait for this thing to float down and grab it before it hits the ground. And if you do it correctly, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 49. Number 50 is pretty much in the same spot, just on the eastern side of Lake Verona. If you come to this exact location, you're going to find a small little cave on the side of the mountain here. If you go inside, you'll see a wooden stump on the ceiling. Go ahead and use Ascend through that stump, which will take you up to the side of the mountain. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 50. Number 51 is also south of Lake Verona. However, it's on the other side of the mountain. So if you come right over here to this exact location down near the ground, you're going to find a circle of rocks with one missing. The one missing is on the two bigger rocks if you're working your way up the hill. Now, when you place this for the first time, it's most likely going to roll. So let it roll into place and then pick it up again, drop it in the right spot. the poof will happen, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 51. Now 52 and 53 are going to be together just southwest of Cephala Lake by the stable. You can see the location here. It's just going to be a little Korok guy hanging out on the hillside. Speak with him. He'll show you that we need to go up on the side of the mountain. And as always, we're going to build ourselves a little airplane here and take him across. Now you do not need a vehicle to get up here. You can just follow the pathway. However, it will take you a good while as you have to go pretty much past the campsite, as you'll see here as we fly up here, and go all the way around the backside. So it's going to be a long hike if you don't have any materials to build a vehicle. But if you do, make a little airplane so you can get over here quicker, drop them off, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Now 54 is going to be found in pretty much the exact same spot here next to Cephala Lake. This one's just going to be on the eastern side of the stable on this little mountainside. When you get up here, we're going to have a puzzle. We're going to pick up the piece and come over here to the right, and you essentially want to rotate this until it looks like a Z with a block sticking outward on the top left. You'll be able to stick it into place into the side here, and you'll get seed number 54. Now 55 is also pretty much in the same spot, this time just southeast of the stable. Right before you get to all the trees down here, you're going to find a little rundown, what looks like a shack, and you're going to see a little pile of leaves working its way around them. Catch up to those, interact with them, and once you do, you'll get seed number 55. Our next location is going to be even further south from that stable, down next to the Turnio Trail. You can see the exact location here. Once you make it over here, we're going to have some more rocks with a pile of leaves going in circles around them. Just interact with those leaves and you'll be able to get seed number 56. Our next 2 are going to be found together. This is going to be pretty much in the same spot along the Turnio Trail, just a little bit further south along the pathway. You're going to find another little Korok guy hanging up on the hill. Go ahead and speak with him and you'll see that we need to go on top of the mountain. Now for this one, we're not going to make a vehicle. What we're going to do is just pick him up and turn around. And we're just going to work our way down the mountain until we get a spot where we can actually walk up, as this isn't really too far of a walk and is much easier than crafting a vehicle. We're going to continue to go around the rocks here and we'll finally reach a spot where we can just climb up easily. And all we're going to do is go north until we see the light. So continue to work your way up the hill, and right up here on your right, you guys will start to see the light from the little campsite. You can go ahead and drop them off and get your 2 Korok seeds. Our next location is going to be on a mountain just north of the Zora River. You guys can see the exact location here. And at the very top of the mountain, there's one single tree. All we need to do is climb to the top. Now, if it's raining, you may slip a little bit, so take your time. But as you guys can see, once you get to the top of the tree here, we're going to have a little cluster of leaves. We can turn around and interact with those. Once you do, a little Korok will appear, and we're going to be able to get seed number 59. Our 60th and final Korok seed for the region is going to be found just northeast of our last location on that mountainside. You can see here on the edge of this mountain, we're going to have a giant rock formation that we want to get on top of, so we can fly our way across. And we want to walk over this tree stump, which is going to give us a little target to get to with a timer. You want to go pretty quickly because this is fast. Just be careful if it is raining. Once you make it across, you'll get the Korok to pop up, and you'll get your 60th and final seed. Now that we're done in the Eldin Canyon, we're going to show you the 10 seeds in the Eldin Mountains. Our first seed is going to be found on top of Gut Check Rock. You guys can see we're on the southwestern side, and if you start from this side, you'll see all the rocks here in front of you. The Korok seed isn't going to be on this rock that we're climbing on top of, but when you get to the top, you'll see the little arrow pointing to the right. We're just going to jump across to this rock on the right side, and once you make it to the top, the little leaves will appear. The Korok will pop up and we'll get our first seed. Our second seed is going to be found just southwest of Gut Check Rock, and you'll see it's actually really close to the marker for the shrine here on the map. But once you make it over here, you'll notice there's a little overhang where you can go under the rocks, and there's going to be a wooden tree stump on the ceiling. All we need to do is ascend through that tree stump. So as soon as you hit ascend, you'll make it to the top. The Korok will appear and you'll get the second seed. Our next location is going to be on the far northern side of the map over by where it says Eldin's Flank. You guys can see our location here. And there's going to be a puzzle on the side of the mountain here. Essentially what you want to do is turn this piece until it looks like the letter T. So rotate it around and you'll see that we look like we have the letter T here. We can then just drop it in place. And once we do, we'll get the next seed. Seed number 4 is also going to be pretty far north over by the Eldin Great Skeleton. And this one's going to be found on top of the skeleton's tail. So if you make it up on top, all we need to do is run out to the end where the tail is. You guys will see the leaves will start to appear. We just need to interact with them. And once we do, we'll be able to get seed number 4. Seeds number 5 and 6 are going to be found together just northeast of the Typhlo ruins. You guys can see right here next to this giant rock formation, we're going to have another little Korok guy that needs help finding his friend. And once you interact with him, he'll show you exactly where we need to go, which is pretty much just down the hill. It's not too far at all. To be honest, if it takes you a while to build an airplane, I would recommend just picking him up and walking him down there, as it's really not that far. But if you have the materials and you're quick enough, you can just make yourself a little airplane and fly down. But as you guys will see on the flight down to the little campsite, it's pretty much just a straight shot. You don't really have any enemies. There's really nothing going on. So you can just walk him down. But once you get down here, just take him off, put him next to his buddy, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Seeds number 7 and 8 are also going to be found together over by the Badlands. You guys can see the exact location here on the screen, but your little Korok buddy is going to be hanging out on top of a rock over here. We can go ahead and interact with him, and he'll show you exactly where we need to go, which is behind the giant rock in front of us, all the way down the path. Now, again, this is one that you can carry him down towards. However, there is a giant bird holding an explosive barrel. So if you do decide to just walk him down there, you might want to take out the bird first. And also alongside that, be careful while flying. As you guys can see, we got pretty close there. So just be careful for that bird with the explosive barrel. That's really all you have to worry about. And you'll pretty much have a straight shot over to the campsite, but we'll go ahead and crash land, but you'll get your next 2 seeds. Our next location is going to be found just northeast of the Typhlo ruins. You guys can actually see on the map, there's a little cluster of trees here. You want to be careful because there's a big dude that's sleeping next to it, but we want to climb the biggest tree in the middle. And once you get up top, we're just going to pick up the rock that's sitting up there. The Korok will appear and you'll be able to get your next seed. The 10th and final seed in this region is going to be found just southeast of the Typhlo ruins. It's actually in between these 2 giant rock formations where one of the memories in the game is found. So if you go in between these rocks and climb up, you'll find that there is a rock, what appears to be in the middle of a little teardrop in this emblem on the mountain here. And if you pick up that rock, you'll get your 10th and final seed in this area. Now that we're done in the Eldon Mountains, we're going to show you the 64 seeds in the Farron Grasslands. Our first seed is going to be found on the southern side of Lake Floria. You guys will see on the map that we have a bunch of rocks out here in the water, and you want to work your way toward the rock that's in the middle of this giant circle. And once you get out here and stand on top, you guys will see we have a little cluster of leaves that spawn. Interact with those and we'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is going to be found on the far southern point of the map down by the Eris Beach. You guys can see our location here. You want to work your way behind the rocks. You're going to find a tree stump in the sand. Go ahead and step on that and you'll see our little yellow circle out in the water. Just fly out to the circle in time. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be on the mountainside that's just west of Eris Beach. You'll see we're up on this giant rock here, and you're going to find a small little cluster of rocks with some leaves that are traveling around it. Interact with those leaves, and you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 is going to be found down by the Ubota Point. You'll see up here that we have a small little pond. If you work your way to this pond, all you need to do is climb up on top of these rocks here and dive in the middle of these lily pads, and once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be found just northwest of the Ubota Point. You're going to find another really small little pond up here with a rock in the middle. Jump your way across to that rock, a little cluster of leaves will spawn that you can interact with, and you'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is just north of Martha's Landing up on this little mountaintop here. And once you make it up top, you're going to find this really cool looking statue. All you need to do is climb to the top of this statue and you're going to find a dandelion. You can hit that and you can jump off. And if you can grab it in midair, you'll be able to do it quicker. If you miss like I did, just fall down to the ground and make sure you grab it before it touches the ground. Once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 6. Number 7 can be found down by the Floria Bridge. You want to go right around the middle of the bridge. And once you get here, you can jump off the side and float down on top of the branches here, and you'll see a small little rock. Go ahead and pick that up. You'll get seed number 7. Number 8 can be found on the far eastern side of the Floria Bridge. You'll see right here at the first couple trees you encounter, you're going to have 3 giant statues. All you need to do is go to the statue closest to the bridge and drop a banana right in front of it. Once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 and 10 are going to be found together on the far western side of the Floria Bridge. You'll see right off the side of the path. As soon as you leave the bridge, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on this rock. Interact with him and you'll see that all we need to do is take him to the other side of the bridge. This can be a little annoying if you've got a thunderstorm going on. You can use a plane if you'd like. I made a plane and kept getting struck by lightning, so I decided to just pick him up and carry him across the bridge. You're not going to encounter any enemies. The only thing you got to worry about is if there's a thunderstorm. But you can see here that once you get across the bridge, just take him right down here behind this hill where the campsite is. You can drop him off and interact, and once you do, you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 11 is going to be found over by the peninsula next to Floria Falls. Here is the location. You're You're gonna have a little puzzle to solve. All you need to do is pick up the piece here and rotate it around so we can fit it in the top right corner of this pillar. Go ahead and lock it in. Once it's there, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be on the giant rock that's just west of Rodai Lake. And once you make it up on this rock, all you need to do is jump down into the water and dive in the middle of the circle of lily pads. The Korok will appear. You'll get seed number 12. Number 13 is going to be found over by the Riola Spring. There's going to be a giant waterfall right at the bottom. And we need to fly through that waterfall. There's going to be a hidden room back here. And on the left, you'll see a pile of leaves. Go ahead and hit that with your sword. It'll reveal a rock. You can take out the enemy and then pick up the rock. It'll reveal the Korok and you'll get seed at number 13. Number 14 is going to be in the middle of the Riola Spring. The easiest way to get to it is on the northwestern side over by the trees. All we need to do is fly to this little structure in the middle and pick up the boulder and move it. And underneath that boulder is going to be a small rock that we can then drop down. And once you get the angle right, you can pick up that small rock, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 14. Number 15 is going to be found just northwest of Quarter Lake up on the mountainside. You guys will see we're just below the trees. And you're going to find a dandelion on top of this little statue. You can hit it with an arrow or you can just fly across and hit it with your sword. And just to be safe, we're going to jump down and wait for it to float down. Make sure that you grab this thing before it touches the ground or it will respawn, and you'll get seed number 15. Number 16 can be found over in the Bronus Forest on the northern side. Once you get down here, you're going to find a giant half log. If you go in the middle of that half log, there's going to be a yellow flower. You can pick that up, turn around, and follow the flower trail all the way up the other half log. And once you jump down on the other side, you can pick up the last flower and get seed number 16. Number 17 is also in the Bronus Forest. This one's on the western side. It'll be pretty hard to miss as there's going to be a giant tree stump. All we need to do is work our way over to this tree stump and climb to the top. And on the very top of this thing is going to be a small rock that we can pick up. Pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be found just west of the Bronus Forest. Here is the exact location. And we're going to have a really simple puzzle. You'll see this little square structure in the middle. Go ahead and use Ultra Hand to pick out the piece in the middle and just attach it to the corner. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is also going to be west of the Bronus Forest. You guys are going to see this little weird shaped pond over here. And on the western side of that pond is going to be a giant pillar. All we need to do is shoot the little dandelion that's on the corner of that pillar and wait for it to float down. Make sure that you do catch this thing before it touches the ground or again, it will respawn. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 19. Number 20 will be found over by the Sargent Woods. You'll see we're just going to be on the other side of the river by the cave. You're going to find this giant rock cave structure with a wooden tree stump on the ceiling. All we need to do is ascend through that tree stump. When we get to the top of the rock, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is going to be found down by the Sargent Bridge. Here is the location for that bridge. And once you get down here, just work your way down by the river and underneath the bridge, you're going to find a little floating balloon. Just hit that thing with an arrow. The Korok will then appear and you'll get seed number 21. Number 22 is going to be on the far southern point of the map. Down by Martha's Landing, you'll see we have a bunch of rocks out here in the water. If you go to the rock that's in the middle, you'll find a little small rock on top of it. You just want to be careful as there's a good chance you're going to get attacked as you work your way out here. But once you pick up that rock, you'll get seed number 22. Number 23 and 24 are going to be found together on the beach on the northeastern side of Martha's Landing. When you get over here, you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out by the palm trees. Interact with him, and you'll see that we need to take him over by the giant rock structure. Now, this isn't that far away at all, and you're not going to encounter any enemies. So if you want, you can just pick him up and take him down the beach. But as always, I'm pretty lazy, so I just decided to make an airplane so that I could fly across. And yeah, you'll see that there aren't any enemies as you work your way down the beach. You can just carry them down here. But if you take a plane, just crash land into the campsite, interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 25 is going to be found on the western side of the Heron Lake over by the Guccini Plain Barrows. You'll find a little tree stump that's open, walk inside of it, interact with the leaves, and the Korok will appear. You'll get seed number 25. Number 26 is going to be found on the western side of the Guccini Plain. Once you get over here, you're going to find this really tall tower that you need to climb to the top of. It's going to take a lot of stamina to get up here, so you might need to make sure you have your stamina wheel maxed out, as this is a very tall tower. There's going to be a pinwheel up here, and you're going to have 3 balloons that spawn, and these can be really annoying. You can see that I missed like 6 or 7 times. The best way to do this is to lock in on one location where you can hit one balloon and just wait for the other 2 to go into the same spot, just like that. And once you get all 3, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 26. Number 27 is going to be found on the northern side of the Pagos Woods. You'll see we're right where the river ends on your map. There's going to be a puzzle back here, and the piece is on the top. All you need to do is rotate this thing around so that it'll fit in the corner. And once you get that thing rotated, stick it in the corner there, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 27. Number 28 is going to be over in the Demel Forest, and you want to go right to where the river ends on your map. And right at the end of the river there is going to be a circle of lily pads. Just dive in the middle of them, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is going to be found over in the Spring of Courage. All you need to do is work your way to the very top of the Spring of Courage. So just climb your way to the top, and up here you'll find another little tree stump. Once you walk over top of it, fly your way to the tree that's up here and climb up on top of the tree. You'll find a little yellow circle up here, grab it in time, and you'll get seed number 29. Numbers 30 and 31 are going to be found together on the eastern side of the Daya Lake. And once you get over here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out up here on the cliff. And once you interact, you'll see we need to take him on top of the mountain across from where we're standing. Now, obviously, we're not going to be able to carry him over there, so the easiest way to do this is to once again build another airplane with a wing. And once you get this thing across, all we need to do is drop him off at the site, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 32 is also going to be just east of Daya Lake. However, it looks like we're on top of the mountain, but we're not. We're on ground level in the back little corner by the tree. You're going to find 2 statues with plates. One's going to have an apple. All we need to do is drop an apple in the second plate. The Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 32. Number 33 is going to be found over in the Farash Hills. You guys can see on your map our location is right next to an enemy base. The easiest way to do this is to throw a rocket on your shield, fly your way to the top, and land on top of this rock, where you will find a smaller rock that you can pick up, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 33. Number 34 is just north of the Finra Woods. You can see our location on the screen here. We're going to have a giant boulder in the ground. All we need to do is pick that up and put it in the wooden stand right next to it. The Korok will pop up, and we'll get seed number 34. Number 35 is going to be just south of Lake Hylia, just off the path on top of this little mountainside here. We're going to find another giant boulder in the ground. Just pick that up, throw it in the wooden stand right next to it once again. The Korok will appear, and you will get seed number 35. Number 36 is also going to be south of Lake Hylia. This time we're going to be on the western side of the main path here. And once you get up here, you'll find once again another boulder in a hole. Pick that thing up, drop it into the wooden stand behind you. The Korok will then pop up, and you'll get seed number 36. Number 37 is going to be found just north of Cora Lake, south of Lake Hylia, up on the mountainside here. And once you get up here, you're going to find a bunch of rocks. On the middle rock is going to be a yellow flower. Go ahead and grab that. And we're just going to follow the flower trail that's going to travel alongside all of these rocks. So just continue to work your way around the side. The next one will be back in the middle, and then the final flower is going to be on the tall rock right here in front of us. Just fly your way across, make it up top, grab it. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 37. Number 38 is going to be found on the far western side of the Cora Lake. If you go up on the mountainside and look over the ledge, you're going to find a really small ledge that has a small rock on it. You can fly across, pick up that rock, and once you pick up that rock and the Korok pops up, you get seed number 38. Number 39 can be found just northeast of Harfin Valley. You guys can see we have a little cluster of trees here on our map. In the middle of those trees is a tree stump with a rock in the middle. Pick up that rock and you'll get seed number 39. Numbers 40 and 41 are going to be found together along the main path just west of Heron Lake. And you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out over here that we can interact with. It'll show you that we need to go on the other side of the little cliff down there. I would recommend using an airplane just a little bit quicker, but there aren't any enemies and there is a very simple path that you can just follow in a U shape to get over to the campsite, as you'll see when we fly across. So it's not too bad at all. But again, I made an airplane, but interact with them and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 42 is going to be pretty close to our last spot. It's going to be along the main path just east of the Net Plateau. You're going to find a boulder in the ground. Go ahead and pick that thing up and turn around. And your little wooden stand is going to be right here behind you next to this giant rock. Once you get this thing in there, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 42. Numbers 43 and 44 are going to be found together over by the stable well that's just east of Heron Lake. Our little Korok buddy is going to be sitting on a rock over here, and we actually don't need to take him too far. When you interact with him, you'll see that we just need to get him on top of the hill in front of us. The easiest way to do this is to just spawn in a rocket and attach a rocket to him facing upwards. There's a good chance he's going to fall off the rock once you attach it. Go ahead and just rotate him back over, hit the rocket, and launch him up. Now, he might get lost. It can be a little difficult finding him. It took me a few minutes, but I found him on the far right side of where the campsite is. So you'll see when I pick him up here and take him back, he was on the far right side, just over the hill. So try to pay attention to where he goes when you launch him up so that you don't have to spend a lot of time looking for him. But once you drop him off and interact, you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 45 can be found just west of the Horse God Bridge, east of the Net Plateau along the main path here. You'll find a giant boulder in the ground. Go ahead and pick that up, and right beside it is going to be the wooden stand that we can drop it in. Once you get that thing in place, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 45. Number 46 is going to be on the Horse God Bridge, which is right next to where we just got our last seed. Work your way onto the bridge, and once you get there, look down into the water. You'll see a circle of lily pads. All you need to do is dive in between them. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed 46. Number 47 is going to be found east of the Horse God Bridge. If you follow that path, it eventually ends, and when you get to the end there, if you climb up on top of these rocks, you'll find a flower on the middle rock, and all we're going to do is follow the little flower path that just continues to spawn the flowers on all the different rocks. We can then fly across to this side, pick this one up, and then turn around, and our last rock, or our last flower, is going to be on the smaller rock right over here. You'll be able to get seed 47. Number 48 is going to be found down by the Como shoreline. You'll see a little cluster of trees. We want to go up on the cliff that's just north of those trees. We're going to have a puzzle to solve. The piece will be right here next to it. You want to rotate this thing around until it looks just like this. And then you'll be able to sneak this in from the right side, fit it into place. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 48. Number 49 is going to be found down by Puffer Beach. You'll see on your map you have a small little pond that's right here next to the ocean. In that pond is going to be an acorn that's floating. Hit that thing with an arrow. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 49. Number 50 is going to be found on the far western side of Puffer Beach. You're going to see we have a little mountain down here, or a little rock. When you get up on top of this thing, you'll find a cork. Now, if you don't have anything, you can use all the little rocks that are around to attach it and then drop it off the ledge, or you can do it the easy way and just attach a rocket, let that thing take off, and it'll open up, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 50. Numbers 51 and 52 are going to be found together on the far western side of Puffer Beach as well. This is going to be in the sand, not up on the mountain. You're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out on the beach, and we just need to take him on the other side of the beach. Now, again, this is a really easy one. You don't have to go too far, and you're not going to encounter any enemies along the way, so you can just pick them up and carry them. But you guys know that I'm pretty lazy, so we're going to make ourselves an airplane to get over here, and we just fly them into the campsite, drop them off, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 53 is going to be found on the far western side of La Vera Beach. You guys can see we're going to be out on the rocks that are in the water, and we have an arrow pointing toward the back rock. If you go all the way up to the top, you'll have a little cluster of leaves spawn. Interact with those, and you'll get seed number 53. Number 54 is going to be found just west of Harfin Valley. You guys can actually see we have a little bridge that crosses the river here. If you make your way out onto the bridge and look over the side where the ship is, you'll see a circle of leaves in the water. Just dive in the middle of that circle and you'll get seed number 54. Number 55 is going to be on the mountaintop that's just east of the Parachi Plains. You guys can see here on the map. And once you make your way up here, you'll find a small rock that you can pick up to reveal the Korok and get seed number 55. Number 56 and 57 are going to be found together right in the heart of the Parachi Plains. You guys will see once you get over here, our little Korok buddy's just hanging out right in the middle. We can go ahead and interact with him and see that we need to take him on top of the mountain that's over here beside us. Now, honestly, I think it's easier just to pick him up and run up the side of the mountain. You can see here that I built an airplane. And the one tricky thing about this is the airplane's not going to get high enough to make it up the mountain. As you can see here, we only made it about halfway up, and then we just kind of crash landed into the side, picked him up off the plane, and worked our way up the mountain. So just crash into the side if you want to make an airplane. If not, you can just carry him over here. You're probably not going to save any time making an airplane. But once you get up here, just interact with them and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 58 is going to be found on the western side of the Parachi Plains. And as you work your way over here, you're going to find 5 statues in a line. Work your way up to the statues and you'll find a little cluster of leaves traveling around them. Interact with them and you'll get seed number 58. Number 59 is going to be found over in the Osira Plains. You guys will see that we have a little tree that's secluded here on the map. If you work your way over to this tree, you'll see an acorn hanging from the branch. Hit that thing with an arrow and you'll get seed number 59. Number 60 is going to be found on the eastern side of Mount Philora. You want to head to this exact location that I have pinged, and you'll see on the ground here we have a small rock. We can pick this thing up, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 60. Seeds 61 and 62 are going to be found together on the western side of Mount Philora. You guys can see a tree here on your map. Work your way up here and you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on top of the hill. Once you speak with him, you'll see we need to take him across the canyon. The easiest way to do this is obviously going to be to make an airplane, as we got to take him a pretty good distance. So go ahead and throw him on an airplane that we've already made. Use recall to get this thing in the air and we'll fly our way across. And you can just fly directly at the campsite that's up on this little ledge. Crash land into it, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 63 is going to be found just south of Mount Hylia, right here in the canyon. And when you work your way over here, you'll find a whole bunch of rocks on the ground. Our first one's going to be over here off to the side. We can just throw this one in line to make a square. And our second rock is going to be on the other side. All we're going to do is make 4 squares here. So we can take our second rock, drop this one into our other line, and once they're in place, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 63. Our 64th and final seed in this region is going to be found east of Mount Hylia in the little gap in between the mountains. It'll be on ground level. We'll have a little puzzle back here in the divot. And all we need to do is take the piece up top and make this thing look like a backwards letter Z. So rotate this around just like this. And once you have a backwards letter Z, we can then fit this thing into place on the back side of the puzzle. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 64. Now that we're done in the fair and grasslands, we're going to show you the 13 seeds in Lake Hylia. Our first seed is going to be found on the far eastern side of Lake Hylia. You can see our exact location here on your screen. And once you make it over here, you're going to find a boulder within a hole in the ground. Go ahead and pick that thing up, and all you're going to do is walk it up the side of the mountain until you find the wooden stand. And then you can just drop the boulder in that stand. Once it's there, the Korok will appear and you will be rewarded with seed number 1. Number 2 is going to be found on the far southeastern side of Lake Hylia. You guys can see right here on the map. When you make it over here, there'll be a little strip of land along the shore and there'll be a rock in the middle. Go ahead and pick up that rock and you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be found on the small island on the southeastern side of Lake Hylia. You'll see when you get out here, there's going to be a pinwheel on one of the rocks, and you'll have 3 balloons that you need to hit that are traveling around the other rocks that are out here. So here's number 2 in the middle, and number 3 is a little bit further out. It may take you a couple shots to get all 3, but once you get them all, you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 is going to be found at the bridge of Hylia. You want to head to this exact location on your map, but we're going to work our way under the bridge, as there's a column or a pillar that actually has a hole in it that we can climb up into. And once you're in here, if you look up, you'll see an acorn hanging from the ceiling. All you need to do is angle yourself where you can hit this thing with an arrow. And once you take out that acorn, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is also going to be below the bridge of Hylia, except this time we're going to be on the southern side. And when you make it to the southern side of the bridge, just look for the pillar that is busted. You can climb up into it and you will see the leaves will spawn and we can interact with them. The Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be found on the southern side of the bridge of Hylia. You want to head up into the giant gate on the right hand side. And if you climb up to the top, you guys will see we have a wooden tree stump up here. You can walk on that, which will spawn a yellow circle on the other side. Travel across, go through the circle, the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found on the far southwestern side of Lake Hylia. You can see where we're standing, or right on the shoreline down here. Once you make it over here, there's going to be a puzzle. The piece is going to be just around the corner here, and all you need to do is use an Ultra Hand to pick this thing up. Go ahead and rotate it where the X is on the bottom and the 1 block is up top, and you can squeeze it into the pyramid just like so. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 7. For number 8, you want to head over to the northwestern side of Lake Hylia by the dock that's on your map. You guys can see we're right here at the dock. We're going to want to build a little structure. So the first thing you want to do is take one of these platforms. You can use one of the smaller ones if you like, but I wanted to use the one that looked like a square. You can drop that flat down, and we're going to take one of these longer wooden pieces and attach it facing upwards. Then we're going to bring it right over here to this rock that's out in the water, and we're going to place this on the rock, and you'll see that we have a little cluster of leaves that spawns above it. All we need to do now is climb this piece of wood. When we get up top, we can interact with the leaves that spawn. The Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 8. For number 9, you want to head over to the northwestern side of Hylia Island. Again, you can see the location here on your screen. There's going to be one tree over here. All you need to do is climb to the top of this thing. And once you get up there, our little cluster of leaves will spawn that we can interact with. And once you do, you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 and 11 are going to be found together on the northern side of the bridge of Hylia, right over here on the little cliff. You guys are going to find our Korok friend who's going to need help making it to the island in the middle of the lake. Now, as always, I highly recommend using an airplane for this. So if you want to craft an airplane, go ahead and do that. You can also toss them over the ledge and use a boat, but I think in this situation, an airplane is much easier. So go ahead and fly your way across down to the island, and we can hit the crash landing into the campsite, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 12 is going to be pretty much in the same spot where we just found that Korok on the northern side of the bridge of Hylia. You're going to see there's a giant tree over here. And if you work your way up to the tree, there's a piece of wood that's sitting up in the branches. If you get to a specific little spot here, you'll be able to actually grab it and pull it down. And all we need to do is bring it right over here to this structure and place it on top. And once we line it up correctly, it will connect, the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 12. Our 13th and final seed here in Lake Hylia is going to be on the northern side of the bridge of Hylia, right in front of the main gate. When you get to the gate, what you want to do is climb up on the far left side and work your way up to where the top is broken down. You guys will see when we get up here, there's going to be a very small rock in the rubble. Go ahead and pick up that rock. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 13. Now that we're done with Lake Hylia, we're going to show you the 4 seeds in Kakariko. So your first seed is going to be found on the north side of the village, just behind the ring ruins. You guys can see the marker here on your map. There's going to be a giant tree back here, and if you go to the back side of the tree, you'll see an acorn hanging down. Go ahead and hit that with an arrow. The Korok will appear, and you'll be able to get seed number 1. The second seed is going to be found right in the middle of the village. You guys will see this circular looking building. We want to work our way underneath. So if we come over here next to the stairs, we can actually crouch and go under, and you're going to see this little pile of leaves going around in a circle. Once we interact with these leaves, the Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 2. Now our third location is going to be in the exact same spot. We just want to work our way to the roof of this building. So you can either climb on the side, or you can go up on the mountain next to it and jump down. But once you're on the roof, if you go to the back edge over here, you'll see the leaves, interact with them, and you'll get the third Korok seed. The fourth and final seed here in the village is going to be found on the far western side by Lantern Lake. You guys will see this giant structure here on your map. Essentially what this is a giant ruin that's really high up in the sky. You just want to climb up to the top of this, and at the very top, you're going to find a small little rock. You can go ahead and pick that up and get seed number 4. Now that we're done with Kakariko, we're going to show you the 16 seeds in Hatino. Our first seed is going to be found on the peninsula on the far southeastern side of the map between the Deep Back Bay and the Hatino Bay. And if you go to the end, you'll see a bunch of rocks in the water. You want to jump across to the small rock in the middle. Once you do, a little cluster of leaves will spawn. You can interact with them, and you'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is going to be found pretty close by on the Hatino beach. You can see our exact location here. There's going to be a dandelion on top of a giant rock. All you need to do is hit that dandelion and wait for it to float down and grab it before it hits the ground. And once you do, you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be found on the smaller peninsula that's just west of Hatino Bay. You can see our location, and there's going to be a couple trees. You want to climb the one that has the boat leaning up against it. And when you climb up to the top of this palm tree, you'll see a little cluster of leaves spawn in that you can interact with. Interact with those, and you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 and 5 are going to be found together just south of the Retsum Forest. Here is the location. We're going to have another one of these little Korok buddies hanging out on the cliff, and we need to take him all the way down to the beach. So for this one, I would highly recommend making an airplane, as this is a really good distance, and it's going to take a while if you go on foot. You can make a vehicle and drive down the mountain as well if you want to, but it is very bumpy. So I think the airplane is the best way to go. But once you build that, all you need to do is fly straight down to the edge of the peninsula, and you'll be able to get your next 2 seeds. Number 6 is going to be found just south of the Retsum Forest as well, by this little pond that you can see here on your map. Once you make it over here, there's going to be a rock that's right in front of the pond. Climb up on top to find the pinwheel, and you're only going to have one balloon that's bouncing back and forth behind the rock in front of you. Take that balloon out, and you'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be on the building on top of the hill that's just south of the Wrexham Forest. You guys can see our location. When you get over here, you need to make it to the very top. So I put a rocket on my shield. You can also just climb to the top of the building if you like. But once you get to the top here, you'll see our little cluster of leaves spawn in that we can interact with. And we'll be able to get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found in the middle of Lake Sumac. You'll see on your map, there's a giant tree that's located right in the middle. There's going to be a little cluster of leaves that's traveling around this small little island. Interact with those leaves and you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found at a giant tree that's just southwest of the tower on the hill. You guys can see the tree here on our map. And all you need to do is climb to the top of this thing. So go ahead and jump on. Climb to the top. There's going to be a small rock when you get up here. Go ahead and pick that thing up. The Korok will reveal itself and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is going to be found just north of Ebon Mountain. You'll see that we have a little peak here. Once you go to the very top of this mountain here, you're going to find a little pinwheel on the rock that's going to spawn 3 balloons. All we need to do is hit all 3 of these balloons with 3 arrows. Once all 3 are knocked out, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is also going to be found right next to Ebon Mountain. It's actually going to be on the eastern side. You can see our location here. You're going to find a puzzle. You can go ahead and pick up the piece and you want to rotate this thing around to look just like this. And once it looks like this, you can sneak it right on in there. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 11. Numbers 12 and 13 are going to be found together just south of the Furley Pond. You'll see that we're on a little cliffside right here. And you're going to find our little Korok buddy that's hanging out who needs help getting on top of the mountain. It's directly behind us. Now, because it's so high off the ground and it's right beside us, an airplane is going to be really difficult to take off and get that height. So it's much easier to just pick him up and carry him up the mountain, as there's a pretty easy path to follow. All you want to do is go west up this path, and when you get up there, just take a right, and you'll continue to work your way up the mountain and stop when you find all the rocks. So you'll see all the rocks right here. This is where the campsite's going to be. We can drop them off, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 14 is going to be found right in the middle of the Furley Pond. You can see here on our map, right in the middle is going to be a pretty giant rock with a small rock in the middle. Go ahead and pick up that small rock and you'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is going to be on the hillside that's just north of the Furley Pond. Here is the location. There's going to be a giant flagpole up here that you need to climb to the top of. Now, you are going to need a lot of stamina to get up here, as this is very high off the ground. So make sure you have plenty of stamina before going for this seed. But once you get to the very top, you'll see a little cluster of leaves that you can interact with, and you'll get seed number 15. Our 16th and final seed in this region is going to be found over by the Hatino School, which is just west of the Zelkoa Pond. And once you make it to the school, all we need to do is climb up to the top. You're going to find a giant bell in the tower. We need to use Ultra Hand and ring this bell. So just pull it back and let it go. Once it rings for a couple seconds, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 16.
Now that we're done with Hatino, we're going to show you the 38 seeds in the Hebra Mountains.
Our first seed is going to be found on the eastern side of the Paquita Stone Grove. You guys can see we're going to be up on the mountain right over here. And once you make it up here, there's going to be a wooden tree stump on top of the rock. Just walk over that to spawn the target and land on the target without touching the ground, and you'll get seed number 1. Seeds number 2 and 3 are going to be found together just south of the Skyview Tower in Paquita Stone Grove. You can see our exact location here. And once you make it over here, we're going to interact with our little Korok buddy, and you'll see that we need to take him up by the Skyview Tower. Now, there's a couple of different ways to go about this. One, you can take some time to actually rebuild the broken bridge there and carry him up toward the tower. Or you can do what I'm doing and make yourself a little airplane, fly over toward the tower. That way it gives you time to actually get up high enough and turn around and bring them back. But once you get over here, you'll be able to get your next 2 seeds. Number 4 is also going to be south of the Skyview Tower on the far southeastern side of the Hebra Peak. And once you make it over here, you're going to find a puzzle. This one's pretty easy to solve as it's just a corner piece. So go ahead and pick this up, take it to the back, and rotate it around so that you can fit it right here in the corner. And once it goes into place, you'll get seed number 4. Seeds number 5 and 6 are going to be found together just south of the Hebra Peak. Here is our exact location. You're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out on the side of the mountain here. When you interact with him, you'll see that we need to take him up on the sledge here beside us. The easiest way to do this is to get 2 rockets, put 1 rocket on our little Korok friend and 1 on your shield, and then we can attach a rocket to him and then smack it, shoot him up, and then we'll launch ourselves across, and you just want to grab him before he rolls off the edge, and once you do, you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 7 is going to be found just north of the Cold Snap Hollow. You guys can see we're going to be right next to the cave entrance up here. And once you make it over here, you want to work like you're going down into the cave. But if you look up, there's going to be a piece of wood on the ceiling that you can ascend through. Just be really careful that you don't fall into the cave while you're trying to get through there. But once you actually ascend through it, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found within the Cold Snap Hollow. And if you look on your map here, you'll actually see a dotted flower looking emblem on the big rock up here. So once you work your way over here, we just need one small rock, and it's going to be right over here against the mountain behind this snow mound. Be able to pick up this rock here, and all we need to do is complete the flower with this. So you can turn around and drop it right here into place, and once you line it up correctly, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be located on the very top of the Talanto Peak. You can see up here there's only one tree on your map, and that's the tree that we need to climb. So once you make it up here, just climb to the top of this tree. It's going to take a decent amount of stamina, so make sure you have plenty of stamina to get up here. Once you make it to the top of the tree, just interact with the cluster of leaves, and once you do, you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is going to be found on the peak that's just west of Cold Snap Hollow. Here is the location of that peak, and once you make it to the very top, you'll find a small rock that you can pick up, and once you pick that thing up, you'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be found on the mountainside that's just north of the Hebra Tundra. You guys can see our exact location here, and once you make it over here, you want to look for the tall rock that has the pinwheel on the top. And once you walk up to it, you're going to have several balloons spawn. Now, these are going to be super annoying as you're going to have them constantly moving up and down in a complete 360 around you. So you may get pretty dizzy looking for these things. But once you end up finding all of them and hitting them all with an arrow, we'll hit the last one here. Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be found at the trees that are just east of Golem's secret hot spring. You can see we have 4 or 5 trees right here in a little cluster. And what you want to do is climb to the top of the tree that doesn't have any leaves. So we can come right over here. And once you make it to the top, you're going to have a little cluster of leaves you can interact with, which will give you seed number 12. Number 13 is going to be found on the western side of the Hebra Tundra. You guys can see we'll be up on the mountainside here, right around these 4 trees. And once you get up here, you're going to find a giant piece of ice that we need to melt down. We're just going to use fire fruit. We'll hit this with 2 or 3 fire fruit. And once we melt this thing all the way down, there's going to be a small rock inside. Go ahead and pick that rock up and you'll get seed number 13. Number 14 is going to be found on the northern side of the Byron Snow Shelf. You guys can see right here on this corner. And if you go up on top of the mountain, it'll make it a lot easier as you can just jump down. But we've got 2 pieces of wood over here that we want to attach together to make it very long. So we'll add it to the back, and once they're attached, we're just going to drop this off the side, and then we're going to jump down with it. And down at the bottom, we're going to have a statue that we need to cover. So we'll pick up the piece of wood, rotate this thing around, and put it directly over the statue. And once you drop that thing into place, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is located on the mountaintop that's just northwest of the Byron Snow Shelf. You can see our location here. And once you make it up top, we're going to have a pretty big puzzle to solve. Pick up the piece right here to the side, and then you want to rotate this thing around to look just like this. And then if you go all the way around to the back, you'll be able to fit this thing in just like so. And once it squeezes in there, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 15. Number 16 is going to be a little bit further north from our last seed, just northwest of the Byron Snow Shelf. You'll see we have a little cluster of 5 or 6 trees. There's going to be a yellow flower next to the one with no leaves. Once you walk up to that, you just want to follow the flower trail up the side of the rocks here. And then the next one's going to spawn up by the rock next to the ruin. We'll work our way up to this rock, grab this one, and then your last flower is going to spawn on top of the ruin. So you can go grab that, the Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 16. Number 17 is going to be found just south of the Hebra North Summit over in the Byron Snow Shelf. Here is the location. And once you come over here, you'll find a piece of wood hanging from the bottom of this rock. All we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood. And once we make our way to the top of the rock, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is also going to be found just south of the Hebra North Summit. You guys can see on your map, we're going to come out on this, what looks like a ledge, and you'll see it. It'll be pretty obvious once you get over here. Just climb all the way up to the top of this ledge, and at the very top is going to be a small rock that you can pick up, and once you pick that thing up, you'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is going to be found on the mountainside that's southwest of the Hebra North Summit. You guys can see the side of the mountain that we're on here. and we're going to have another roof to build. The first thing we're going to do is come right over here to the side and climb to the top of this giant rock. And we're going to have 2 pieces of wood up here. We're going to connect these 2 and then drop them off the side. And we're going to have 2 more at the bottom, but we only need 1 to actually make the roof. So we'll grab 1 more piece, attach it to the end, so we have 3 in total. Then we're going to take this thing and place it above all 3 statues. This may take you a couple tries. You need to line this up perfectly so that it completely covers all 3. But once you drop it in the right spot, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 19. Numbers 20 and 21 are going to be found together on the far western side of the Hebra tundra. You guys can see we're right at the bottom of the mountain here. You're going to find our little Korok friend up on a rock right next to the main path. And once you interact with him, you'll see we need to take him all the way down to the end of the path. Now, this one isn't too far. If you want and you don't have the materials, you can just pick him up and carry him down to the campsite. However, if you want to save a little bit of time, you can do what I always do and just make yourself a little airplane so that you can get there a little bit quicker. But again, I don't think there's any enemies along the path, so you can just carry him down here. Once you get down here, you'll get your next 2 seeds. Numbers 22 and 23 are also going to be found together at the cave that's on the southeastern side of the Hebra North Summit. Once you make it over here, you'll find the entrance to the cave. What you want to do is go ahead and run in, and you can jump here and pull out your glider. And we're going to fly all the way to the back of this giant skeleton. So that's going to be the easiest way to get up here. If we come right back over here, we can climb up on the side, and then we'll make it up on the bones. Now, we're going to have 2 balloons that we need to take out that are going to be in the eye holes of this skeleton. So when you get up closer to the head, you want to come right over here on the right side on the highest bone. And you can jump off and pull your glider, and right here in the eye hole is going to be a balloon. So we can go ahead and shoot that thing. We'll get our first seed. And as soon as you go away from the seed screen, fly back over to the skull. And we're going to jump up and climb over on the other side. And we want to get to a spot where we can get high up and jump across. We'll go ahead and float down to where we can see the second eye hole. And right here in this hole is going to be our second balloon. Go ahead and hit that. And that'll be the location for your next 2 seeds. Number 24 is located on the very top of the Hebra North Summit. You guys can see we're literally going to be standing on the middle peak here. And once you make it up top, there's going to be a giant piece of ice that we need to melt down. Again, we'll use some fire fruit. And once we hit this thing a couple times, it'll end up melting and releasing a small rock. Go ahead and pick up that rock and we'll get seed number 24. Number 25 is going to be found on the far western side of the Hebra North Summit. You guys can actually see we have a small little hot spring over here that we're going to be just to the right of. And you're going to find a giant rock with a dandelion on the top. Now, I feel the easiest way to do this is to just shoot it with an arrow and wait for it to drop. I decided to come up top and hit it so that I could potentially make this go quicker and grab it as it floated down, but I accidentally fell off the mountain. But as long as you catch it before it touches the ground, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 25. Number 26 is going to be found near the bottom of the mountain on the eastern side of the Hebra West Summit. You guys can see we're going to be down near all these trees, and you want to once again climb the tree that doesn't have any leaves on it. And once you make it up to the top, you'll see a little cluster of leaves that spawn. Interact with those and you'll get seed number 26. Number 27 is going to be found on the far southern side of the Hebra West Summit. You guys can see we're going to be on the peak all the way down here, and you're going to find a cork at the top, and right down here on the side are going to be a couple boulders. All we need to do is pick up one of the boulders and attach it to the cork, and it's going to pull the other side out and give us seed number 27. Number 28 is going to be found just west of the Hebra West Summit. You guys can see there's a shrine over here. It's going to be just southwest of that shrine. And once you're down here, you want to climb up on the rocks that are overlooking the edge of the map. And you're going to find a pinwheel all the way up here at the top. Once you walk up to this, it's going to spawn 3 balloons that are all moving in crazy directions. These are a little complicated to hit. But once you connect with all 3 of the balloons, the Korok will then pop up and you'll be rewarded with seed number 28. Number 29 is going to be found at the peak right in the middle of the Hebra West Summit. You guys can see we'll be at the very top right here. And once you make it up top, there'll be a piece of wood that you can walk on that'll spawn a yellow circle right here below you. Just drop into that circle and you'll get seed number 29. Number 30 is going to be found on the far northwestern side of the map, just west of Sherfin's secret hot spring. You can see at the bottom of the mountain here, we're going to have a puzzle we need to solve. We're going to go ahead and pick this piece up. Essentially what you want this to look like is an L shape facing you on the top right and an L shape facing backwards on the bottom left. And once you get it to look just like that, you'll be able to fit it into place. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 30. Number 31 is going to be found on the side of the mountain just south of the Icefall foothills. You can see our location right here. And once you make it up here, we're going to have another block of ice we need to melt down. So once again, we'll throw a couple pieces of fire fruit at this. Once it completely melts away, we're just going to pick up the small rock that was inside, and that's going to give us seed number 31. For number 32, you want to head all the way north of the Hebra North Summit to pretty much the edge of the map up here. And once you get back here on one of the ledges is going to be a piece of wood that you can step on and spawn a target on the other side. You can just pull out your glider and fly across as you're going to enter a wind funnel that's going to allow you to get some more air and make it all the way across. But once you get over here, just make sure that you land on the target without touching the ground. And if you do so correctly, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 32. For number 33, you want to climb up on top of the giant rock that's just northwest of the Hebra North Crest. You can see our location here. And once you make it up top, there's just going to be a little cluster of leaves traveling around the top. All we need to do is interact with those leaves and we'll get seed number 33. For number 34, you want to head to the northeastern side of the Hebra North Crest. And once you come out to this exact location, you're going to find a wooden tree stump that's hanging out on top of the rocks up here. When you walk over it, it's going to spawn a yellow circle all the way at the end of this line of rocks. We're just going to travel all the way down here to the end, jump through the yellow circle, and once you do, you'll get seed number 34. Numbers 35 and 36 are going to be found on the far northern side of the map, north of the Hebra Peak. And all the way up here, you'll find this little cluster of trees on your map. You'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on a rock near those trees, and you'll see that we need to take him all the way down the path here. Now, this is another one of those little Korok buddies that you're not going to encounter really any enemies traveling to the campsite. So if you don't have the materials to make a vehicle, you can just pick him up and carry him all the way down. However, it is a very, very long walk, especially in the snow. So as always, I recommend making a little airplane, but once you get over here, you'll get your next 2 seeds. For number 37, you want to head to the northern side of the Hebra East Summit. You guys will see right over here, there's only going to be one single tree on your map. Once you make it over here, you'll see there's some small rocks around that tree. If you come right up here towards the bigger rocks, you can find the small rock that we need. Go ahead and drop it in place. And once you do, we'll get seed number 37. Our 38th and final seed in this region is going to be found far north of the Bakita Stone Grove. You'll see right up here by the edge of the map. And once you make it up here, there's going to be a giant rock that stretches out over the side of the map. We just want to climb to the top of that, and we're going to find a pinwheel. It's going to spawn 5 balloons right here in front of us. Now, fortunately, a lot of these balloons stop and move in the opposite direction, so it gives you plenty of time to hit them. But once you connect with all 5, you'll get our 38th Korok seed. Now that we're done in the Hebra Mountains, we're going to show you the 53 seeds in the Tabantha Frontier. Our first seed is going to be found just southwest of Nero Hill. If you come right over here to this exact location, you're going to find a little divot. And in that divot is going to be a giant boulder. Go ahead and use Ultra Hand to pick up that boulder, and our little wooden stand is going to be right up here on the edge. Drop that boulder into place. Once you do, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is going to be found just south of the Giza crater. On your map, you're going to see 4 big trees right here together. You want to go to the tree in the top left, and there's going to be red arrows at each tree pointing towards that one in the back corner. So once you make it back here, just climb up to the top. Once you get up here, a little cluster of leaves will spawn, and when you interact with those, you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be found a little bit further south from where we got our last seed, and you can actually see on the edge of the map here, you're going to have a dotted line that kind of goes downward. This is going to be 4 statues on the edge of the map, and for this, we're going to use spicy peppers. There's already going to be one on the far left and the far right, so we just need to drop a spicy pepper in the middle 2 plates, and once all 4 peppers are there, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 3. Number 4 is going to be found just northwest of the Rain Highlands. You can actually see on your map there's this weird little thing. This is where you want to come to. It's actually a column, and it's going to take a little bit of stamina to get to the top of this thing, so make sure you have a lot of stamina before you attempt going up here. If you don't, you can just fly down here from the mountain beside you. But once you get to the top, there's going to be a little piece of wood you can walk on that's going to spawn a target. From that wood, jump off, and we just need to land on the target without touching the ground. And if you successfully do so, you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be found on the western side of the Tanager Canyon. If you see exactly where we're at on the map here, you want to come up on this ledge. And once you're up here, you're going to find a puzzle. The piece will be back over here in this corner. And we have a giant X. You're going to need to rotate this thing a good while, and I'll show you the whole time. This is a little confusing, and I don't know how to explain it without just showing to you. But rotate this thing around to fit on the bottom left side of the X. You guys can see right here is exactly what it's going to look like. And once you have it rotated like this, you can fit it onto the bottom left of that X, and you'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be found on the eastern side of the Rain Highlands. You guys can see we're going to come right up here on this mountain. and you're going to find a bunch of columns. Our first flower is going to be on the column that has another broken column leaning against it. Once you grab this, we'll jump to the other one right here in front of us. The third flower is going to be at the two columns that are way over here. So just fly over this way and you'll be able to grab this one and the next one on top. The next flower is going to be further back over here near these ruins on this column. And as soon as you climb up to the top of this one and grab this one, look to your right. We don't need to go left. When you look to your right, the next one will spawn up here. You can grab this one. The next one's going to spawn on the ruins in front of us. So you can jump down to these little ruins. And then our final three flowers will be on these three columns right here in front of us. So we can climb up to the top, grab this one, jump across, grab one on the second column. And then our third and final flower on these columns is going to be in the back. Go ahead and pick all those up and you'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is also going to be on the eastern side of the Rain Highlands. You guys will see we're on the edge of the mountain right here. And if you come over to the cliff and look down, you'll see we have a puzzle on this little ledge down here. This one's a lot easier to solve. Go ahead and pick this thing up and rotate it around to look just like this. And once it looks like this, you can drop this thing right here in the middle. It'll lock in, the Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be on top of the giant rocks along the main path in between the Rain Highlands and the Piper Ridge. You guys can see our location. And once you're up here, just work your way over to the ruins. Inside are going to be a pile of leaves. Take those out and pick up the small rock underneath, and you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found in the same spot as our last seed, except this time, instead of being on top of the giant rocks, we're going to be on the bottom. And if you look up at them, you'll see in the little archway here, there's going to be a balloon floating up where they connect. Hit that balloon with an arrow and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 can be found on the western side of the Tabantha Great Bridge. All you want to do is work your way up to the edge of the bridge here. And if you look over the cliffside underneath the bridge is going to be a little hidden balloon. Go ahead and hit that thing with an arrow and you'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is located on the very top of Piper Ridge. You guys can see our exact location here at the top of the ridge. And once you're up here, you'll find a giant rock that's got a dandelion on the top. Just hit the dandelion with an arrow or climb up and hit it with your sword and catch it before it touches the ground. And once doing so, you'll get seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be found on the northeastern side of the Piper Ridge. You want to go just to the other side on ground level. And once you make it over here, if you turn back toward the ridge, you'll see against it is going to be a small little opening you can walk into with a piece of wood on the ceiling. All we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood until we get up on top of the rocks. And once you're up here, the Korok will spawn and you'll get seed number 12. Number 13 is found just north of Piper Ridge by the small pond. You guys will see on your map, there's a really tiny pond up here. If you come over here, there'll be a giant rock in the middle and a little cluster of leaves that's traveling around that rock. So find those leaves. Once you interact with them, you'll get seed number 13. Seeds 14 and 15 are going to be found together right on the top of Nero Hill. If you work your way all the way up to the top of this mountain, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on the rocks. And once you interact with him, you'll see that we need to take him down to the mountain across from us. Now you can drop him off the edge and then pick him up and carry him up that mountain. But as always, I think it's easier to just take an airplane to save yourself a little bit of time. So we can go ahead and take off, and then you really just need to nosedive into the side of this mountain, take them off, drop them off, and interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 16 is located on the western side of Nero Hill, and if you come to this exact location, you'll see in the side of the hill here is going to be a little opening that you can run inside of with another piece of wood on the ceiling. Once again, just ascend through that piece of wood, and once you make it up to the top of the hill, our Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 16. Number 17 is located just southeast of Strock Lake. You'll see on your map we have a pretty big cluster of trees. If you work your way over by these trees and then go to the edge where the canyon is and jump off, right here below you is going to be a small rock against the mountain. Go ahead and pick up that small rock and you'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be found on the northern side of the Kalami Bridge. You guys can see its location here. And once you make it over here, all you need to do is look under the bridge. You're going to see an acorn hanging. Just hit that thing with an arrow. And once you do, you'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is going to be found on the northern side of the Strock Lake, right where the water ends. If you go up on the mountainside and then jump down towards the water, you'll see that one of these ledges is going to have a bunch of small rocks as well as a cork. Now you can take all the small rocks that are up here and attach it to the cork and then drop it off the side. But it's a little bit quicker and easier to just spawn a rocket and attach it and let it take off. And once you do, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 19. Number 20 is going to be found on the island that's right in the middle of Strock Lake. It'll be pretty hard to miss as you have a pretty massive island here. Once you work your way all the way to the top, you'll find a small rock that you can pick up. And once you do, you'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is going to be found on the far western side of Strock Lake. You can see the small peninsula here. Once you work your way out onto the peninsula, you'll find a puzzle towards the end, and it's a pretty easy one. We're just going to hold this thing up and rotate it to where we have one block sticking out on the top and the bottom, and the middle one's pushed in. And once you get it like that, you can fit it into place right in the front. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 21. For number 22, you'll want to head over to the very top of Kuho Mountain. We're going to be on the southeastern side on this peak here. And once you make it up here, you'll find a piece of wood on the top of the rock. Just step on that wood. It'll spawn a target right here in front of you. Land on it without touching the ground, and you'll get seed number 22. Number 23 is going to be found just south of Rito Village along the main path. You guys can see a little cluster of trees here. There's going to be some ruins and a flower on the top. We're just going to play a little game of follow the flower, and it's going to work its way all the way around the ruins. So we can climb up on this one, grab the couple that spawn up here, and then we'll jump down onto this one, grab a couple flowers here, over here to this, and then we'll go over to this last fallen ruin. We're going to have a flower up top, one on the side, and then your final flower is going to spawn at the end. And once you get them all, you'll get seed number 23. 24 is also going to be found on the southern side of the Rito Village, except for this one, you want to get right up on the edge. And once you make it to the cliff and you're looking toward the village, you're going to see this stone pillar in the middle of the water. We're just going to fly on over to it. We're going to pick up the small rock that's on top. And once you do, you'll get seed number 24. Number 25 is going to be on the southeastern side of the Rito Village. On your map, there'll be a little open space here on the main island. And once you get over here, you'll find a pinwheel at the edge. That's going to spawn a one balloon. All you have to do is hit one balloon with the arrow. And once you do, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 25. Number 26 is located on the western side of the Rito Village, literally right next to where the shrine is. If you work your way over to that shrine, you'll see right next to it in the side of the mountain is a little hole with a small rock inside. Go ahead and pick up that small rock and you'll get seed number 26. For number 27, you want to climb all the way to the top of the Rito Village, as we're going to go out on the little ledge that sticks out over the water. And once you make it up here, you'll see that we have a small rock all the way at the end. Go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 27. 28 is going to be found on top of the giant structure on the western side of Lake Totori. You guys can see our exact location here. And once you make it up top inside, there's going to be a broken roof covering statues. We're going to pick up the piece here, and all you need to do is rotate it so that the straight side is on the right side. And once you've got it like this, all you need to do is wiggle this thing until it falls into place. And once it does, you'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is going to be just west of Rito Village along the main path over here. If you head to this location, we're going to jump off the ledge towards the water, and you'll see down here we're going to have a puzzle. This one's super easy to solve. You just want to rotate this thing to where it looks like the shape of an L, and then once it looks like an L, rotate it up twice, and then you'll be able to squeeze it in to complete the puzzle, get the Korok to appear, and get seed number 29. Number 30 is going to be northwest of Rito Village, and along this path, you're going to see on your map there's going to be a giant tree compared to all the small ones around. If you come over to that giant tree on your map, we're just going to climb up to the top of this thing. And once we make it up to the top, you're going to have a rock to pick up. Pick up that rock and you'll get seed number 30. Number 31 is going to be on the mountainside along the main path just northwest of Rito Village. And if you come to this exact location, you're going to find a little snow path that leads up the mountain next to a cave entrance. At the top of that snow path is another small rock you can pick up, and that'll give you seed number 31. Number 32 is going to be found on the mountainside that's just south of Lake Kilsey. Here is the exact location on your screen. And once you make it over here, we're going to have another puzzle to solve. This one's pretty simple. We're just going to need to set it up to where there's one block on the top and 3 on the bottom. And once you get it like that, you'll be able to just fit it right here into the pyramid. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 32. Number 33 is going to be found on the mountain that's just south of Lake Kilsey. You guys can see our exact location here. And once you make it over here, you're going to find a little hole in the mountain with some statues and a flower in the middle. Walk over that flower, and we're just going to play a game of follow the flower around the statues. They're just going to keep spawning behind each individual statue in here. And eventually, once you collect them all, you'll find the white flower. Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 33. Number 34 is going to be just east of the Dragon Bone Mire. We're going to be on ground level, and right in between these two mountains is going to be a small little tunnel that you can run inside of. If you look up, you'll see the piece of wood on the ceiling. All we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood. When you make it to the top, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 34. Number 35 is going to be at the giant tree that's just north of Passer Hill. You guys can see the giant tree right here on your map. And once you make it over here, all we need to do is climb up to the top of this tree. So we'll go ahead and climb our way up. And once you're up here, you'll see the small rock out on the branch. Go ahead and pick that rock up. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 35. Number 36 is going to be found on top of Passer Hill. You guys will actually be able to see on your map, it's really small. There's a small dotted circle. That's going to be a little circle of rocks and one's missing and it'll be found on the big rock behind it. So just climb up top here. You can use Ultra Hand to pick up the rock and then you can just drop it down here and put it into place. We just need to complete the circle. And once you align it correctly, the Korok will then pop up and you'll get seed number 36. For number 37, you want to head to the far western side of the map right next to the Dragon Bone Mire. If you head to the southern side of the mire, it'll be pretty hard to miss. There's going to be a small rock right here in the middle. All we need to do is pick that thing up and we'll get seed number 37. Number 38 is going to be found on the northwestern side of the Dragon Bone Mire. If you come right over here to the very end, you guys are going to find a flower under one of the big bones. Once you walk over that flower, the next one's going to spawn above you, and you just need to climb your way up on top of this bone as you'll have a couple more that spawn. Next one is all the way up on the top here, and your final flower is right here on the side. And once you get all of them, you'll get seed number 38. Number 39 is going to be found on the far western side of the map, just northwest of the Dragon Bone Mire. If you come to this exact location and you're facing out toward the edge of the map, you want to climb up on the rock on the left side. There's going to be arrows on every other rock pointing to this one, but once you get up there, just climb to the top. The cluster of leaves will spawn, and you'll be able to get seed number 39. Number 40 is going to be found on top of the hill on the southern side of Lake Kilsey. You can see our location here. And once you make it up here, we're going to need to build a roof. So we're going to have 3 pieces of wood over here that we're going to need to use to cover 3 statues. We want to attach all 3 of these together, and you want this to be as lined up as possible. So try to take your time with it so that it looks like an actual roof. And then once you have them all together, bring them right over here to the side. And your goal is to cover all 3 statues. So initially, the first time I didn't have all 3 completely covered, but once you line it up correctly and drop it, it'll cue the cutscene of the Korok spawning, and you'll get seed number 40. Numbers 41 and 42 are going to be found together on the southern side of Lake Kilsey. This will be down by the water, and our Korok buddy is going to be sitting on a rock down here by the dock. Once you speak with him, you'll see that we just need to take him a little bit further down the water. A boat can work perfectly fine here if you want to make yourself a boat, or you can go into your inventory and spawn some stuff to make an airplane. I make an airplane pretty much every time. Just be careful about landing over here as we are on kind of a little rock island, so it's easy to fly over or under. But once you get them off, drop them and interact, and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 43 is going to be found pretty close to the middle of Lake Kilsey. You want to go up on the hill that's right here next to all the docks. And once you make it up on this hill, it'll be pretty hard to miss. There's a giant circle of rocks. Our first rock that we need is going to be over here on the right side in the back corner. Go ahead and grab that and drop it into place. And your second rock is going to be on the left side in this back corner. So we can come right back over here and grab this one. And these are going to be the only 2 that we need. So we can go ahead and drop the second one into place. And once you get it perfectly lined up, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 43. Number 44 is going to be on the far northeastern side of Lake Kilsey, and what you want to do is make your way up on the mountainside here, and once you get to the very top, come over to the ledge, and when you jump off, you're going to see a giant piece of ice hanging out on this little ledge down here. We just need to melt this thing, so we can hit it with 3 fire fruit to knock it all the way down. So we'll go ahead and do that, and once this thing is completely melted, it's going to have a small little rock inside. Go ahead and pick that up, and we'll get seed number 44. Number 45 is going to be on the northeastern side of Lake Kilsey. You guys can see the mountain here. You want to climb up where all these trees are. And once you're up here, if you look north, you'll see you can actually jump across the opening and land on this ledge over here where there's a small rock at the end. Go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 45. Number 46 is going to be found on the mountaintop just northwest of the Rossbro Pass. You guys can see we're literally at the peak here. And once you make it up top, there's going to be a small rock that's surrounded by thorns. So all we need to do is burn these thorns. I think the easiest way is just to use fire fruit. So toss some fire fruit on there. As soon as it's gone, you can pick up the rock and get seed number 46. Number 47 is going to be found at the end of the path over by Dronix Pass. You guys can see we're going to be on the little cliff that overlooks the end of the path here. And from the top, you can jump down onto this roof. And you'll see a yellow flower up here. We're going to play a game of follow the flower around this rooftop. So we'll grab a couple more, climb up to the very top, and the final flower will spawn on the very tip top. And once you grab it, you'll get seed number 47. Number 48 is going to be found over by the Hebra Trailhead Lodge that's just south of the Rossboro Pass. You guys will see there's a small little building out here, and all we need to do is climb up on the rooftop. So we'll come over here to the side, climb up to the roof, and if you get up on the chimney, the little cluster of leaves will spawn. Interact with those and we'll get seed number 48. Number 49 is going to be found just north of Lake Totori. You guys can see we're going to be on the mountainside here. And if you come to this exact location, you'll see that we have a wooden tree stump on the rock right here above us. If you're traveling up the path, all we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood and we make it on top of the rock. We'll get seed number 49. For number 50, you want to head to the very top of Corvish Peak. You guys can see we're going to be at the very top here. And once you make it up here, you'll find a little piece of wood on the ground that we can walk over. And all we need to do is fly toward that yellow circle. It's a pretty good distance, but you should make it over there in time. Just fly across to the snow and then you can run your way up the mountain. We'll just head over here toward the yellow circle. And once you get to the top and walk through it, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 50. For number 51, you want to head just northeast of Corvish Peak. You guys can see we're going to be on a little ledge on the side of the mountain here by these trees. And once you get over here, you'll find a little circle of rocks. The rock that we need is going to be down on the edge of the mountain here, right behind this big rock. Go ahead and pick that sucker up, bring it back up and drop it in the right place right here in the circle. And once you get this thing lined up, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 51. For number 52, you want to head to the far northern side of the Hebra Plunge. And you guys will see we have a small little dock down here. Once you make it over here, there's going to be a puzzle to solve. This one's super easy. You don't even need to rotate the piece. Just grab it, throw it in the corner here. And once you do, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 52. Our 53rd and final seed in this region is going to be found right in the middle of the Hebra Plunge. The easiest way to get this is to go over here to the west or eastern side up on the mountain, and then you can jump off and fly towards it as we need to land on this little pillar in the middle, and there'll be a small rock up there that we can pick up. Once you pick it up, you'll get seed number 53. Now that we're done with the Tabantha Frontier, we're going to show you the 31 seeds in the Tabantha Tundra. Our first seed's going to be found on the mountainside just northwest of Mount Drana. You guys can see our exact location here. And once you make it to the side of this mountain, all you want to do is turn around and you'll see behind us here is going to be a piece of wood at the bottom of one of these rocks. All we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood. When we make it up on top of the rock, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is going to be on the southeastern side of the mountain. It's just east of the North Tabantha snowfield. You guys can see the location here. And once you make it over here, you're going to find a giant boulder within a hole in the ground. Go ahead and pick that thing up. And then if you turn around and walk up the hill just a little bit, you'll find the wooden stand that we need to drop this thing off in. Once you line this up correctly and drop this into the stand, the Korok will then appear and we'll get seed number 2. Numbers 3 and 4 are going to be found together in the South Tabantha snowfield, just east of the stable. You guys can see we're near this little cluster of trees. And you're going to find our little Korok friend hanging out who needs help finding his buddy, which is on the other side of the snowfield. Now you can do this on foot. You're not going to run into too much. However, because we are in the snow, it'll take you a long time to get him over there. So as always, I recommend you make yourself a little airplane so we can save some time. But once you get them over here, just drop them off, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 5 is also in the South Tabantha snowfield, just west of the stable. You guys can see our location. And once you make it over here, you're going to find this giant rock that's sticking out with a piece of wood on the bottom side. Once again, all we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood. Once we make it to the top of the rock, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is in the South Tabantha snowfield. This one's going to be just south of the stable. We're going to be right here in this little cluster of trees. You're going to find 2 little statues with plates, one of which is already going to have some ice fruit in it. All we need to do is add ice fruit to the other plate. And once both of them are full, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found on the mountainside that's just over top of the Forgotten Temple. You can see the ledge that we're on here. And we're once again going to have another giant boulder in a hole that we need to pick up. And if you turn around right here behind us on this rock, it's going to be the wooden stand that we need to drop it in. And once you drop this thing in the stand, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is located in the South Tabantha snowfield over by the Monster Forces base. You guys can see the base right here on the map. The easiest way to do this is to put a rocket on your shield and just fly up. And if you land on top of the little half rock up here, we can pick up the small rock that's on top, and that'll give us seed number 8. Number 9 is on the far southwestern side of the South Tabantha snowfield. You'll see on your map here, we have a little shack right here next to the mountain. Work your way over to this shack, and once you get up to it, you'll find an acorn hanging from a chain. Hit hit that thing with an arrow, and we'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is going to be found along the main path just northeast of the Tabantha Hills. You guys can see we'll pretty much be in between the mountains here. You're going to have 2 statues that we need to cover with a giant piece of wood. So we're going to come right over here and grab one of the long pieces of wood and bring it back. We'll rotate this thing over so that we can cover both statues. And once you drop this thing over top of them, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be found within the Tabantha Hills over by the Tabantha Village ruins. And when you come over here to the ruins, you want to look for a log that's sticking up out of the ground. And inside of that log is an acorn. Just hit that acorn. Once you do, you'll get seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be found on the western side of the Tabantha Hills. You guys can see we're going to be right here at the bottom of the mountain. And if you come to this location and turn around and look up the mountain, you're going to see an acorn hanging from the side. Go ahead and hit that with an arrow and we'll get seed number 12. Number 13 is going to be on the southwestern side of the Tabantha Hills. You guys will see we're going to have a small little cabin down here on this hill. And once you make your way to this cabin, we just need to climb up on the rooftop and work your way to the chimney. And above the chimney, we'll have a cluster of leaves that you can interact with to get seed number 13. Number 14 is going to be found within the Tanagar Canyon. You want to work your way right over here to this set of rocks. And once you're up here, we're going to jump down into this little hidden area where we have a secret puzzle. And this one's pretty easy to solve. We're just going to take the piece off the top and rotate it around like so. And you guys can see me kind of messing this up here, but you want to put it right here just a little bit more to the left. So once you get this lined up, it'll lock into place. The Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is going to be located on the really small island that's right in the middle of the Hebra Plunge. You guys can see our location here. And all you want to do when you get down here is take this little rock down by the water, and we're going to complete the little circle of rocks up by this tree. And once it's complete, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 15. Numbers 16 and 17 are going to be found together up on the mountain right next to the Hebra Falls. Here is the location. You're going to find our little Korok friend here. We need to make ourselves a vehicle first. First thing we're going to do is take this square piece of wood and flatten this out. And then we can run right over here to these rocks and we're going to pick up this hot air balloon. We'll rotate this thing around and place this right in the middle. We're going to come back over here and grab the little fire starter thing, and we're going to rotate this facing up and put it in the middle of this hot air balloon so we can get this thing to go up. Drop this, attach it right there in the middle, and then we're going to come right over here and grab the rocket. Now this is a really important part. You want this facing upwards, but you want it on the back side here, and that's what's going to get us up on the mountain, because once you interact, you'll see that we need to take him directly above where we're at. Once you speak with him, we're then going to take him and attach him to one side, and we're going to stand on the other, and then we're going to hit this rocket and take off. And if you did it right, it'll get you right up here on top of the mountain. If you're quick, you can separate him from it and jump off. If not, it'll just burn up and you'll fall down right here next to the campsite. But once you're down, just place him next to his buddy, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 18 is also going to be found up by the Hebra Falls, and you want to look for the little bridge that goes across the falls. And once you make your way here, you'll see a little acorn hanging from a chain underneath the bridge. Hit that acorn and we'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is located just southeast of the Hebra Falls. You'll actually see on your map, you have a really small section of water here that leads under a cave. There's a couple ways to get in here. One, you can just swim. However, you will lose a lot of health. So if you don't want to do that, you can climb on the side of the wall as you work your way in and jump across. But once you're in, we have a puzzle. All you need to do is take the cross out of one side, rotate it around, and stick it in the other side. And once it connects, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 19. Number 20 is located just north of the Tabantha Hills. You want to make your way to this mountain right here. And once you get up to the peak, you're going to find a pinwheel. We can walk up to that. It's going to spawn 3 balloons right here in front of you. All we need to do is hit all 3 balloons. And once you do, we'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is located on the mountain just south of the Kopiki Drifts. You can see our exact location here, right around these trees. And we're just going to pick up this giant boulder that are in between the 2 trees here and turn around, and up on the rock behind us is going to be the wooden stand that we can drop this thing inside of. And once you've got it in there, the Korok will pop up and give you seed number 21. Number 22 is going to be found at the end of the mountain range, just next to the Kopiki Drifts. You'll see on your map, you actually have a little dotted diamond, which is going to be small rocks. The rock that we need is going to be behind us, just over the ledge. Go ahead and pick that up. And all we need to do is drop that into place to complete the diamond of rocks. And once you do, we'll get seed number 22. Number 23 is found on the northern side of the North Tabantha snowfield. You want to head to pretty much this exact location. You're going to be looking for a small rock in the middle of this crazy little emblem on the ground. And once you find that rock, just pick it up and you'll get seed number 23. Number 24 is going to be found on the mountaintop that's on the far northwestern side of the North Tabantha snowfield. You can see the mountain here. And once you're up top, just pick up the small rock that's on the peak. The rock will pop up and you'll get seed number 24. Number 25 is also on the far northern side of the North Tabantha snowfield. On your map, you just want to head over here where there's this little circle of trees and rocks. And in between all of them will be a little cluster of leaves traveling around. Once you interact with those, you'll get seed number 25. Numbers 26 and 27 are going to be found together on the northeastern side of the North Tabantha snowfield, right over here next to the shrine. And you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out up here, and we need to help him get pretty far away on the other side of the snowfield. Going by foot is going to take you an obnoxious amount of time, so highly recommend making yourself a little airplane. But once you make your airplane, you can just use Ascend to get up in the air, and we're going to fly all the way across down here, and we'll drop him off and interact, and once we do, we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 28 is also on the northeastern side of the North Tabantha snowfield on this little ledge just east of the shrine. We're going to have a puzzle to solve. This one's a little confusing, so the easiest way to do it is to rotate it to where it looks like the letter Z, just like this, and then squeeze it right here into the side. If you do so correctly, it'll complete the puzzle and we'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is going to be found on the northeastern side of Mount Drana. If you come over here, you'll see on your map, you have a little dotted pattern on the mountain. That's going to be all these little rocks. The rock that we need is actually hidden back here on this little path behind the big rock. Go ahead and grab that, put this right here in line, and once you have it complete, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 29. Number 30 is going to be found just south of the North Lemay Labyrinth. You'll see on your map there's one giant tree down here all by itself. All you need to do is go to the back side of the tree and shoot the acorn that's in the hole. And once you hit that acorn, you'll get seed number 30. Our 31st and final seed in this region is going to be found on the northeastern side of the North Lemay Labyrinth. Again, this will be on the very top. And once you make it over here to this corner, you're going to see a pinwheel that's going to spawn one single balloon. This thing is super annoying, so it may take you some time as it moves extremely fast. But once you eventually hit it, you'll get seed number 31. Now that we're done with the Tabantha Tundra, we're going to show you the 5 seeds in the Typhlo Ruins. Seeds number 1 and 2 are going to be found in the same area on the southeastern side of the ruins. You guys can see right here underneath these trees. We're going to have a little Korok buddy that needs help finding his friend, and once you interact with him, he'll show you that he needs to get across the sludge. Now, we're not going to be able to just pick him up and carry him across, so what we're going to do is build ourselves a little airplane. We can then put him on it, lift it up above the ground, drop it, and use recall so that we can get up in the sky. And it's not too far. Just got to fly across the sludge. We'll be able to drop him off, and right here, you'll get your first 2 seeds. Our next location is going to be pretty much right in the middle of the ruins. You guys can see the location indicated by the marker here, and we're going to have another puzzle to solve. With this one, you want to pick this thing up, and essentially you want to rotate it where you have 2 vertical blocks in the front and then 1 block in the far back left, just like this. And once you get it like that, you just drop it into place. The Korok will appear and you'll get your next seed. Seed number 4 is going to be found on the far southwestern side of the ruins on the little peninsula. You guys can see here, if we zoom in, there's a little peninsula that goes out into the water. If you go out on there, you'll find a rock sitting right in the middle of the grass. Just pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 4. Now, your 5th and final seed here in the ruins is going to be found on the far western side. Here on your map, you guys can see all the trees in this area. Just head over here and you'll find a large object that's in the sludge. Now, you'll have to jump across and grab onto it so you don't sink, but once you climb to the top, you just need to lift the rock that's up there, and you'll get the final seed here in the ruins. Now that we're done with the Typhlo Ruins, we're going to show you the 32 seeds in the Gerudo Canyon. Our first 2 seeds are going to be found north of the Gerudo Canyon Skyview Tower. You guys can see our exact location right here on the screen. And once you make your way over here, you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out right down here below the lift. When you interact with him, you'll see that we need to take him up by the Skyview Tower. We don't need to build any vehicles. What we're going to do is pick him up and bring him over here to the left, and you want to attach him to the bottom left side of this lift. Once he's attached, then use Ultra Hand and grab onto him and pull him down. Then you can get on the lift, pick up the little box that's on here and throw it off so that we can go all the way up to the top. And because you put him on that left side, we're now going to be able to reach him, detach him from the bottom, and bring him right over here to the campsite with his buddies, interact, and you'll get your first 2 seeds. Seed number 3 is going to be found just east of the Skyview Tower. You guys will actually be able to see a bunch of trees here on your map. All you want to do is work your way over to the large rock structure, and underneath are going to be some leaves that you can hit with your sword. And all we need to do is pick up the small rock that's under those leaves, and we'll get our 3rd seed. Number 4 is going to be found pretty much in the same exact spot as number 3, just east of the Skyview Tower. We're just going to head a little bit further south, and you're going to find a giant boulder here in a hole in the ground. Go ahead and pick that thing up and drop it in the wooden stand right here beside it. Once you do, the Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 4. For number 5, you want to work your way to the mountaintop just south of the Skyview Tower. You can see our exact location right here on the screen. And once you make it up here, you just want to walk over to the cliff. And if you jump off right over here on the right, you're going to see there's a little ledge that's got a wooden tree stump. Go ahead and walk over that. And then all we need to do is climb up the side of the mountain a little bit over here to this ledge where the yellow circle is. We can walk through that circle. The Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 5. Number 6 can be found on the mountainside just east of Spectacle Rock. If you head over here, you can see on your map, you're going to have 2 squares kind of next to each other right here. That's going to be one rock leaning against another, and underneath one of them is going to be an acorn that you can hit with an arrow to get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found down at the end of the Yarna Valley. You guys can see we're going to be up on the cliff side here so that we can jump down right down here. If you go up on this cliff, you can see we can jump right down here to this big ledge where we're going to have a puzzle to solve. This one's pretty easy. We just need to pick up the piece, and right over here on the right, we need to rotate this thing like a candy cane and just sit it on top of the single block in the middle. Once you do, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found just south of the East Gerudo Mesa. You guys can see we're going to be on this little ledge right here. And you're going to find a cork over here with some boulders. All we need to do is pick up one of these boulders and attach it to the cork. And once it's attached, just grab the boulder and drop it off the ledge. It'll take the other side out. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found on the main path just east of Champion's Gate. If you're on ground level working your way through this little canyon, you're going to find 2 rocks kind of attached to each other. And if you climb up on top of these things, there's going to be a small rock that you can pick up. Go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is going to be located down by the South LeMay Labyrinth. You want to be on the south side and you want to be on the very top. Now, once you work your way up to the top on the very south side, you'll find a pinwheel. And when you walk up to that thing, it's going to spawn 3 balloons right here in front of you. Hit all 3, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be found on top of Mount Grenache, just east of the labyrinth. You guys can see our location here. There's actually a little square on your map. And all there is a small little rock in that square. Go ahead and pick up that rock and you'll get seed number 11. Number 12 is going to be located down here on Duval Peak. You guys can see we're going to be at the very top here in this circle. We're going to have a puzzle to solve, which is pretty simple. We're just going to take the piece out and we need to rotate this thing around to make it a perfect rectangle. Once you get the thing into place, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 12. Number 13 is going to be found on the southern side of Duval Peak. You guys can see we're going to be right over here where we have the little dotted lines of rocks. And once you're up here, we've got 2 rocks to move. They're both going to be in this far rectangle. All we need to do is connect these 2 lines of rocks right here. So take both of these, connect them in the middle. And if you line these up perfectly, it'll do the little poof. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 13. Number 14 is going to be on the ground just east of Duval Peak. You guys can see right over here. We're going to have a whole lot of little rocks on your map. And all we want to do is go to the tallest rock that's leaning right back over here. You'll have some arrows pointing towards it. And if you walk out on the ledge, a little cluster of leaves will spawn. If you interact with those, you'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is going to be located on the mountain that's just east of Mount Grenache. You guys can see right over here by the Osira Plains. And we're going to have 1 flower that's in the middle. Walk up to that, and then you're just going to play a game of follow the flower. The next one's coming right over here to this rock. You turn around, the next one's going to spawn all the way across on this rock. You pick this one up, turn around once again, and run all the way to the other side on these rocks. And then we only have 1 flower left after this one, and it's going to be on the tall rock that's right here beside you. Just climb up top, grab it, the Korok will pop up, and you'll get seed number 15. Number 16 is going to be just east of Mount Grenache as well. This one's going to be on the side of the mountain right here. And once you make it up here, we're going to have a puzzle that we need to solve. What you want to do is take this piece and rotate it around to where we have 2 blocks on the left and 2 on the right, but the 2 on the right are going to be 1 block higher. And you can see me trying to put it in right here at the front. What you need to do is go right over here to the right side, and then you'll be able to stick it in to the rest of the puzzle. Once you do, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 16. Number 17 is located over at the East Gerudo Mesa. You guys can see our exact location right here. And once you make it over here, you're going to find this archway looking thing that you can run under. There's going to be a piece of wood on the ceiling. All we need to do for this next one is ascend through that piece of wood. And once you pop up at the top, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be found on a mountaintop over by the Stowry Plateau. You can actually see our little dotted lines up here where we're going to have a bunch of rocks. Essentially what we need to do is fill in this square over here on the left. Our first rock is going to be right here beside it, so we can drop this one in place. Then our second rock is going to be over here on the other side. Go ahead and pick that up. Come over here, complete the square. If you get it right, the Korok will pop up. You can see I didn't line it up perfectly, so just move this one over a little bit. And boom, it'll do a little poof. The Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 18. Numbers 19 and 20 are going to be found together along the main path just south of the Gerudo Canyon Pass. You can see our location here. And our little Korok buddy is going to be hanging out by this wall. Go ahead and interact with him and you'll see that we need to take him up on the cliff that's right here behind us. All we're going to do is pick him up and turn around. And we're just going to place him on top of these rocks and we're just going to keep climbing up. So we'll drop him on the next one, climb up, the next one, climb up, and then we'll be able to put him up on the side. And we can drop him off with his buddies, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 21 is going to be found at the Gerudo Canyon Pass. You want to work your way to the middle. And then on the southern bridge, if you actually jump off right under the bridge, is going to be a little ledge that's got a small rock on it. Land on that ledge, pick up the rock, and you'll get seed number 21. Number 22 is also going to be found at the Gerudo Canyon Pass. This one's going to be on ground level. So if you see where the second bridge is, the small one here, if you go to the ground where the water is, there's going to be a small little island that's got a cork on it. Go ahead and pick up that cork and just dunk it down into the water. And when you let go, it's going to pop back up, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 22. Number 23 is going to be on the northern side of the Gerudo Canyon Pass. You want to head right over here to the northern bridge. And once you get here, all we want to do is jump off over here on the side. And if you turn around, we're going to have a little archway. There's going to be a balloon that's floating right at the top of that archway. Hit that thing with an arrow and you'll get seed number 23. Number 24 is going to be found just south of Mount Naburu. You can actually see we have a rock bridge that goes across the main path. If you go out on this bridge, there's going to be a circle of rocks. And if we turn around and go all the way back here to the edge of the mountain, we're going to have the rock that we need. Go ahead and pick that up and bring it right back over here to the middle of the bridge. And we're just going to fill in this diamond shape here. So drop this right here. Once it's there, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 24. Numbers 25 and 26 are going to be found together pretty much in the same spot just south of Mount Naburu. You want to go right to the edge of the water and you're going to find our little Korok buddy hanging out. And you'll see that we need to take him just upstream. No need for a vehicle for this one. Just go ahead and pick him up. And if you go far left here, you don't even have to drop him. You can just work your way around these rocks, climb up this one here and drop down. And you can just carry him right back over here against the mountain, drop him off with his buddy, interact. You'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 27 is going to be found just south of Nephra Hill. We're going to be right on the edge of the river here on ground level. There's going to be a little spot where you can actually stand next to the water. And up here is going to be a really small rock that you can pick up. Go ahead and pick that thing up to get the Korok to pop up and you'll get seed number 27. Number 28 is going to be found over by the Kokit Plateau. You guys can see we're going to be right here on the northern side, right at the edge of the cliff. If you come over here and jump off, you'll see there's going to be one small rock sticking out here that's got a really small rock on it. Go ahead and pick that sucker up and you'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is going to be found on the western side of the Kokit Plateau. You're going to find a little bridge over here. And if you go right up to the bridge, right underneath is going to be an acorn hanging from a chain. Hit that acorn with an arrow and you'll get seed number 29. Number 30 is going to be found just north of the Gerudo Canyon Skyview Tower. You can see if you go to the northern side of the mountain here on this cliff and you jump off the ledge, there's going to be a small wooden walkway attached to the side of the mountain here. If you drop down, there'll be a small rock at the end that you can pick up. And once you pick that thing up, you'll get seed number 30. Number 31 is going to be found just west of the Skyview Tower along the main path. This one's a little tricky, so come to this exact location and you're going to find a bunch of rocks as well as some red arrows pointing at those rocks. If you go up to them and go behind them, there's a small little corner back here. And when you walk into that corner, the little leaves are going to pop up. You can interact with them and you'll get seed number 31. The 32nd and final seed in this region is going to be found over by the Gerudo Desert Gateway. You guys can actually see we have a really small bridge right here on our screen. If you go underneath that bridge and look up, there's going to be an acorn hanging from the rock right here. All you need to do is hit that thing with an arrow, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 32. Now that we're done in the Gerudo Canyon, we're going to show you the 44 seeds in the Gerudo Desert. For our first seed, you want to head to the far southwestern side of the desert, right over here by the Gerudo Great Skeleton. And once you make it here, just work your way down into the cave. You can pull your chute and fly all the way in to the skeleton. If you come right over here to the side and go to the top, you'll see there's a little crack here and there's some leaves inside. Destroy those leaves and pick up the small rock. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 1. Number 2 and 3 are going to be found together just north of Dragon's Exile. You want to head right over here to this rock. Once you make it up here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out, and you'll see when you interact with him that we need to take him across pretty much the entire desert. So you're definitely going to need an airplane for this. So go ahead and make yourself an airplane with some materials if you have it. We can throw him on the front and take off, and we're just going to fly all the way across. Would highly recommend doing this instead of trying to carry him over there, as it might take you an hour. Once you get over here, just interact and you'll get your next 2 seeds. Number 4 is going to be on the northwestern side of the desert over by the West Gerudo Ruins. So when you get over here, you'll find the structure. We just need to climb to the tallest pillar, which is going to be the one on our left here. There's going to be a flower at the top, and once you grab it, all you need to do is follow the flower trail down the other pillars. So it'll go all the way down until you get to the last one. You guys can see our final white flower is going to be on a little small one right here below us. You can fly on down, grab that, the Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 4. Number 5 is going to be found just north of the West Barrens. You guys can see our exact location here. And once you make it over here, you'll see this cool little archway with a wooden tree stump on the top. All we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood. When we pop out on the other side, the Korok will then appear and we'll get seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be found on the far northwestern side of the desert, just west of West Gerudo Ruins. You'll see there's a little skeleton on your map out here. If you climb to the top of this skeleton, there's going to be a dandelion. You can hit that with an arrow and try to catch it in the air. If you miss, you can just drop down to the bottom. All you need to do is grab it before it touches the ground, and if you do successfully, you'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is also going to be on the northwestern side of the map. You're going to see another skeleton on your map. This one's going to be angled diagonal. And once you make it up on top of this one, you'll find a pinwheel that'll spawn 3 balloons. The easiest way to do it is just aim in the same spot, wait for the balloons to pop into your line of sight, and you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found just north of the West Gerudo Ruins. You guys can see we have a little mountaintop here that we can get up on top of. And there's going to be a tent. Just go all the way out to the end where the piece of wood is. And we just need to go land on this target down here without touching the ground. And once you land on the target, you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found over by the Korok Valley. You guys can see we're on the edge of the mountain here on this ledge. There's going to be a puzzle up here. We can pick up the piece, and all you need to do is make it look like the letter L. And then you can just put it in the bottom left corner. It'll go into place. The Korok will appear, and you'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is also going to be found over by the Korok Valley. If you come to this exact location, you're going to find a clothesline. And if you look above that clothesline, you'll see an acorn hanging from a string. Go ahead and hit that acorn with an arrow, and you'll get seed number 10. Numbers 11 and 12 are going to be found south of the Korok Valley. You can see we're just south of the shrine over here. There's going to be a rock that's in the middle of all the quicksand that's got our little Korok buddy hanging out on it. And we need to take him in between the mountains behind the shrine. Now, the easiest way to do this is to just move him out of the way and build yourself a little airplane on this rock. And there's enough room where you can actually attach him and take off from here. That way we can get across the quicksand. And then all we need to do is fly back here in this little canyon area where our campsite is, and then we can just crash land into it, talk to the Korok, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 13 can be found east of the West Barrens. You guys will see our location again right here on the map. And there's going to be this little pit looking thing out here with a cluster of leaves traveling around the outside. All you need to do is interact with those leaves and you'll get seed number 13. Number 14 is located over at the North Gerudo Ruins. You guys can see you want to head right over here to this location. You're going to find our tall structure right here. The first thing you need to do is make your way to the 2nd level. So just climb up or ascend. And once you're up, you can see the piece of wood on the ceiling here. All we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood. When you get to the top, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 14. Number 15 is going to be found at the Northern Ice House, which is just north of the ruins that we were just at. And once you're over here, we just need to make it on top of the giant rock. So we can run underneath here and then you can just ascend, or you can try to climb up if you like. But once you get up here to the top, there's going to be a really small rock that's sitting on the very top here. So climb your way up here, go ahead and pick up that thing. And once you do, you'll get seed at number 15. Number 16 is going to be over by the Korok Valley. You want to go over on the ledge on the eastern side of the valley right here. And you'll find these two little rocks sticking out of the ground. If you go behind them in this little corner, there's going to be a small rock that you can pick up to get seed number 16. Number 17 is going to be over toward the Gerudo Highlands. You guys can see just south of the Skyview Tower, there's going to be this giant looking hole on your map. If you work your way over here and go up to the edge and look down, you'll see we have a little piece of wood on this small little ledge. Walk over that, it'll spawn the yellow circle below you, and you can just drop down onto the rock and grab that circle, and you'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be just south of the Skyview Tower. We're not actually going to be in the Highlands. We're going to be on this little ledge, kind of, not at the top of the mountain at this location. Once you get over here, you're going to find 3 little statue things in the back corner with 3 plates in front of them. All you need to do is put mighty bananas in each plate. So make sure you have 3 bananas. You can put all 3 of them in all 3 plates. And once all 3 are down, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed at number 18. Number 19 is going to be found just south of the Skyview Tower as well, pretty close to where we just got our last seed. We just need to head a little bit further south. You're going to find a little puzzle. Our piece is going to be right here beside us. You just want to rotate this thing around. Not like this. You got to rotate it one more time like this, almost like a backwards L, and you'll be able to fit it in the top left. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 19. Number 20 is going to be found just west of the Burrito Lookout. You guys can see we're right up here on this mountaintop here on the end, and you're going to find a dandelion. Go ahead and hit that, and you can actually just wait right here at the bottom, catch it before it hits the ground. The Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is actually going to be on top of the Burrito Lookout. You guys will see on the western side up here, we're going to have a tent, and behind that tent is going to be a pinwheel on the little plank. Walk up to it, it's going to spawn 3 balloons right here in front of you. Once you hit all 3, that Korok will pop up and you will get seed number 21. Number 22 is going to be found just southwest of the Burrito Lookout. You can actually see we have a little ledge that kind of sticks off on the bottom left. Once you make it out there, you'll see that we have a cork at the end. Easiest way to do this is to just spawn a rocket, attach it to the cork, and then launch this thing away. It'll pop open, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 22. Number 23 is going to be found in the exact location as our last Korok seed on that little ledge southwest of the Burrito Lookout. All you need to do now after getting the cork is jump off and pull your chute, and you're going to see a little acorn hanging from the bottom. Go ahead and hit that thing with an arrow and you'll get seed number 23. Number 24 is going to be found east of the Burrito Lookout. You can see we're literally at the very back of this little canyon. If you go all the way to the end, we're going to have another little puzzle to solve. The piece is going to be in the back left corner, and we just need to rotate this thing around to complete the top so that it attaches here. So make it look just like this. You can sneak this thing into place, and once it's there, you'll get seed number 24. Number 25 is going to be located over at the Great Cliffs. You want to come and get on top of this rock that I've got the little marker on, and once you climb up on top of this rock, you're going to find a little cluster of leaves traveling in a circle. Interact with those leaves to make the Korok pop up and get seed number 25. Number 26 is going to be found right where it says Great Cliffs on your map. You can actually see we have a little cluster of rocks on the top of this thing, and we've got a little rock puzzle. So we need to find the one rock we're missing, which is just over the ledge here. You can jump down beside it, pick this thing up and lift it up above, and then we can just climb up top, grab this rock and throw it right into line here. And once it's there, the Korok will appear and he'll give you seed number 26. Number 27 and 28 are going to be found together over by the Gerudo Desert Gateway, literally right at the entrance to the desert. You're going to find a couple little stands, and our little Korok buddy is going to be hanging out next to those stands. So once you interact with him, you'll see that we need to take him pretty deep into the desert. So it's easier to just make yourself a little airplane to get out there, as it's going to take you a really long time if you go by foot. But we'll go ahead and attach him to our plane, and we'll fly our way across the desert just past the shrine that's out here. We can crash land into the tent, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 29 is going to be found just east of a desert rift. You can see we kind of have a small little village out here, and there's going to be a really tall tower that we need to climb to the top of. You guys can see I'm already pretty much up here, but once you make it to the very top, a little cluster of leaves will spawn. You just need to be careful because it's really easy to fall off once you get up here. But once you're here, you can interact with those leaves, get the Korok, and you get seed number 29. Number 30 is going to be just southwest of the desert rift. You can actually see on your map here, we have a pretty big structure. And once you work your way over to the structure, you'll see at the very top is going to be a dandelion. Now you can shoot that from the bottom and wait for it to drop, or you can climb up here and swing your sword at it and just grab it when you jump off. Either way, just grab it before it touches the ground and you'll get seed number 30. Number 31 is going to be found on the northern corner of Gerudo Town. You guys can see exactly where we're standing here. There's going to be a little waterfall, and you want to jump down into the hole that water's dropping into. Once you're down here, you want to go left. I went the wrong way initially and went right, and you just run into another waterfall. But if you go the other way, you guys will see at the end of this little dead end, there's going to be a piece of wood. And all we need to do is ascend through that piece of wood. And that's going to lift us back up on top of a building. The Korok will then pop up when you're back up top, and you'll get seed number 31. Number 32 is also going to be found on the northern side of Gerudo Town. You guys can see our location here. There's going to be a giant blue, what looks like a wine bottle. And all we need to do is climb to the top of that bottle. The leaves will then appear. We can turn around and interact with those. We'll get seed number 32. For number 33, you want to head to the far southern corner of Gerudo Town. You guys are going to see a tower with a palm tree on the top. You can see we're already up on top here, but once you make it up here, there's going to be a little piece of wood that you can walk over, which is going to spawn a yellow circle on the other corner. So we're just going to fly all the way over here. We can then ascend through the top of this little tower. And once you make it up top on this palm tree, you just turn around and you'll see the yellow circle. You can jump off, grab it. That'll spawn the Korok and give you seed number 33. Number 34 and 35 are going to be found together just south of Gerudo Town. On your map, you can actually see a little cluster of trees up here. On this giant rock platform is going to be our next little Korok buddy that needs help finding his friends, which are going to be over by the other trees a little ways down the desert. As always, I recommend making an airplane for this one as it is a really good distance and definitely worth it. Go ahead and throw your little Korok friend on the front of the airplane. And then we can just fly our way over here and, as always, crash into the tent and interact, and we'll get our next two seeds. Number 36 is going to be found just east of Gerudo Town. On your map, you're going to have a pretty big structure right here that you guys can see. Work your way over to the structure, and when you go inside, we're going to have a flower right here on top of this rock in front of us, and we're going to have to follow a flower trail for a pretty good distance. There's about 15 flowers in this one. So our third one's here. You're essentially just going to continue to work your way up and around this structure, and we'll just show you exactly where to go for all of them. The next one's going to be down near the ground, so that one's a little confusing to find. Just jump over and you'll find it, and then just climb your way back up on this side as you continue to grab the flowers. Next one's up here, and then our final one is going to be on this block right over here. The Korok will spawn and you'll get seed number 36. Number 37 is also going to be southeast of Gerudo Town. You can see on your map we have another little structure on a rock. This is actually going to be a tower, so it'll be pretty hard to miss. But all you need to do is climb to the top of the tower, walk over the piece of wood. It's going to spawn this target here below you that you can land on. And once you do, you'll get seed number 37. Numbers 38 and 39 are going to be found together just west of the Palu Wasteland. If you come to this exact location here on your screen, you're going to find our little Korok friend on top of this half circle ruin. And once you interact with him, you'll see we don't need to take him too far. Now, I'm using an airplane that I just built. There's also going to be materials right here to my left that you can use to make a sand raft, something that you can drive across the sand. But I always think an airplane's the easier way to go. But once you get over here, just drop them off and you'll get your next two seeds. Number 40 can be found over at the East Gerudo Ruins. Once you work your way over here to the ruins, you're going to find this weird looking pillar. All we need to do is climb to the top of this pillar. You'll find a piece of wood. Once you walk over that wood, it's going to spawn a yellow circle all the way back here on top of this other structure. Don't worry, you have plenty of time. As you can see, I pretty much just ran all the way back here and then climbed up the side, and the circle didn't disappear. Once you make it over here, just grab this circle and you'll get seed number 40. Number 41 is going to be on the far southeastern side of the desert, just south of the East Barrens. You want to work your way to this rock right here on your map. And I'm in the middle of a dust storm here, but you can see on this rock, there's going to be one pillar and on top is a dandelion. Hit that dandelion with your sword and try to catch that thing in the air. If not, just drop to the bottom and catch it before it touches the ground. And once you do, you'll get seed number 41. Numbers 42 and 43 are going to be found together just north of the East Barrens. It's actually going to be right here beside the Siwakama Shrine. You're going to find our little Korok friend hanging out on the cliff. Go ahead and interact with him, and you'll see that we need to take him over by all the pillars in the sand or just past them. As always, I recommend the airplane for this one. You pretty much need an airplane. As you could already see, that giant monster is just kind of roaming right here in front of us. So going on foot is just a death trap. So it's definitely worth making yourself a little airplane so that you can fly all the way across. We'll go ahead and crash land into the campsite, drop them off, interact, and we'll get our next 2 seeds. Our 44th and final seed in this region is going to be found just north of the East Barrens in the pretty much same location. If you go north of the shrine on the other side of this mountain, you're going to find a little cluster of leaves traveling around in a circle. Go ahead and interact with those and you'll get seed number 44. Now that we're done with the Gerudo Desert, we're going to show you the 39 seeds in the Gerudo Highlands. Our first seed is going to be found on the mountaintop just north of the Gerudo Desert Gateway. You guys can see right up here on this mountain, and you're going to find a flower on top of a rock. Now you're just going to play a quick game of follow the flower all the way around this mountain. It's pretty much just going to be a giant circle and go from rock to rock, and they don't spawn too far away from each other, so they're super easy to keep up with. Just work your way all the way around. You'll come up on this rock here, and then we'll go to the final rock here in the back, and once we grab this flower, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is going to be found just east of the Nefra Hill. You guys can see we're going to be right on the edge of the mountain here. And once you make it over here, you just need to jump off and land on this little ledge down on the bottom. And you're going to see a pinwheel in the far back. Walk up to that pinwheel. It's going to spawn 3 balloons that are kind of moving in every direction. Hit all 3 of those balloons for the Korok to spawn, and you'll get seed number 2. Number 3 is going to be found right here in the middle of the Nefra Hill, and it'll be pretty easy to spot, as when you get up here, you'll see a giant rock with a small rock on the top. Just climb up to the top, pick up that small rock, and you'll get seed number 3. Numbers 4 and 5 are going to be found together just west of the Lepero Mesa. You guys can see our location right here. And at the top of the hill is going to be our little Korok buddy who needs help making it to the very bottom of the mountain. Now, there's a couple ways to do this. There are some materials on the ground right here beside us that allow you to make essentially a sled that you can put a fan on the back of, and you can just slide your way all the way down the mountain if you please. Or you can do what I'm doing and make yourself an airplane. I always do the airplane route just because it's a little more fun, but I think the sled probably would have been a good idea. But regardless, once you get him down to the bottom of the mountain, just sit him there next to his buddy and you'll get the next 2 seeds. Number 6 is going to be found in pretty much the same spot just west of the Lepero Mesa. You guys can see on your map, you kind of have a little bridge right here in front of us. And there's going to be an archway when you get up here. Just work your way to the right side of the mountain so you can get under the archway, and you'll find this little piece of wood on the roof above you. All you need to do is ascend through that piece of wood, and when you get to the top, you'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found on the edge of the mountain just north of the Vatorsa snowfield. You guys can see our location here. And once you make it to the ledge, you can just drop down to this other little ledge where you're going to find a pinwheel that spawns 3 balloons. Easiest way to do this, just aim in the same spot, wait for all 3 of them to cross by. And once you hit all 3, you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is going to be found on the northwestern side of the Lepero Mesa. You guys can see we're at the very top up here. And once you make it over here, you're going to find a little section that's got 3 planks. And we want to put all 3 of these little pieces of wood together to make a roof. So we'll attach all 3 just like this. And then if you turn around, we're going to have a statue. We want to cover that statue with our roof. And as soon as you do that, the little Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found north of the Lepero Mesa. And you can actually see where I've pinged here. We're going to have a tree just on the bottom of the mountain. All we need to do is come over to this tree and climb to the top. Try not to slip off like I just did. But once you climb all the way up to the top, you'll have a little cluster of leaves spawn that you can interact with, and this will give you seed number 9. Number 10 is going to be found on the mountaintop that's just southwest of the Lepero Mesa. You guys can see the little circular mountain on your map. Once you get over here, up top is going to be a cork, and we need to set this thing free. So we want to take all 3 of these metal pieces here and attach them to the cork. I've attached 1 to the cork, the other 2 can just attach to the piece of metal. But once you have all 3 of them together, all you need to do is drop them off the side, and there's going to be enough weight to pull the cork free, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be found just north of Safia's table. You'll see that our marker is going to be placed on this natural bridge. And at the back of the bridge is going to be a piece of ice. Now, all we need to do is melt this thing. You can use fire fruit to do so. We'll hit this thing just a couple times. And once it melts down, it's going to reveal a small rock. Go ahead and pick up that rock. And once you do, you'll get seed number 11. Number 12 can be found just north of the Zirco Meza. Here is the exact location for this one. And once you make it up here, you'll find a block of wood. Hit that block of wood and jump off. And all you need to do is fly your way all the way down the hill here and fly through the yellow circle here in front of us. You don't even need to touch the ground. You can just continue to fly. And once we get down here, we'll drop down and drop right here into the circle. That's going to spawn the Korok and give you seed number 12. Number 13 is also going to be found just north of the Zirco Meza. You can actually see where our marker is. It's at this natural bridge. You want to go underneath it, and underneath that bridge is going to be a wooden tree stump on the ceiling. All we need to do is once again ascend through that piece of wood. And once we pop up on the bridge, we'll get seed number 13. Number 14 is going to be on the peak of the Zirco Meza. So you want to go up as high as you possibly can, right here where we've got our marker. You're going to see two circles. All we need to do is take the rock that's outside the circles, complete the one on the left side. And once you do, the Korok will pop up and give you seed number 14. Number 15 is going to be found on the eastern side of the Zirco Meza. You'll have a triangle of 3 trees here on your map to use as a pointer. But once you get over here, we're going to need to make another roof with some wooden planks. So we're going to have 3 right over here behind this rock. You want to get these as even as possible, as that has to fit on the stands perfectly so it covers the statues. But once you have all 3 lined up perfectly, pick that thing up, turn around, and all we need to do is cover the 2 statues that are right here in front of us. Drop this on the top. Once you do, the Korok will then pop up and you will get seed number 15. Number 16 is going to be found just north of the Tafe Hill. You guys can see we're going to be on this little circular ledge on the side of the mountain. And once you jump down here, you're going to find a cork. All we need to do is pick up this boulder here behind us, attach it to the cork, and then take the boulder and drop it off the ledge. That's going to open it up, revealing the Korok and giving you seed number 16. Number 17 is going to be found on the eastern side of Safia's table. You guys can see right up here on this mountainside. And once you make it up here, we're going to have another block of ice that we need to melt down. Once again, we'll use some fire fruit. And once that ice is melted, you'll find a small rock. Go ahead and pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be found on the southern side of Safia's table. You want to come to this exact location here on the cliffside. And once you're here and you jump off, pull your parachute. And if you look carefully, you'll see that there is an acorn chained to the side of the mountain. Go ahead and hit that acorn with an arrow and you'll get seed number 18. Number 19 is going to be found just west of Safia's table. You can actually see a little dotted line swirl on your map. It's going to be a bunch of rocks. We're going to need to place 3 rocks in here. The first 2 are going to be obvious. They'll be right beside it. Really hard to miss. Go ahead and pick these 2 up and drop these on the outside. And then your third rock is going to be over here behind this piece of ice. Now, you don't actually need to melt it. You can just come right over here on the side and pick it up and carry it back across. And just drop this one right here on the outside where we have one more spot. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 19. Number 20 is going to be found in pretty much the same spot, just a little bit further west. You can come to this exact location. You're going to find a giant boulder and a hole in the ground. Go ahead and pick that boulder up, and right here behind us is going to be our wooden stand that we can drop this thing into. Once it's there, it'll do a little poof. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is going to be on the mountainside that's just northeast of Medella's mantle. Here is the location. We're going to have an easy puzzle to solve. The piece will be right here, and we're just going to pick this thing up, and you want it to look like the letter T. So once you got it set like the letter T, you'll be able to fit this right into the wall to spawn the Korok and get seed number 21. Number 22 is going to be found just west of the Vatera snowfield. You guys can see our location here. We're going to have a flower at the bottom of this giant rock. Go ahead and pick that thing up and then follow the flower trail up the hill and over here towards this other big rock. And once you make it over here, we'll pick up the final flower and we'll get seed number 22. Number 23 can be found just north of the Vatersa snowfield. You guys will see back at the very end of this canyon on the left side is going to be a giant rock on the side of the mountain here. Just climb up on top of this to this ledge. You'll find a small rock up top. Pick that thing up and you'll get seed number 23. Number 24 is going to be on the mountain that's just north of Vatersa snowfield. You guys can see where our ping's at. There's only one single tree up here, and all we need to do is climb to the top of that tree. So we'll run up here, climb all the way up to the top. A cluster of leaves will spawn that we can interact with, and once we do, we'll get seed number 24. Number 25 is also going to be on the mountain that's just north of a Tersa snowfield. This time we're on the far northern side, and you can actually see a small dotted circle on your map. That's where we want to be. We'll jump off the ledge down here to where our little circle of rocks is, and the rock that we need is going to be right here beside the ice. Pick that thing up, drop it into place, and once you do, we'll get seed number 25. Number 26 is going to be found just east of the Gerudo summit. You can see we actually have a smaller peak right down here, and once you make it up top, you'll see a little piece of wood that we can walk over to spawn a yellow circle. We need to get to that fairly quickly so we can jump up on this thing, fly across, and make it to the circle in time to get seed number 26. Number 27 is pretty much going to be in the same spot right next to the Gerudo summit. You can see we have a little half circle ledge right here where these 4 trees are. That's where we want to be. When you jump off and you see the 4 trees, you're also going to see a piece of ice on this ledge. We need to melt that piece of ice. So you can jump and pull your chute and then use your arrows to shoot fire fruit at it. This is the safest way to do it. Or you can land here and just throw the fire fruit, but be careful as you're really close. There's a good chance that you'll lose some health doing so. But once you do, you just need to pick up the small rock that appears and you'll get seed number 27. Number 28 is going to be found on the northern side of the Gerudo summit. You guys can see 4 trees in the shape of a square here. And around these trees is going to be a little cluster of leaves traveling around. It's really hard to see in the daylight in the video, but just look for a little cluster of leaves traveling along the ground and you'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is going to be on the southern side of the Gerudo summit. And you want to be really careful. This one's really challenging. This is the location that you want to head to. There's going to be a giant sword. And we want to get on the top of this sword. What I recommend doing is climbing up and then using a rocket on your shield to fly all the way up. And then if you land on the handle, there's a small rock that you can pick up to get Korok Seed number 29. Number 30 is going to be found up on the mountaintop just east of the Risoka snowfield. You guys can see we're going to be up right here. And there's going to be a small rock that you can pick up. Go ahead and pick that rock up, and then we're going to cross the bridge with this thing. So we're going to take this all the way down here to where we have a diamond shape with smaller rocks. We're going to complete the diamond, and once you do, we'll get seed number 30. Numbers 31 and 32 are going to be found together on the far southern side of the Risoka snowfield. And once you make it down here, you'll find our little Korok buddy hanging out on the side of the mountain. Go ahead and interact with him, and you'll see that we need to take him all the way on the other side of the snowfield. The easiest way to do this, pretty much the only way to do this, is to make an airplane, as this is an extremely long distance. So going by foot is going to take you a really long time. And I also recommend, if you're taking an airplane, to put a couple batteries on there. As you guys can see, we really do have to travel a good distance. But once you make it over here, just grab your little Korok buddy, drop him off, interact, and we'll get seeds 31 and 32. Number 33 is also going to be found on the southern side of the Risoka snowfield. You guys can see on your map, we have a whole bunch of trees over here. There's going to be a lot of arrows pointing towards it, but you want to go to the tree that's pretty much right in the middle and climb up top, interact with the cluster of leaves that spawn, and you'll get seed number 33. Number 34 is going to be located just southwest of the Risoka snowfield. We're going to be at the end of this little canyon down here. We're going to have a little puzzle to solve. We're going to pick up the piece. We're going to rotate this thing to the right twice and then upwards twice. And then we can just drop it in from the top. It'll fit in perfectly. And we'll get seed number 34. Number 35 is going to be found on the northern side of the Risoka snowfield over here by this natural bridge right here. What you want to do is go underneath that bridge. And if you look up, you're going to see a balloon that's floating all the way at the top. We just need to hit that thing with an arrow. That'll spawn the Korok and give us seed number 35. Number 36 is going to be found on the far northern side of the Risoka snowfield, all the way up north. You guys can see our location here. And once you make it back here, you're going to find a giant boulder in the ground. The stand for it is going to be on the ledge right here beside it. So lift this thing up. You can push it back and drop it in without even having to go up there. The Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 36. Number 37 is going to be found over at the statue of the 8th heroine. You guys can see we're going to start from the top of the cliff here next to it. And if we jump down and we float under the long part that's sticking out, you guys will see there's a little ledge here with a small rock on it. Land right over here, pick up that rock, and we'll get seed number 37. Number 38 can be found over by Mistathi's shelf. You guys can see we're going to be right over here where the 2 giant circles on your map are. And we're going to once again have to build a rooftop. So we've got 3 planks here. Go ahead and take these and line these up perfectly. Again, you want to make sure this is as even as possible. We'll get all 3. Line these up, attach them together, and then we can pick it up and take it up to this next giant little hill and put it up on top, covering the 2 statues. This one's a little tricky, so just try to get it to stay up there. And once you do, the Korok will pop up and you'll get seed number 38. Our 39th and final seed in this region is going to be found just west of the cliffs of Ruvara, and if you come to the ledge of this mountain here, you're going to find a little wooden walkway. If you follow it to the end, there's going to be a piece of wood on the ground that's going to spawn a yellow circle up here above us. The easiest way to get to this, and you want to be careful, is to climb as high as you possibly can on this mountain and then jump off and pull your chute. I messed this up and got lucky, but somehow still made it. If you land right here, just ascend to the roof. You'll still have time to make it into the circle, but once you do, you'll get seed number 39. Now that we're done in the Gerudo Highlands, we're going to show you the 4 seeds on Eventide Island. So the first seed is going to be found just to the east of Eventide Island on this little smaller island of rocks just off the coast. Once you get over here, you'll find a little cluster of shiny leaves traveling in a circle around the rocks. All you need to do is catch up with it, interact with it, and you'll get seed number 1. Our second location is going to be on the far northern side of the Eventide Island. You'll see that just off the coast is going to be a really small miniature island. It's got a pinwheel on it. So if you jump across and walk up to the pinwheel, you're going to have 3 balloons spawn over by the cluster of rocks. 2 of which don't move. They're pretty easy to hit. The third one does spin around the bigger rock, so it may take you a few tries. But once you're able to hit all 3 of those balloons, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 2. Our third location is going to be right in the middle of the sludge pond that's right in the middle of the island you guys can see here on your screen. And once you make it out here, there's going to be a giant tree stump in the middle. If you fly your way across, you'll see the leaves will spawn. We can interact with them and we'll get seed number 3. Our fourth and final seed on the island is going to be found on the southwestern side. You can see the exact location here. Once you make it over here, it's just going to be the corner piece of a building, and we need to go to the top. So we're going to ascend through the roof here. We'll make it to the next floor, and we're going to ascend one more time to make it all the way to the top. And once you make it on top, you'll find this little rock. Go ahead and pick that up, and you will get seed number 4. Now that we're done with Eventide Island, we're going to show you the 61 seeds on the Sky Islands. Our first seed is going to be found on the far northwestern side of the Great Sky Islands. You guys can see our location here. And once you make it up here, you're going to see by the structures in the corner, we're going to have a little cluster of leaves that's traveling around. All we need to do is interact with those leaves. The Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 1. Number 2 is also going to be on the northwestern side of the Great Sky Islands. You'll see this giant pond right here next to our marker. The Korok seed is going to be in the pond. There's going to be a giant rock in the water with a smaller rock up on the top. Now you can swim over to it or you can use Ultra Hand to lift the rock up. But either way, once you do, you'll get seed number 2. Numbers 3 and 4 are going to be found on the far western side of the Great Sky Islands. We're going to be right here next to the river. And once you get over here, you'll find this giant rock sticking up next to our beam that goes across to the other island. On top of that rock is going to be our Korok. And when you interact with him, you'll see that we need to take him to the smaller island that's across. Now, there's obviously a couple ways we can get over there. One, you can make yourself an airplane. However, it is so close that when you take off with the airplane, there's a good chance that you overshoot and end up having to turn around, and it can be kind of complicated. So another thing you could do is cut down some trees to use 2 logs and the 2 hooks that are here to make yourself a little vehicle to get down the rail. And then once you get down here, just drop him off with his buddy, interact, and we'll be able to get our next 2 seeds. Number 5 is going to be found on the far southwestern side of the Great Sky Islands. You can see that we're going to be right over here by these trees just south of the shrine. And you'll see there's one giant fat tree up on the hill that we're going to climb up on top of, which is going to have a small rock on the top. Go ahead and pick up that small rock. And once you do, the Korok will appear and give us seed number 5. Number 6 is going to be found on the far southwestern side of the Great Sky Islands. You'll see on your map here we have a little hill in this area and we want to climb on top of that. It's basically just going to be a giant tree stump. We're going to climb inside of that tree stump, and when you get inside, you're going to find a pile of leaves. Either hit those with a sword or burn them, and then pick up the small rock that's underneath. And once you do, we'll get seed number 6. Number 7 is going to be found inside the Room of Awakening, which is the spawn room. So the easiest way is just to fast travel there. Once you get here, just turn yourself around and go into this little back room. And underneath the tree roots, you're going to have a little cluster of leaves that spawn. Interact with those and you'll get seed number 7. Number 8 is also going to be found on the far southern side of the Great Sky Islands, except this one's going to be on the very top up here by the tree trunk. You guys will see a massive tree trunk up here. Just climb up to the top, and what we want to do is jump over to the lily pad that's in the middle, and once you get up on it, a cluster of leaves will spawn that we can interact with, and once you do, we'll get seed number 8. Number 9 is going to be found pretty much right in the middle of the Great Sky Islands, and this one is separated from the rest. You'll see there's pretty much just a circle with a pond in the middle, and as you fly down to this thing, you guys will see a circle of lily pads in the middle of that pond. All we need to do is dive right through the middle of those lily pads and we'll get seed number 9. Number 10 is also going to be found towards the middle of the islands. You want to go to the smaller island that's just south of what looks like a giant lake. And when you're flying in, you'll see what I'm talking about. Right here is the island with the giant lake. We're going to land on the smaller one that's just below it down here. There'll be a tree surrounded by small rocks. We need to add a rock that is missing. So when we drop down, you'll see there's an empty space. The rock that's missing is literally right beside it. It'll be pretty hard to miss. Go ahead and pick that thing up, bring it over, drop it into place. Once you do, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 10. Number 11 is going to be found pretty close to the middle of the Great Sky Islands. You can see our location. We're actually going to be on the main island here. We're not going to be on any of the ones that are above or below, but you'll see our location. We can see the water from here. If you turn around up on this ledge, there's going to be a hole with some rocks in it. What you can do is fuse this rock that's right here next to it to one of your weapons, and then all we need to do is smash those rocks and fall down in that hole. And once you drop down, just turn around and you're going to find a little balloon in this corner. Hit that balloon with an arrow, and once you do, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 11. For number 12, we're going to head to the southeastern side of the Great Sky Islands, and we're going to be on what looks like a bridge on your map here. And if you go to the end of that, there's going to be a puzzle that we need to solve. Now, this puzzle is actually extremely easy. The piece is found right next to it, and we just need to rotate this thing around to fit the bottom right corner. And once you've got this thing in place, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 12. Numbers 13 and 14 are going to be found together on the southern side of the Great Sky Islands. We're actually going to be right next to the Forge construct. And once you get down here, you'll find our little Korok hanging out next to the pieces of wood on the ground. We're going to bring him over here to the rail system, and you can grab a minecart that's nearby and throw a fan on it and put it on the rail. We can throw our little Korok buddy inside, hop on top and hit the fan, and that'll get us across. You can also make yourself an airplane if you have the materials and want to do so. But once we get over here, just go ahead and pick up the little Korok buddy out of the rail or out of the minecart and then bring him right over here to the campsite, interact, and once you do, we'll get our next 2 seeds. Number 15 is going to be found on the far eastern side of the Great Sky Islands, and you can see the Korok indicator. We want to go up on this little hilltop. We're going to be just east of the shrine. To get up here, we can just come over and ascend through this piece of wood. And once you're up top, you'll find the giant tree trunk that we need to get on top of. So we can go inside and you can ascend, or you can just come to the side and climb to the top. But once you get up here, we're going to have a circle of rocks with one missing. The one that's missing is literally right here beside it. Not too hard at all. Let's go ahead and pick that thing up, drop it into place. And once you do, we'll get seed number 15. Number 16 is going to be found on the far southeastern side of the Great Sky Islands on top of this hill right here. Once you make it over here, you'll find a dandelion up on the rock. Go ahead and hit that dandelion, and as long as you catch it before it touches the ground, just like this, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 16. Number 17 is going to be found on the far southeastern side of the Great Sky Islands, and we're not actually going to be on top of this mountain here. We're going to be underneath, so you can jump off the side and fly under. You'll see here what it looks like when you get down here. But once you get over here, there's some stairs that lead up to a puzzle that's pretty easy to find. It's out in the open, and it's super easy to solve, as all we need to do is pick up the piece, make it look like a cross, and we'll be able to fit it right here into the rectangle. And once you do, we'll get seed number 17. Number 18 is going to be found close to the middle of the Great Sky Islands. You'll see on our map here, we're going to be just below this maze-looking structure on your map. And once you get down here, we're going to go right over here in between the stone walls where the tree is. And you'll see on the ground inside, there's going to be a yellow flower. We're just going to play a quick game of follow the flower, as once we grab that one, we're then going to have to grab a couple more within this wall. So we've got another one here. We're going to climb up on the rock here. The next one's on the rock across from us. So we can go over and get this one. And then the final flower will be right here in front of us, and that'll give us seed number 18. Number 19 is going to be found just underneath the Temple of Time on the Great Sky Islands. You can see we're going to be in the back. And when you get all the way to the back side, you'll see there's going to be one column here that has a piece of wood underneath it. So we can go out in the water and climb up on this structure. And if we look up, we'll be able to ascend through that piece of wood. We'll go ahead and ascend through that piece of wood up to the top of the stairs at the Temple of Time. And once you get up top, the Korok will appear and give us seed number 19. Number 20 is going to be found on the southeastern side of Bravery Island. You can see our location here. And once you make it up here, we're just going to jump across to the smaller island that's here beside it. And there's going to be a piece of wood we can step on. That's going to spawn the Korok. We just need to chase after them and hit the interact button. And once we do, we'll get seed number 20. Number 21 is going to be found on the far northern side of the North Hyrule Sky Archipelago. We're going to be right over here next to the shrine. And once you're up here, we want to rotate our little catapult to where it's facing the small island with the single tree on the top. So you can see it out there. And once you rotate this thing around, just hop on. We're going to launch ourselves up. And if you fly over to the right side of the island, you'll see a piece of wood on the side. We just need to grab onto that. So we'll grab on, climb up, and once you're on it, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 21. Number 22 is going to be found over at the Lomé Sky Labyrinth. We're going to be on the top on the far northeastern side. And you're going to find a piece of wood up here. When you walk over it, it'll spawn the Korok. Dive down after it and interact. And once you do, you'll get seed number 22. Number 23 is located over at the North Lomé Castle top floor. We're going to be on top once again on the far eastern corner. And again, we're going to find a piece of wood. We're just going to walk over that, chase the Korok, and when we catch up with them, interact. And as soon as you're able to actually time it properly and interact with the Korok, just like this, the Korok will pop up and we'll get seed number 23. Number 24 is going to be found up at the East Hebra Sky Archipelago. We're going to start at the shrine location and we're going to work our way up to the catapult. So when you get over to the catapult, we're going to rotate this thing around to face the small island with the single tree up top. Then we're just going to hop on, fly across, and if you fly over here to the left side, you'll see a piece of wood on the side of the rock. All we need to do is climb onto that piece of wood, wait a second, and once the Korok pops up, we'll get seed number 24. Number 25 is also in the East Hebra Sky Archipelago, except this one's on the northern island. You can again use the catapult to get up here. There's going to be 2 tree stumps. If we go inside of one, you'll find a yellow flower, and we're just going to follow this flower over to the other tree stump. So you'll see that it'll come outside, work its way over, and then the last flower is inside this tree stump. And once you grab it, you'll get seed number 25. Number 26 is in the South Eldon Sky Archipelago on the northwestern island. You can see our location here. And once you make it up top, we're just going to go to the end of the rails that go off the side. And if you look down, you'll find an acorn hanging from the rail. Go ahead and hit that acorn with an arrow. And once you do, that'll give us seed number 26. Number 27 is in the South Eldon Sky Archipelago, and this is going to be on the island that has the shrine on it. And once you make it up here, we're going to angle the catapult towards the small island up there with a single tree on it. We're going to fly our way up. And if we come over here to the left side, you guys are going to see a piece of wood on the side. Once again, we just need to grab onto that. And once we do, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 27. Number 28 is going to be found all the way over at the Sky Mine, and we're going to be on the island with the shrine. Work your way to the middle, and we're going to angle the catapult at the island that's directly above us. You guys can see that island here. And once we launch, you'll see a really small island above this one. So this one right over here, we're going to fly to this small rock that's floating, and you're going to see a piece of wood that's up here on the ledge. When we walk over this, it's going to spawn a target. So make sure that from the wood you jump off, pull your glider, and we're going to fly all the way back over to this island, and we just need to land on that target without touching the ground. And if you're able to do so successfully, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 28. Number 29 is over at the Sakala Sky Archipelago. We're going to be on the island with the shrine and work your way to the middle where the catapult is. We're going to launch ourselves over to the small island with, again, one single tree on it. And once you get over here, you'll see a piece of wood on the back side of the rock. Stand over top of it, it'll spawn the Korok, chase it down and interact, and once you do, you'll get seed number 29. For number 30, we're going to head over to the Water Temple, and you want to just go ahead and take the Water Temple entrance fast travel. And once you spawn up here, we're going to take a right, and we're just going to come over here to the ledge and jump off. And essentially, as you're diving down, you'll find a couple of these super small islands right here in front of us, or whatever you want to call these. But as you continuously dive down, you're going to come across a bigger island with a really small floating rock beside it that has a tree on it. This is where we want to be. So we're going to fly right over here to the small rock that has the tree. And as you get closer, you'll start to see that it has a piece of wood on the edge. We're just going to walk over that piece of wood, chase the Korok, catch up and interact, and once we do, we'll get seed number 30. Number 31 is also going to be over by the Water Temple. This one will be closer to where it says Wellspring Island. You can see this long walkway, and you want to come right here to this location at the elbow, and there's going to be a hole that you can actually drop down in. As you fall down to the next level, you'll see a cluster of leaves spawn in and start traveling around that circle. Catch up to those leaves and interact, and once you do, you'll get seed number 31. Number 32 is also up at the water temple. When you work your way up here, you want to go towards the middle, right where this ledge is. You guys can see it's right above where the waterfall is located. And once you get over here, we're actually going to jump off and fly down to where you see this platform. When you get near the platform, pull your glider and fly underneath it right here on this ledge. You're going to find a pinwheel. When you get close to it, it's going to spawn 3 balloons. When you hit all 3 of those balloons, the Korok will appear and give us seed number 32. Number 33 is over in the South Lanayru Sky Archipelago on the far eastern island. Once you're up top here, you're going to find some tree stumps. On the left over here is going to be a pinwheel. When you jump inside, turn around, and you're going to have 3 balloons that have spawned that you need to hit. One is in the tree stump, and the other 2 will be traveling around. And once you hit all 3 of them, you'll get seed number 33. Number 34 is also in the South Lanayru Sky Archipelago. This one will be over by the shrine. And if you work your way to the middle where the catapult is, you just need to aim this thing toward the small island that's up there by itself. And once you line it up, you can launch yourself across. We'll fly on over, and you'll see the piece of wood in the back. We're just going to go step on that. That'll spawn the Korok. We can chase the Korok and interact, and once we do, we'll get seed number 34. Number 35 is over in the South Lanayru Sky Archipelago, except this time we're going to be on the eastern side of the circular island. And once you get up here, you guys will see this really small rock that's right over here next to it. We're just going to fly our way across, climb up to the top. You'll see a piece of wood. That'll spawn our Korok. We're just going to chase that guy and interact, and that'll give us seed number 35. Number 36 is going to be found over in the North Nucluda Sky Archipelago on the far northernmost island. You can see a small rock floating off the side. We're going to jump over to that small rock, and when you climb up, you're going to find a piece of wood on the edge. Walk over that, chase the Korok, and interact, and once you do, you'll get seed number 36. Number 37 is going to be found over in the Zonite Forge Island. You guys can see our exact location. There's actually a dotted triangle on your map, so you can see where you need to go. But we need to complete this rock triangle. The one rock we're missing is going to be up top on the edge, so grab that and drop it down below. And if you're lucky like me, it'll just roll into the corner, and you'll get seed number 37. Number 38 is going to be found on the southeastern side of the Zonite Forge Island. We're going to be on this pillar right here. And once you make it on this pillar, you guys will see on the back is going to be a piece of wood. We're going to walk over that, and it's going to spawn a yellow circle in the pillar below us. We're just going to jump down into that yellow circle. The Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 38. Number 39 is on the southern side of the Zonite Forge Island. We're going to be inside of this pillar right here on your map. And once you make it over here, you'll find a yellow flower at the bottom. We're just going to play a game of follow the flower all the way up the side of this pillar. So you can jump over to the wall, and if you just continue to follow this flower, it's going to lead you all the way up these rocks until you get to the very top where the final flower will be. Continue to climb up the ledge, the white flower will spawn at the top, and once you get it, we'll get seed number 39. Number 40 is going to be on the northeastern side of the Zonite Forge Island. It's going to be right over where the terminal is located. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and interact with that terminal, and what that's going to do is turn on our little wind tunnels, or whatever you want to call them, that go around the outside of this island. That's going to allow us to get to the top. So once you've interacted with that and it turns them all on, we're just going to come right over here to the right, climb up, and we're just going to fly our way to the top. We'll fly up here and just work our way from pillar to pillar until we reach the very top of the island. And once we get up top, we're just going to fly against this wall, climb up, and we'll ascend so that we can get on the very top. And once you ascend to the very top of the island, you're going to find this giant fat tree. We're just going to climb to the top of the fat tree and pick up the small rock that's up here. And once you do, we'll get seed number 40. Number 41 is going to be found on the far southern side of the Nucluda Sky Archipelago. And we're going to be on the island that has the shrine. And if you make your way to the middle where the catapult is, you want to angle this thing facing the island out there that has a single tree on it. We're going to go ahead and fly out toward that island with the tree. And as we get closer, you guys are going to see that we can land in the tree here. And up top is going to be a small rock that we can pick up. Once you pick that up, we'll get seed number 41. Number 42 is also on the southern side of the Nucluda Sky Archipelago on the same island with the shrine. We're going to work our way back to that catapult. And we want to get on this little rock that's out here on your map. You can see what it looks like here. Just a rock with a small rock statue up top. But once you line it up, we're going to launch ourselves across. And if you float on over to the right side, you'll see a piece of wood on the side. Just climb up to it. Once you get on it, the Korok will then appear, and that's going to give us seed number 42. Number 43 is over in the West Nucluda Sky Archipelago. We're going to be on the island again with the shrine, and if you work your way to the middle where the catapult is, we're going to launch ourselves to this pretty massive island that looks far away. We're going to get as high as we can and pull our glider, and we're going to float all the way over. And even though it looks like we're not going to make it, we'll actually be able to grab onto the bottom part of this island. If you land a little bit lower than I do, you can always climb up, but you want to land right here on this ledge, and we're going to be able to ascend up top onto the island. Now we're going to have to do this twice, as when we ascend the first time, we'll be inside this little cave. We'll come over to another rock and ascend once again, so we get on the very top. And once you're up top, we're going to have two giant tree stumps. Now, one of these tree stumps is going to have a single rock in it. We're going to pick up the single rock and bring it over to the other one, where we're going to have a rock circle with one rock missing. We're just going to drop this thing into place to complete the circle. And once you do, we'll get seed number 43. Number 44 is also in the West Necluda Sky Archipelago. We're going to head to the same catapult that we just used for our last seed. And this time we're going to angle it toward the small rock that has the rock pillar on the top. You guys can see what it looks like here. And once you launch yourself up to this rock, you'll see we have a piece of wood on the side. We're going to walk over that, and it's going to spawn a target back on the main island. We just need to fly back across and land on it without touching the ground. And if you do so successfully, we'll get seed number 44. Number 45 is going to be found down on Dragon Head Island. And you'll see on your map, there's a really small circle of water here. That's going to be a massive tree stump, and we want to get inside. So if we climb up the side of this tree stump, you'll see that we have a circle of lily pads in there. We're just going to jump and dive in the middle of those. And once you do, we'll get seed number 45. Number 46 is found over in the Thunderhead Isles, and you want to come right to this exact location. This little section here on your map is where you want to be. And once you make it on here, you'll see we have a couple small trees and a big tree. We're going to climb on top of the big tree. And once again, up top, there's going to be a small rock that you can pick up. And once you pick it up, we'll get seed number 46. Number 47 is going to be located down in the Farron Sky Archipelago, and you'll see we want to be on this small island here with the brown square. Now to get up here, all you want to do is head over to the Poplar Foothills Skyview Tower, and when you launch yourself up, you can easily fly right over here to this little island. But once you're up here, all we need to do is go pick up the small rock that's right in the middle. And once you pick that up, we'll get seed number 47. Number 48 is in the South Hyrule Sky Archipelago. We're going to head to the island that has the shrine and work your way to the middle where we have the catapult. Now, once you make it to the catapult, you want to line it up to this big island that's really far away out there. You guys can see on your screen. And instead of landing on that island, we're going to hang a left and go over here to where we have two smaller islands. And we're going to land on the smaller one that's above the other one. And when you're up here, there's going to be a giant tree stump you can land in. Once you're inside, just hit the leaves and pick up the small rock that's underneath, and that's going to give you seed number 48. For number 49, we're going to head back over to the same island in the South Hyrule Sky Archipelago. We're going to use the catapult again. This time, we're going to angle it toward the small rock with this single tree on the top. And once you launch yourself over, you want to fly over here to the left side. You'll see the piece of wood attached to the side. We're just going to land over here, crawl up on that. And once you do, we're going to get seed number 49. Number 50 is going to be found over in the East Gerudo Sky Archipelago. We want to be on the island with the shrine and make your way over to the catapult. And once again, you're going to line the catapult up toward the small rock with the single tree on the top. We're going to fly up. This time we're going to land on the rock and walk over the piece of wood that's up here. And that's going to spawn a target on this island over here. This one's a little bit more challenging, so be careful. If you fly over here and land on the target without touching the rock, you'll end up getting the correct pop-up, and you'll get seed number 50. Number 51 is found down in the South Lomé Castle top floor. We're going to be on the very top and on the southeastern side. And once you make it up here, just walk over the piece of wood in the corner, chase the Korok, and interact with them. And once you do, we'll get seed number 51. Number 52 is going to be found on the island that's just north of the Starview Island. You can see the location here. Now, we're going to be starting from the island below it because it can be kind of confusing on how to get up here. You can easily jump your way across to the smaller island below, and all you need to do is get on one of these platforms and use a rocket to get yourself some altitude. And once you're higher up, I don't believe the second rocket's going to work. As you guys can see, it kind of just died out on me when we got into the low gravity. So what you can do is throw the rocket on your shield to get a little bit more height. And once you're up here, what we want to do is fly over to the rock that's hovering above the main island. So you can see it here. We're going to go all the way up here. There's going to be a piece of wood we can walk on, and that's going to spawn a target down on the main island below us. So we can just fly our way across. And if you're able to successfully land on the target, the Korok will appear and we'll get seed number 52. Number 53 is going to be found on the southwestern side of Courage Island. We're literally going to be standing right where the shrine is. And if you're standing on the shrine location, all you need to do is come over here to the left and we're going to jump across to this rock that's floating next to the island. We'll climb up top, walk over the piece of wood, which will spawn the Korok, chase him, interact, and that'll give us seed number 53. 54 is on the far western side of the Tabantha Sky Archipelago on this island here. You guys can see you can get over here by flying from the Lightcast Island shrine. But once you make it over here to this island, all we're going to do is jump onto the rock that's floating next to it. When you climb up top, you'll find the piece of wood, walk over it. It's going to spawn a target back on the other island, and we'll just fly across, land on the target. The Korok will appear, and we'll get seed number 54. Number 55 is going to be found on the northwestern side of Lightcast Island. You actually want to come over to the ledge right where this single tree is. And once you're over here, all we're going to do is jump off the side, and you'll see underneath is going to be a really small floating rock. We're going to land on that floating rock. And as you get down here, you'll find another piece of wood, walk over that. It'll spawn the Korok, chase down after him and interact. And once you do that, we'll get seed number 55. Number 56 is going to be found right in the middle of Lightcast Island. You can see we're going to be on the very top here. So when you make it over here, just climb up on the rocks on the side. And eventually, once you make it to the top, you're going to find another piece of wood that we can walk on. And that's going to spawn a target right here below us at the bottom. Fly your way across and land on the target. And once you successfully do so, you'll get seed number 56. Number 57 is also found in the middle of the Lightcast Island. I'm standing on the southern side just so I can show you guys a better view, but it's going to be at the top of the tower that's on the rock over here. So if you fly over toward the tower and you look straight up, you'll see an acorn hanging at the very top. All we need to do is hit that thing with an arrow that will spawn the Korok and give us seed number 57. 58 is located in the South Hebra Sky Archipelago on this really small island right here. And once you make it up top, if you look above you, there's a giant floating rock. You can put a rocket on your shield to fly straight up, and then we just float our way across. Now, when you stand on this piece of wood, it's going to spawn a target directly below you, so be careful when you jump not to touch the rock. But once you land on the target without touching anything else, you'll get seed number 58. Number 59 is on the northern side of the West Hebra Sky Archipelago on this island here. You'll see on your map you want to be next to these two blue circles. And once you're over here, you can throw a rocket on your shield. We just want to float out here to this floating rock right next to the main island. And if you fly around to the back side, you're going to see the piece of wood. We just need to land on that. So you can land on the side, crawl up to it. Once you're on it completely, the Korok will appear and you'll get seed number 59. For number 60, we're going to head over to the Rising Island chain. You can see we're going to be right on the ledge here. So if you fast travel to this shrine and just run all the way over here to the ledge where you can jump off, we're then going to just jump off and we're going to fly down to where you see all these super small floating pieces. And you want to go all the way down to the bottom where you see this almost perfect square floating piece that has a piece of wood right in the middle and nothing else. Once you land, walk over that wood, it's going to spawn a yellow circle on the piece that's further out this way. It's easier once you land here to just fly to the left just to make sure that you can actually make it across. But once you're up here, just fly down, land up here, go through the yellow circle, and that's going to give you seed number 60. Our 61st and final seed is going to be found at the Rising Island chain. All you need to do is fast travel to the shrine that's up here, and once you spawn in, you'll see the giant structure in front of you. We need to get up top, so you can either climb on the sides or put a rocket on your shield, but either way, once you get up here, just pick up the small rock that's in the middle, and you'll get seed number 61. Now at this point, you should have all 1,000 Korok seeds, and we're going to head over to the Great Hyrule Forest. We could take the shrine right here in the middle, and once we fast travel, we're going to come over here and speak with Hestu, and he's going to notice that we have all 1,000 seeds, and he's going to give us Hestu's gift. Now, unfortunately, this doesn't really do anything, but this is your reward for getting all 1,000 Korok seeds. But this is how to find all 1,000 Korok seeds here in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. If you guys have any other questions, make sure to leave them down in the comment section below, and we'll see you guys in the next video.